Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. End-to-End. It was an ordinary morning when I walked into my favorite cafe, craving my usual dose of caffeine before starting the day. The smell of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, and the warm hum of conversation provided a comforting backdrop. I approached the counter with my usual confidence, greeted the barista, and placed my order. I didn't even have to think about it. I had been coming here for so long that my drink was almost second nature to them. The barista, however, looked at me with a strange smile, as though they were seeing me for the first time. When they asked for my name, I gave it to them as usual, assuming everything was normal. But instead of repeating my name or jotting it down on the cup, the barista tilted their head slightly and said, "No, that's not your name." I froze for a moment, unsure if I had misheard them. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice tinged with confusion. The barista didn't falter. "Your name is Daniel," they said confidently, as though they had known me their whole life. My actual name isn't even close to Daniel, and I felt an odd chill creep down my spine. I laughed nervously, assuming it was some kind of joke. "That's not my name," I said, my voice firmer this time. But the barista's expression didn't change. They looked at me as if they pitied me for not knowing my own name. "You've always been Daniel," they replied calmly. Their certainty was unnerving. I glanced around the cafe, hoping someone would chime in or laugh to indicate this was all a prank, but no one seemed to notice. Customers went about their business as though nothing unusual was happening. I felt a knot form in my stomach. "No," I insisted, "that's not my name." The barista smiled faintly, as if humoring a child. "You can call yourself whatever you want," they said, "but I know who you are." Their words sent a wave of unease through me. I didn't know what they meant by that, and I didn't want to stick around to find out. I considered walking away and leaving the cafe altogether, but my curiosity got the better of me. The barista prepared my usual drink, and when they handed it to me, the cup had Daniel written across the side in bold letters. My hands trembled slightly as I took the cup, staring at the name. It wasn't mine, and yet it was there, written as if it had always belonged to me. "Enjoy your coffee, Daniel," the barista said cheerfully, as though the entire exchange had been perfectly normal. I muttered a thank you and retreated to a corner table, my thoughts racing. Sitting down, I tried to process what had just happened. Maybe the barista had mistaken me for someone else. Perhaps Daniel was a regular customer who looked similar to me, and the barista had mixed us up. But no matter how much I tried to rationalize it, the confidence in their voice and the way they had dismissed my own name didn't feel like a simple mistake. It felt deliberate, intentional, as if they truly believed I was someone else. I glanced around the cafe, scanning the faces of the other patrons. No one seemed to notice or care about my strange encounter. Everyone was engrossed in their own conversations, their laptops, or their books. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, as though the world had shifted slightly and I was the only one who realized it. I sipped my coffee, hoping the familiar taste would ground me, but even that felt different, like it wasn't quite my usual order. As I sat there, my mind spiraled with questions. Why had the barista insisted I was Daniel? Had they seen me before and made some sort of connection? Or was this their way of playing a cruel joke? But the way they had spoken didn't feel like a prank. It felt like they truly believed what they were saying. And why had they been so insistent, even when I corrected them? It was as if they knew something about me that I didn't. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I became. What if this wasn't just a mistake? What if it was something more? I began to question myself, my identity, my memories. I knew who I was, or at least, I thought I did. But the certainty in the barista's voice had planted a seed of doubt in my mind. Was there a chance they knew something about me that I didn't? It seemed ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the thought. I finished my coffee quickly, unable to sit in the cafe any longer. As I left, I glanced back at the counter, half expecting the barista to be watching me. But they were busy with another customer, acting as if nothing had happened. The rest of my day passed in a haze, the encounter replaying in my mind over and over. Every time I saw the cup with Daniel written on it, I felt a strange sense of disconnection from myself, as though the name was trying to tell me something. That night, I lay in bed, unable to sleep. I kept thinking about the barista's words and the strange way they had looked at me. Was it possible that this was just a coincidence, a harmless mistake? Or was there something more to it, something I couldn't yet understand? I didn't know, but one thing was certain. I would never look at my name or my identity the same way again. Story 2. It had been an ordinary day, one of those uneventful stretches of time where everything seemed routine. After a long shift at work, I drove home, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of dinner and the comfort of my couch. The evening was quiet, the sky painted in shades of pink and orange as the sun dipped below the horizon. I turned into my driveway, the crunch of gravel under my tires providing a soothing rhythm after a hectic day. Pulling the car into its usual spot, I sighed, glad to finally be home. As I gathered my belongings, a bag of groceries, and my work tote, I glanced at the passenger seat to ensure I hadn't left anything behind. That was when I noticed it, a set of keys sitting in plain sight on the front seat. My heart skipped a beat. They were not my keys. I froze, my mind racing as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. The keys were attached to a nondescript black keychain, and they definitely did not belong to me. I always kept my spare keys in a drawer inside the house, and no one else had access to my car. I put down my bags and opened the car door, leaning in to get a closer look at the unfamiliar set. They were just sitting there, as though someone had placed them there intentionally. My first thought was that I must have dropped them by mistake, but the moment I picked them up, I knew that was impossible. The weight and feel of the keys were foreign. There were at least 3 keys on the ring, one that looked like it belonged to a house, another to a car, and a third that I could not immediately identify. I inspected them closely, searching for any sort of identifying marks, but there was nothing. No keychain with a name or phone number, nothing to suggest who they might belong to. I felt a chill creep over me as I considered the implications. How had these keys ended up in my car? I had locked the doors when I left it in the office parking lot earlier in the day, and no one should have had access to the vehicle. Was it possible that someone had broken in? But if so, why would they leave keys behind instead of taking something valuable? Nothing else seemed out of place. My wallet was still in the glove compartment, and my work files were undisturbed. It was as if the keys had materialized out of thin air. Feeling uneasy, I stepped back and looked around my driveway. The neighborhood was quiet, the only sound the faint rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. My house stood in its usual stillness, the windows glowing softly with the light I had left on earlier. Everything appeared normal, yet I could not shake the sense that something was off. I checked my surroundings once more before returning to the car, locking the doors again just in case. With the keys in hand, I walked up to the house, my mind racing with questions. Once inside, I placed the keys on the kitchen counter and stared at them, as if they might offer some kind of explanation. I tried to think of any logical reason why they would have been in my car. Had someone mistaken my vehicle for their own and left their keys behind? That seemed unlikely, as my car was fairly unique, a bright blue sedan that stood out in the sea of neutral-toned vehicles. Had someone been trying to send me a message? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. If that was the case, what were they trying to say? I considered calling a friend to share what had happened, but I hesitated. What would I even say? That I had found a random set of keys in my car and was now unnerved by the mystery of it. It sounded trivial, almost silly when I thought about saying it out loud. Yet, standing there in my kitchen staring at those keys, I could not help but feel that this was more than just a coincidence. Something about the situation felt deliberate, calculated. That night, I found it difficult to sleep. Every creak and groan of the house seemed amplified, and I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept thinking about the keys and the strange circumstances of their appearance. Were they part of some larger plan? A warning, perhaps? Or was I simply letting my imagination get the better of me? No matter how hard I tried, I could not stop replaying the moment I had found them on the seat, as though the keys themselves held an answer I was not yet able to see. The following day, I decided to investigate further. I took the keys to a locksmith, hoping they might be able to provide some insight. The locksmith inspected them carefully, but could not find anything unusual about them. "Just regular keys," he said with a shrug, handing them back to me. "No markings, no unique features. They could belong to anyone." His words did little to ease my unease. If anything, they only deepened the mystery. I left the shop feeling no closer to understanding what had happened. Over the next few days, I kept the keys in a drawer, unsure of what to do with them. I debated throwing them away, but hesitated, feeling as though I might be discarding an important clue. I also considered taking them to the police, but I worried they would not take me seriously. What could I tell them after all? That a random set of keys had appeared in my locked car and I had no idea how they got there. It sounded absurd even to me. The incident began to consume my thoughts, and I found myself growing more paranoid with each passing day. I started double-checking the locks on my doors and windows, making sure everything was secure before going to bed. I even began parking my car in different spots, thinking it might make it harder for anyone to tamper with it again. But no matter what I did, I could not shake the feeling that someone had deliberately left those keys for me to find, and that they might be watching, waiting for some kind of reaction. To this day, I still do not know where the keys came from or who they belong to. They remain in the drawer, a silent reminder of that strange, unsettling evening. I have tried to move on to focus on other things, but the mystery lingers in the back of my mind, an unanswered question that refuses to fade. Every time I see the keys, I am reminded of the feeling I had when I first found them, an inexplicable sense that my ordinary, predictable life had been touched by something unknown. And no matter how much time passes, I cannot help but wonder if I will ever truly understand what happened. Story 3. It was just another morning, or so I thought. The sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting soft patterns across the room, and the air was still, save for the faint hum of a ceiling fan. My phone lay on the nightstand, buzzing faintly with its usual morning alarms and notifications. I reached over groggily, ready to swipe away the reminders and start my day, but as soon as I picked it up, I froze. The wallpaper on my lock screen had changed. Instead of the simple, abstract background I had always used, the screen now displayed a photo of me. I was lying in bed, my face half buried in the pillow, my expression calm and unaware. It was unmistakably a picture of me sleeping right here, in this room, in this bed. My heart skipped a beat, and I sat up quickly, staring at the phone in disbelief. My mind raced for answers. I hadn't changed the wallpaper. Who could have taken this picture? How had it ended up here? The photo was hauntingly clear, as if taken up close in perfect lighting. Every detail was sharp, the strands of hair across my face, the faint creases in the pillowcase, even the soft glow of the bedside lamp in the background. It felt disturbingly intimate, like whoever had taken it had been mere inches away from me. I tapped the screen to unlock the phone, but my hands were trembling. My pulse quickened as I tried to figure out how this could have happened. Was it a prank? Had someone broken into my home while I was asleep? The thought sent a chill down my spine. Once I unlocked the phone, I immediately checked the photo gallery, hoping to find some clue about where the image had come from. But there was nothing. The photo wasn't in my camera roll or any of my albums. It was as if it had been placed directly onto my wallpaper, bypassing every logical step. I searched through my apps, my notifications, and even my recent activity, but there were no signs of anything unusual. My phone's security settings were intact, and there were no suspicious logins or messages. It didn't make sense. How could a picture like that just appear out of nowhere? I jumped out of bed and checked the door to my apartment. It was still locked, the chain secure, and nothing seemed out of place. I walked through each room, scanning for any signs of intrusion: an open window, a misplaced object. Anything but everything was as I had left it the night before. The realization that someone might have been in my room, standing over me while I slept, sent a wave of nausea through me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even now. My skin prickled, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows. I returned to the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed, my phone still clutched tightly in my hand. I didn't know what to do. Should I call someone? The police? What would I even tell them? That my phone's wallpaper had mysteriously changed to a photo of me sleeping. It sounded ridiculous, almost paranoid, but the image was undeniable proof that something strange had happened. I felt exposed, vulnerable, and utterly helpless. Whoever had taken that photo had been close, too close, and I had no idea who they were or how they had gotten in. I decided to reset my phone entirely. Maybe it was some kind of glitch, I told myself. A hack, a virus, anything that could explain this away without involving the terrifying thought of someone physically being in my home. As the phone rebooted, I tried to calm my racing thoughts, but the image of that photo was burned into my mind. The longer I thought about it, the more questions arose. Why had they taken the photo? Why had they chosen to make it my wallpaper? Was it meant as a message, a warning, or something else entirely? After the reset, I cautiously reopened the phone, half expecting the image to still be there. But the wallpaper had reverted to its default setting, and there was no trace of the photo anywhere on the device. For a brief moment, I felt a sense of relief, as if the problem had resolved itself. But the unease lingered. The image may have disappeared, but the knowledge that it had been there, that someone had been close enough to take it, was something I couldn't erase from my mind. I double-checked my locks, even barricading the door for good measure, and told myself I was safe. But deep down, I wasn't sure I believed it. For the rest of the day, I couldn't focus on anything. Every noise, every shadow, felt like a potential threat. I started replaying the events of the night before, trying to recall anything unusual. Had I heard footsteps, a creak in the floorboards, the sound of the door opening? But nothing stood out. It was just an ordinary night like any other, and yet it wasn't. Something had happened, and I couldn't explain it. The more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Who had done this? How had they gotten in? And most importantly, what did they want? By the time night fell, I was too afraid to sleep. I left the lights on in every room and stayed awake, my phone within arm's reach, ready to call for help at the slightest sign of anything unusual. The hours dragged on, and I found myself jumping at every little sound: the hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the floor, the wind rattling against the windows. I felt like a prisoner in my own home. trapped by the fear of the unknown. Whoever had taken that photo, whoever had been in my room, was still out there. And the thought of it kept me wide awake, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning to come. Story 4. It was a quiet morning when I noticed the notification on my phone. My fitness tracker, a device I had received as a gift but never used, had synced itself with my account. This alone was strange, as I hadn't even bothered to charge it in months, let alone wear it. The notification informed me about steps I had supposedly taken at 2 a.m, a time when I was certainly fast asleep. I stared at the screen, confused and slightly unsettled. How could a tracker I never used record activity? At first, I thought it might be a glitch. Technology wasn't infallible, and perhaps the tracker had malfunctioned. But the more I looked at the details, the more unnerving it became. The notification wasn't just a generic message about steps, it provided a detailed log. According to the tracker, I had walked over 1,000 steps in the early hours of the morning, pacing through what seemed to be several rooms of my house. The data was eerily specific, listing distances and even tracking what it referred to as consistent movement patterns. I immediately went to find the tracker, unsure of what I would discover. It was exactly where I had left it, in a drawer in my desk, completely untouched. When I picked it up, it didn't even turn on. The battery had long since died, as I expected. I held it in my hand, staring at the lifeless screen and wondering how it could have possibly recorded anything. My heart began to race as I considered the implications. If I hadn't worn the tracker, who or what had? I checked my phone again, diving deeper into the app's records. The data showed movement within the house, specifically around the living room, kitchen, and hallway. It even recorded a climb in elevation, suggesting someone had gone up the stairs to the second floor. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized this movement was consistent with the layout of my house. It was as though someone or something had been wandering through my home in the middle of the night. The thought made my stomach turn. I was certain I hadn't been the one to take those steps. My first instinct was to look around the house. I searched for any signs of an intruder: an open window, a door left ajar, footprints, anything that could explain the mysterious activity. But everything seemed perfectly normal. The doors were locked, the windows were secure, and there was no evidence of anyone else being inside. Still, the feeling of unease was impossible to shake. The tracker's data didn't lie. Someone or something had been moving around my home at 2 a.m. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but the explanations I came up with didn't hold up under scrutiny. I could have been a mistake in the app. Maybe the tracker had somehow recorded data from a nearby device. But even that didn't make sense, as the recorded steps perfectly matched the layout of my home. It was as if the tracker had been worn by someone who knew exactly where they were going, moving with purpose through the house while I slept. The thought made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside felt like a threat. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. What if someone had been in the house? What if they had found the tracker, worn it, and deliberately synced it to my account as some sort of twisted message? The idea seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Still, the sense of unease lingered. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to the customer support team for the Trackers app, explaining the situation and asking if they could verify the data. The representative I spoke with seemed confused at first, but promised to look into it. They said they would check the server logs to see if there was any unusual activity linked to my account. While I waited for a response, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The idea that someone might have been in my home, walking through my rooms while I slept was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I received an email from the company. They confirmed that the data was accurate and that the steps had indeed been recorded at 2 in the morning. However, they couldn't explain how the tracker had synced itself or why it had recorded movement when it wasn't being worn. The representative suggested it might be a rare technical glitch and apologized for any inconvenience. Their response did little to ease my concerns. If anything, it only made things worse. A glitch couldn't account for the specificity of the data or the eerie timing of the activity. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up cameras around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. For several nights, I kept a close watch, reviewing the footage each morning, but nothing happened. The house was quiet, the camera showed no signs of movement, and the tracker remained untouched in its drawer. It was as though the event had been a one-time anomaly, a strange and inexplicable occurrence that left more questions than answers. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that notification. The memory of it haunts me, a reminder that there are things we can't always explain. The tracker remains in the drawer, untouched and unused. I can't bring myself to wear it, not after what happened. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of those steps, those movements through my house in the dead of night. Whether it was a glitch, a prank, or something far more sinister, I may never know the truth. All I know is that the experience has left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that I'm not quite as alone in my home as I once thought. Story 5. It was early morning when I stepped outside to take out the trash, the crisp air biting at my face as I pulled the garbage bag behind me. My mind was already occupied with the errands I needed to run that day, so I barely registered the odd sight at first. Sitting neatly by the curb were several trash bags, tied and lined up perfectly, as if someone had gone out of their way to arrange them. At first I thought they were mine, though I didn't remember tying them with such precision. It was not until I bent down to pick one up that I realized something was off. The bag was heavier than I expected, and when I looked closer, I noticed that the material of the bag was different. These were not the bags I usually used. The color and texture were unfamiliar. A faint unease crept into my mind as I examined the bag more closely. Peeking through the thin, taut plastic, I could make out the shapes of items I did not recognize. There was a strange assortment of things inside: books, clothing, and what looked like small trinkets or household objects. I stood there for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had someone mistakenly left their trash at my curb? Or had I accidentally grabbed the wrong bag in my rush? But as I looked down at the other bags, each one tied neatly and filled with similar items, it became clear that these bags were intentionally placed here. What made it stranger was the fact that my own trash, the bag I had just dragged out, was nowhere to be found. Curiosity got the better of me, and I cautiously opened one of the bags, pulling the knot loose with trembling fingers. Inside was a bizarre collection of items that I had never seen before. A worn leather journal, its pages filled with handwriting I did not recognize, a scarf that smelled faintly of perfume, and a set of keys that did not belong to me. There were also small, personal-looking objects: a child's toy car, an old photograph of people I had never met, and a half-empty bottle of an unfamiliar cologne. My unease grew with every item I pulled out. Who had left these things, and why? It was not just the strangeness of the items that unsettled me, it was how deliberate it all felt. The way the bags were arranged, the careful way they had been tied, made it clear that this was not a random act. Someone had gone out of their way to place these here, and for some reason they had chosen my house. I looked up and down the street, hoping to see someone, anyone, who might explain this odd scene. But the neighborhood was eerily quiet. the only sound the distant hum of a passing car. As I rifled through another bag, I found more peculiar items: a pair of glasses with one cracked lens, a stack of old postcards with messages scrawled in a language I could not read, and a small wooden box that rattled when I shook it. I did not dare open the box. My discomfort grew with each discovery, my mind racing with questions I could not answer. Why were these objects here? Were they meant for me, or had someone made a mistake? I decided to bring one of the bags inside, hoping that examining its contents more thoroughly might provide some clues. Back in my kitchen, under the harsh light of the overhead bulb, I emptied the bag onto the table, carefully arranging the items as if they were evidence in some strange case. Among the objects, I found a note folded into a tight square. My breath hitched as I unfolded it, revealing a single sentence written in neat, precise handwriting. "Do you remember these?" The note made my stomach twist. I had no idea what the words referred to. The items in the bag held no meaning for me. They were things I had never owned, connected to lives I had never lived. And yet, the note felt personal, as if whoever had left it believed I should recognize these objects. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. Someone out there knew me or thought they did, and had gone to great lengths to leave this bizarre collection at my doorstep. I spent the rest of the day trying to unravel the mystery. I called a few friends, asking if they had played some sort of elaborate prank on me, but each of them denied any involvement. I even considered the possibility that someone had mistaken my house for someone else's, but that did not explain the note or the deliberate way the bags had been arranged. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. It felt less like a mistake and more like a message. That night I could not sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden figure. I kept thinking about the items in the bags, trying to make sense of their connection to me. Who had left them? And what were they trying to say? The thought of someone standing outside my house in the dead of night, carefully placing those bags on my curb, sent a chill through me. It was not just the invasion of my space that unsettled me, it was the possibility that they had been watching me, learning enough about me to know where I lived and what might haunt. The next morning the bags were gone. I had left them on the curb, unable to bring myself to deal with them further, and now they had vanished without a trace. It was as if they had never been there. For a brief moment I felt relief, hoping that the strange episode was over. But when I went back inside, I found another note sitting on my kitchen counter, written in the same neat handwriting. "You kept something, did you not?" My blood ran cold. I had kept the journal, intending to look through it more thoroughly when I had the time. But now it felt like a mistake. Whoever had left the bags knew what I had done, knew that I had taken something from their carefully curated collection. The note was not just a question, it was a challenge, a reminder that this was not over. And as I stared at the words, I realized that I might never truly understand who had left the bags or what they wanted. All I knew was that they were watching, and they were not finished with me yet. Story 6. It was a chilly evening, and I had just returned home after running a few errands. The first thing I did when I walked through the door was reach for my coat hanger by the entryway, intending to hang up my jacket. But as my hand brushed the fabric of the coat already on the hanger, I froze. It wasn't my coat, or at least, it didn't seem to be. At first glance, it looked identical to the one I had left there earlier that morning, but something about it felt different. My coat was familiar to me, every scuff and crease a small reminder of the time I had spent wearing it. This one looked new, as though it had been freshly purchased and placed there deliberately. I took it off the hanger and held it up for closer inspection. The cut and color were exactly the same as my coat. down to the worn cuffs and slightly faded stitching. But when I ran my fingers along the inside lining, I noticed subtle differences. The texture felt smoother, newer. The pockets, too, were deeper than I remembered, and as I patted them down, I discovered something inside a piece of paper folded neatly into a square. My breath hitched as I carefully unfolded it, revealing a handwritten note in faint, spidery handwriting. It read, "You'll need this one." No signature, no explanation, just those 4 words, cryptic and unsettling. I stood there for a moment, staring at the note, my mind racing. Who could have done this? My apartment was locked, and there was no sign of forced entry. No one else had a key except for me, as far as I knew. I looked at the hanger again, wondering if I was imagining things. Maybe I had accidentally grabbed someone else's coat earlier in the day. But that didn't make sense. I hadn't taken my coat off at any point during my errands. It had been with me the entire time, untouched. The thought that someone could have entered my home while I was away and replaced my coat sent a shiver down my spine. I examined the rest of the coat more thoroughly, searching for clues. In one of the inside pockets, I found another detail that didn't belong, a small stitched tag bearing the initials TW. I had never seen those initials before, and they certainly weren't mine. It was a subtle, nearly hidden marker, but its presence felt deliberate, as though it was meant to be found. My mind spiraled with possibilities. Was this a mistake? A prank? Or was it something far more sinister? The thought of someone tampering with my belongings while I wasn't home made me feel exposed, vulnerable in my own space. I debated whether to call someone, perhaps the police or a friend, to share what had happened. But what could I even say? That someone had swapped my coat with an identical one and left me a cryptic note. It sounded ridiculous, almost paranoid. There was no proof that anything malicious had occurred, only my growing unease. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the coat, the note, and the initials all meant something. Something I wasn't yet privy to. I folded the note and placed it on the table, then hesitated before putting the new coat back on the hanger. Somehow it felt wrong to leave it there, as though I were inviting more strange occurrences into my life. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed replaying the events in my mind, trying to piece together what could have happened. My apartment felt different now, less like a safe haven and more like a place where someone had been without my permission. I got up several times to double-check the locks on the doors and windows, even though I knew they were secure. The note sat on the table, its message taunting me with its vagueness. I didn't know what I was supposed to do with it, or what "you'll need this one" was meant to imply. The next day, I decided to wear the coat, hoping it might offer some clarity. As unsettling as the situation was, I couldn't ignore the fact that whoever had left it seemed to want me to have it for a reason. I walked out into the crisp morning air, the coat snug around my shoulders. At first, everything felt normal. But as I moved through my day, small details began to stand out. Strangers glanced at me a little too long, their eyes lingering on the coat as though they recognized it. At one point, a man passing me on the sidewalk gave a slight nod, almost imperceptible, as though acknowledging something I wasn't aware of. By the afternoon, my paranoia had grown. I checked the pockets again, hoping to find some additional clue, but they were empty. The initials on the inside tag remained a mystery, offering no new insights. As I walked back to my apartment, I noticed a car parked a few blocks away. It was unremarkable at first glance, but as I passed it, I realized the driver was watching me. His gaze was intense, unflinching, and as I looked back at him, he didn't look away. A chill ran down my spine as I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. When I got home, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. The coat felt heavier now, as though it carried a weight I couldn't see or understand. I took it off and threw it onto the couch, suddenly unable to bear wearing it any longer. The note and the initials, the stranger's stares, the man in the car, it all felt connected, though I had no idea how. I sat there in silence, staring at the coat, wondering what I had gotten myself into. Whatever was happening, I knew it was only the beginning. Story 7. N. The message came through late one evening, just as I was settling down to relax after a long day. At first glance, it appeared to be a group text, something I was only occasionally added to by mistake. I almost dismissed it, thinking it was likely a spam message or a misdialed number. But when I opened the thread, my heart skipped a beat. The messages were from people I did not know, and they were all discussing me with unnerving precision. The first message read, "She just got home about 20 minutes ago." Another followed, "Did anyone notice if she went straight to the kitchen like usual?" A third said, "Of course she did. She always does." My throat tightened as I read through the thread. It was as if someone had been watching me closely enough to know my habits and routines. My hands trembled as I scrolled up, revealing even more detailed observations about my life. There were messages about what I had worn that morning, comments on the groceries I had brought home, and even a chilling note about how I had left my porch light on for too long the previous evening. The strangers in the group text seemed to know everything about my daily life. Panic began to set in as I read their words. These people had been observing me without my knowledge, tracking my every move with alarming accuracy. I immediately checked the participants in the group text, hoping to find some explanation, but the numbers were unfamiliar. None of them were saved in my contacts, and the area codes did not match anyone I knew. I thought about responding, demanding to know who they were and why they were watching me, but fear held me back. What if engaging them only made things worse? Instead, I stayed silent, unsure of what to do next. I paced around my living room, my mind racing. Who were these people, and how had they gotten my number? Had they been following me, or was this some kind of elaborate hoax? I checked my windows and doors, ensuring everything was locked, and then went back to reread the messages. My anxiety deepened as I realized that the details they discussed were not things anyone could have known without being close by. They knew my habits, my schedule, and even the smallest, most mundane details of my day. Eventually, I decided to call a friend for advice. I hesitated to share too much over the phone, worried that whoever had sent the messages might be listening somehow. Instead, I vaguely described the situation, asking if they thought I should report it to the police. My friend was concerned and agreed that the messages sounded threatening, urging me to take immediate action. Their support gave me the courage to consider what steps to take next. The following morning, I went to the police station with screenshots of the text thread. I explained everything to the officer at the desk, describing how the strangers in the group chat seemed to know intimate details about my life. The officer listened carefully, but their response was measured. They explained that it could be a prank or even an automated scam, though they agreed it was unusual. They took a report and advised me to block the numbers and stay vigilant. I left the station feeling both relieved and unsettled. While it was comforting to have taken some action, the lack of answers left me feeling vulnerable. I blocked the numbers as instructed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever had sent those messages was still out there. I installed extra security measures at home, including cameras and motion sensors, hoping to regain some sense of safety. For weeks, I lived on edge, jumping at every unexpected noise and second-guessing the intentions of anyone who looked my way. I avoided my usual routines, varying my schedule and taking different routes home, hoping to throw off anyone who might still be watching me. But the unease never truly left. The messages had planted a seed of paranoia in my mind, one that grew with every passing day. Though no new messages arrived, I often found myself checking my phone, half expecting another disturbing text to appear. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, scanning every room for signs of intrusion and glancing over my shoulder whenever I was outside. Life carried on, but it was no longer the same. The group text had shattered my sense of normalcy, leaving behind a lingering fear that I might never fully escape. Story 8. The moment I looked at my credit card statement, confusion settled in. Among the usual grocery store purchases and online orders was a charge from a restaurant I had never been to. At first, I thought it might have been a mistake, a simple clerical error, perhaps someone else's bill mixed up with mine. But as I read further, my unease grew. The charge wasn't just some small oversight. It was for a lavish meal, far beyond anything I would have ordered on my own. Determined to sort it out, I called the restaurant and explained the situation. The manager on the other end of the line listened politely before assuring me they would look into it. "We'll need you to come in to verify," he said. His tone was professional but left little room for negotiation. I agreed, still baffled by how such a mix-up could have occurred. I couldn't imagine anyone signing my name on a receipt, let alone charging a meal to my card without my knowledge. When I arrived at the restaurant later that afternoon, the manager greeted me with a receipt in hand. He held it out, and my heart sank as I saw what was scrawled at the bottom. It was my signature, or at least a perfect imitation of it. I stared at the paper, feeling a strange mix of disbelief and unease. The handwriting was eerily similar to mine, down to the small flourish I always added to the last letter of my name. "This is your signature, right?" the manager asked, his brow furrowing slightly. I couldn't answer right away. It looked like mine, but I knew I hadn't signed it. I tried to explain to him that I had never been there, that the signature, while convincing, wasn't mine. He frowned, flipping through a ledger of receipts as if searching for answers. "The waiter remembers serving you," he said after a pause, his voice measured. "You even left a generous tip." That made my stomach churn. Not only had someone signed my name, but they had also convinced the staff that it was me. I asked to see security footage, desperate for some kind of proof to clear up the situation. The manager hesitated, but after a few moments he relented and took me to the back office. There, he pulled up grainy footage of a figure seated at a table near the window. My breath caught in my throat as I watched. The person in the video was wearing clothes eerily similar to what I had worn earlier that week. From a distance, their profile bore an unsettling resemblance to mine, just enough to make me doubt myself for a fleeting moment. But I knew it wasn't me. The timing of the footage didn't match. I had been at work during that period, with plenty of witnesses to back me up. I pointed this out to the manager, but he remained skeptical. "Mistakes happen," he said, his tone softening slightly. "Or are you sure you weren't here and just forgot?" The question made me feel absurdly defensive. How could I forget something like this? I racked my brain, trying to make sense of it, but nothing about the situation felt logical. Who could mimic my handwriting so perfectly? Who would go to the trouble of impersonating me for something as mundane as a restaurant meal? That evening, I checked my belongings to see if anything else had been tampered with. My wallet, my credit cards, even my ID, they were all where they should be. Nothing seemed out of place, which only deepened the mystery. If someone had stolen my card, why go to such lengths to return it without my noticing? And how had they managed to forge my signature so perfectly? It wasn't just a matter of copying my handwriting. The small details, the subtle nuances were spot on. Whoever did this knew me well, or at least they had studied me closely. In the days that followed, I became increasingly paranoid. Every time I saw my reflection, I wondered if someone else was out there mimicking me. I started second-guessing my memory, wondering if there was any chance I had been at the restaurant and forgotten. But deep down, I knew that wasn't possible. My routine was predictable, and I had no reason to visit that place. The whole thing felt like an elaborate prank or a calculated move designed to unsettle me. Weeks later, the restaurant called to inform me they couldn't find any further evidence to support my claim. The manager sounded apologetic but firm. "As far as we can tell, you were here," he said. "The charge will remain." I felt a mix of frustration and dread. It wasn't about the money anymore. It was about the nagging feeling that someone was playing a game I didn't understand. The thought that someone could impersonate me so perfectly and get away with it left me feeling exposed in a way I never had before. Even now, I find myself looking over my shoulder, scanning crowds for faces that seem too familiar. I wonder if I'll ever know who did it, or why. But more than anything, I wonder what else they might be planning, and if this was just the beginning of something far stranger than a forged signature on a receipt. Story 9. It started subtly, so subtly that I almost didn't notice it at first. Passing my neighbors on the street had always been a comforting ritual. Quick waves, polite smiles, the occasional friendly chat. We weren't especially close, but there was a certain familiarity, a rhythm to our interactions. One morning, I waved at Mr. Daniels, the elderly man who lived across the street and often watered his garden at sunrise. He didn't wave back. He just looked at me, squinting slightly, before turning away and resuming his work. I chalked it up to a bad mood or failing eyesight. After all, he was getting on in years. But then it happened again. A few days later, I saw Mrs. Franklin walking her small, yappy dog along the sidewalk. She had always been cheerful, the type to stop and chat about the weather or her latest baking project. When I greeted her, she stopped, frowned, and then said, "Sorry, do I know you?" Her words hit me like a cold gust of wind. I laughed awkwardly, thinking it was a joke, but her expression didn't change. She looked genuinely puzzled, as if she had never seen me before in her life. I stumbled through a response, something about being her neighbor for years, but she just shook her head and walked away, her dog tugging her along. By the end of the week, it was clear that something was wrong. The neighbors I had known for years, people who had shared smiles and pleasantries with me, now looked at me like I was a stranger. Mr. Daniels, Mrs. Franklin, the couple next door, they all acted like they didn't recognize me. At first, I thought it was some kind of elaborate prank, but the confusion in their eyes seemed too genuine. It wasn't just that they didn't greet me anymore. They actively avoided me. If I waved or said hello, they would either ignore me or respond with guarded, puzzled glances. I began questioning myself. Had I done something to upset them? Had I inadvertently offended the entire neighborhood? I replayed every recent interaction in my mind, searching for something that could explain their behavior, but I came up empty. I even tried asking a few of them directly. "It's me," I said to Mr. Daniels one afternoon, forcing a cheerful tone. "We've been neighbors for years, remember?" He stared at me like I was speaking another language. "I'm sorry," he said slowly, "but I think you have me confused with someone else." His words sent a chill through me. It wasn't just that he didn't recognize me. It was as though he had erased me entirely from his memory. Desperate for answers, I decided to visit the neighborhood association meeting, hoping to confront the issue head-on. As I entered the community center, I could feel the weight of their stares. Conversations stopped, and all eyes turned toward me. I forced a smile and took a seat, trying to appear calm, but the tension in the room was palpable. When the meeting began, no one acknowledged my presence. When I raised my hand to speak, The chairperson looked past me as if I weren't even there. It was as if I had become invisible, a ghost haunting a neighborhood I once called home. I started noticing other strange things. Packages that had always been delivered without issue now went missing or were dropped off at the wrong house. The mail carrier began skipping my address altogether. When I tried to address these issues, people either ignored me or claimed they didn't know who I was. Even the kids who used to play in the cul-de-sac stopped coming near my house. It was as though I had been cut off from the community entirely, removed from some unspoken agreement of belonging. I began to question my own reality. Could I have imagined my relationships with these people? Had I somehow fabricated years of interactions in my mind? I started digging through old photographs and documents, looking for proof that I had lived in the neighborhood as long as I thought I had. There were photos of block parties, holiday decorations, and summer barbecues, proof that I had been part of this community. Yet none of it seemed to matter. The people in those photos now acted like I was a complete stranger. The situation became unbearable. I tried reaching out to friends outside the neighborhood, but their responses were distant, almost mechanical. It was as though my isolation was spreading, affecting everyone I knew. I stopped going outside except for necessities, afraid of the looks I would receive if I bumped into a neighbor. My once cozy home now felt like a prison, the walls closing in as the world outside became colder and more alien. One night I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to confront the issue directly. I knocked on Mr. Daniels's door, determined to get answers. He opened the door cautiously, his face a mixture of confusion and suspicion. "What do you want?" he asked. His tone was curt, almost hostile. "Why are you all pretending not to know me?" I blurted out, my voice trembling. "We've been neighbors for years. You know who I am." He frowned, looking genuinely bewildered. "I'm sorry," he said after a long pause. "I think you have the wrong house." He shut the door before I could respond. I stood there on his porch, the cool night air biting at my skin, feeling more alone than ever. As I walked back to my house, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. In the reflection of my living room window, I caught a glimpse of myself. But something was off. The person looking back at me didn't quite feel like me. The longer I stared, the more the feeling grew. It wasn't just my neighbors who didn't recognize me. I wasn't sure I recognized myself either. Story 10. The day started like any other, until I realized my sunglasses were missing. I distinctly remembered placing them in my bag the previous evening, as I always did. They were my favorite pair, stylish yet practical, and I rarely went anywhere without them. When I reached into my bag that morning to grab them, they were nowhere to be found. I emptied the contents of my bag onto the table, hoping I had simply overlooked them, but they were not there. It struck me as odd since I was certain I had seen them just the day before. I retraced my steps from the previous day, trying to remember if I had taken the sunglasses out at some point. I couldn't recall doing so. I had gone straight home after work and had not made any stops along the way. I thought perhaps they had fallen out somewhere, but that seemed unlikely. My bag was zipped shut when I arrived home, and I didn't notice anything missing at the time. The situation puzzled me, but I decided to let it go, assuming I must have misplaced them in the house without realizing it. Later that day, as I settled into my desk at work, something unexpected happened. I opened the drawer to grab a pen, and there they were, my sunglasses. They sat neatly in the corner of the drawer, as if they had been there all along. I froze, staring at them, unable to comprehend how they had ended up in my desk. I hadn't used that drawer in days, and I certainly hadn't placed my sunglasses there. My first thought was that someone at work had found them and returned them to me, but why would they put them in my drawer without saying anything? I picked up the sunglasses, examining them closely to confirm they were indeed mine. There was no doubt about it, the small scratch on the frame was unmistakable. I tried to make sense of the situation, but nothing added up. If someone had found them, they would have mentioned it. I glanced around the office, wondering if any of my coworkers might know something. Everyone seemed to be going about their day as usual, offering no indication that they had been involved. The normalcy of the scene only deepened the mystery. As the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It wasn't just the strange reappearance of my sunglasses, it was the way they had been placed so deliberately in my desk drawer. It felt calculated, almost as if someone wanted me to find them there. I wondered if this could be some kind of prank, but that seemed out of character for my coworkers. They were friendly and professional, not the type to play games like this. Besides, if it was a joke, why would they stay silent about it? The whole situation left me unsettled. I thought about the possibility that I had absent-mindedly placed the sunglasses in the drawer myself and simply forgotten. But that explanation didn't sit right with me. I was meticulous about keeping my belongings in their usual spots, especially items like my sunglasses that I used frequently. The idea that I would have put them in the drawer without remembering seemed far-fetched. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that someone else was involved. But who and why? The next day, I decided to casually bring up the topic with a few coworkers, hoping to get some clarity. I mentioned losing my sunglasses and then finding them in my desk drawer, framing it as a funny anecdote. Most of them just laughed and said it sounded like something that could happen to anyone. One coworker, however, gave me a strange look. It was brief, almost imperceptible, but it caught my attention. Before I could ask if they knew something, they changed the subject. The interaction left me with more questions than answers. I began to pay closer attention to my surroundings at work, looking for anything unusual. I checked my desk every morning, half expecting to find something else out of place. But everything remained normal, too normal. The unease lingered, a constant reminder that someone somewhere had moved my sunglasses without my knowledge. It wasn't just about the sunglasses anymore. It was about the breach of trust, the unsettling feeling that someone was toying with me for reasons I couldn't understand. The mystery of the sunglasses became a small but persistent weight on my mind. I considered installing a camera at my desk to catch any unusual activity, but I hesitated, not wanting to appear paranoid to my coworkers. Instead, I tried to be more vigilant, paying attention to who came near my desk and when. Days turned into weeks, and no other incidents occurred. Yet the memory of that strange day stayed with me, a reminder that not everything in my life was as ordinary as it seemed. Story 11. N. It was an ordinary morning when I woke up and reached for my phone. The soft light of dawn spilling through the curtains. I had just finished brushing my teeth and was preparing for the usual routine. My phone buzzed, signaling a new notification, and I glanced at the screen. There was a voicemail waiting for me, though I didn't recognize the number. Normally, I wouldn't bother listening to an unknown voicemail, but something in my gut told me to check it. Maybe it was important. And I tapped on the voicemail, and as soon as it began, a strange feeling settled over me. The voice on the other end was calm and smooth, but there was something unsettling about it. It wasn't someone I knew, and the voice had an odd, almost mechanical tone. I listened closely as the message continued, and my heart began to race. The voice spoke, detailing my day ahead step by step in a way that felt eerily familiar. "You will be going to your morning meeting at 9 a.m., the voice began. "Your lunch with Sarah is at noon, and the presentation you've been preparing for is at 2 p.m. I froze. The details it provided were accurate. I had indeed scheduled a meeting at 9 a.m., lunch with Sarah at noon, and a presentation that I had been working on for weeks at 2 p.m. But I hadn't shared any of this with anyone, not even Sarah. There was no way someone could have known these plans unless they'd been watching me, or worse, somehow listening in on my private thoughts. I couldn't explain how the voicemail knew everything that I had set for the day. The voice didn't stop there, though. It continued, adding even more specific details about my day. You'll walk into the cafe at 3:30 p.m., order your usual, and sit by the window. The sun will be setting as you sip your coffee. I felt the blood drain from my face. My heart began to pound in my chest, and I suddenly felt as if the room was closing in around me. The cafe was indeed on my schedule for the afternoon, and I always sat by the window, a habit I had kept to myself for months. The voice had captured every detail, including the setting sun, which only added to the unnerving accuracy of the message. I couldn't sit still anymore. My hands shook as I clutched the phone to my ear, unable to tear myself away from the voice. It seemed to know everything. The next part of the voicemail was even more unsettling. Don't forget the key you'll need at 4:15 p.m. You'll know it when you see it. I had no idea what this meant. I hadn't planned to go anywhere at 4:15 p.m., nor had I thought about any key, but the voicemail's certainty left me no room to question it. I quickly ended the voicemail, feeling a surge of panic. Who had left this message? How had they known so much about me? I checked my call log, hoping to trace the unknown number, but it showed only a blank entry, as though the voicemail had appeared out of nowhere. There was no indication of where it had come from, who it had come from, or why it had been sent. It was as though the entire message had materialized from thin air, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was just the beginning. I spent the next few hours going through my morning as planned, trying to push the voicemail to the back of my mind, but it lingered, like a dark cloud that wouldn't dissipate. As the morning passed, I couldn't help but watch for the events that the voicemail had outlined. The meeting at 9 a.m. went as expected, but the strange unease in the back of my mind never left. I thought about the message, about how the voicemail had predicted the exact time and place of each event, and it was as if I was following some sort of script. At noon, I met Sarah for lunch, and the whole time I kept waiting for something to happen. I was waiting for the next part of the voicemail to come true, for some strange twist to appear. But nothing out of the ordinary happened. We talked, we ate, and the day moved forward in a way that felt both normal and wrong at the same time. After lunch, I went back to my office to prepare for my presentation. It was then that I remembered the voice had mentioned the key I would need at 4:15 p.m. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What key? And why would the voicemail be so specific about it? By the time 3:30 p.m. rolled around, I was walking toward the cafe the voicemail had mentioned. My steps were slow, deliberate, as if I were walking through a dream. I couldn't help but wonder if the voicemail was watching me, waiting for me to fulfill the prophecy it had laid out. When I entered the cafe, I automatically made my way to the window, just as the voicemail had said. I ordered my usual drink, feeling like I was caught in some strange loop, and sat down, staring out the window as the sun began to set. The voice had predicted everything perfectly. It had known where I would sit, what I would order, and when the sun would begin to dip below the horizon. I sipped my coffee slowly, feeling more and more disoriented with each passing minute. I kept expecting someone to walk in or something to happen, something that would explain everything. But the cafe was quiet, and everything continued as normal. I checked the time, and as if on cue, 4:15 p.m. arrived. My phone buzzed again, and I looked at it, half expecting to see another strange voicemail, but there was nothing new. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the key would show up somehow. When I returned home later that evening, I found a small envelope sitting on my doorstep. I picked it up cautiously, almost afraid of what I might find inside. Inside was a single key, plain and unmarked. My breath caught in my throat. It was the key that the voicemail had mentioned. How had it gotten here? Who had left it? I held it in my hand, unable to move, unable to breathe. I didn't know whether to feel relief or terror. The voicemail had known everything, down to the smallest details, and now it had followed me home. I stood there, frozen on my doorstep, holding the key. What was I supposed to do with it? What was its purpose? The voicemail had left me no clues other than the cryptic words, "You'll know it when you see it." But I had no idea what it was for, or why it had been sent to me. All I could do was stare at the key, knowing that my life had just been irrevocably altered. The voicemail had predicted my day, my actions, and now I was holding the key to something unknown. I wasn't sure I was ready to find out what it all meant. Story 12. It had been a frustrating few weeks. I had misplaced my personal journal, the one I kept hidden away for moments of reflection, and I was convinced it was gone forever. I searched through every nook and cranny of my apartment, retracing my steps and looking in places I might have overlooked. The journal was not just any notebook, it was where I poured out my thoughts, dreams, and fears. Losing it felt like losing a piece of myself, and I found it hard to move on from the idea that it was gone. I spent hours digging through drawers, looking under the bed, and even checking my car, hoping it had somehow ended up there. I asked friends and family if they had seen it, but no one had. Each day that passed without finding it made the absence of the journal more pressing. It wasn't just a collection of thoughts, it was a record of my life, my past, and my hopes for the future. I couldn't understand how it could just vanish. I had been so careful about where I kept it. No one had been in my apartment, and I hadn't lent it to anyone. It seemed impossible that it could simply disappear. After a few weeks of feeling like I was going crazy, I began to accept the idea that the journal might never return. I had already started trying to move on, to process the absence as a loss, but it was a struggle. Each day I could feel the space left by the missing journal, a gap in my routine that I couldn't fill. I tried to focus on other things, but every time I opened the drawer where I kept it, I was reminded of the empty space inside. It felt like a part of me had been lost, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't let go of the feeling that it should be there. Then, one day I walked into my apartment after work and saw something strange. My journal was sitting on my desk, exactly where I had left it before it disappeared. I stood there for a moment, completely stunned. The sight of it felt like a miracle. I had almost given up hope of ever seeing it again. But what caught my attention even more than its sudden return was the fact that it was open. The pages were turned to a section one hadn't seen before, one I didn't even remember writing. I felt a rush of confusion, a sense of unease creeping over me. I hadn't written in that part of the journal, and yet there it was, in my handwriting. At first I thought I might have forgotten some of the entries I had made before it went missing. It was entirely possible that I had written those pages long ago and they had simply slipped my mind. But as I read through the new entries, I began to realize that they were about things I hadn't experienced yet. They described events I hadn't lived through, situations I couldn't have known about at the time of writing. The handwriting was undeniably mine, but the content was foreign, as if someone had been writing in my journal while I wasn't around. The entries were recent, and they spoke of thoughts and feelings I had never had before. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. The entries weren't just random thoughts, they were detailed, as though the person who had written them knew me intimately. The entries described interactions I had with friends and co-workers, people I had seen that week, conversations I had participated in. It was as though someone had been shadowing my life, recording my every move. The worst part was that it wasn't just the events that seemed unfamiliar. The tone, the style of writing felt slightly off. It was like reading a version of myself that wasn't entirely mine. I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting, that perhaps I had written the entries myself during a moment of forgetfulness. Maybe I had been stressed or distracted, and the events had slipped from my mind. But as I continued reading, I realized that these new entries seemed to know more about me than I did. There were details about my life, my thoughts, and my fears that I hadn't even acknowledged. The journal entries mentioned places I had gone, people I had met, and things I had said, all with an eerie accuracy that made me question my own memory. I spent the next few days in a daze trying to piece together what had happened. How had my journal gone missing? And how had it reappeared with new entries? I kept thinking about the idea that someone else had been writing in it. But who? And why? The most disturbing thought was the realization that the entries seemed to predict events before they happened. There were references to conversations and interactions that hadn't occurred yet, as if the writer had somehow known the future. The thought was too terrifying to entertain, yet it lingered in my mind, growing darker the more I thought about it. I tried to confront the idea logically. Perhaps I had let someone borrow the journal without remembering, or maybe someone had found it and taken it without my knowledge. But even as I considered these possibilities, I knew they didn't make sense. No one had been in my apartment, and I had never shared the journal with anyone. The handwriting was undeniably mine, yet it didn't feel like my own words. It was as if the journal had taken on a life of its own, a life I didn't control. To make matters worse, I began to notice that some of the events described in the journal were starting to happen. People were saying things to me that I had read about in the journal days earlier. The conversations, the actions, the small details, they were all falling into place just as they had been written. It was as if I had become trapped in a narrative I didn't fully understand, and the pages of my journal were controlling the course of my life. Each time I opened the journal, I was forced to confront the unnerving truth. Someone or something had been writing in my place. As the days wore on, I became more and more paranoid. I couldn't stop thinking about the missing time, the weeks when I had no idea where my journal had gone or what had been happening while it was gone. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, watching for any signs that things were out of place. I started questioning my own memories, wondering if I had somehow written those entries in a moment of forgetfulness. But the more I read, the more it became clear that I had no control over what was being written. I was no longer the author of my own story. Eventually, I decided to lock the journal away, keeping it hidden in a drawer where I thought it might be safe. I told myself that I needed to stop reading it, that I had to let go of the strange feeling that had overtaken me. But the journal remained a constant presence in my mind. I couldn't stop wondering what would happen next, what new entries might appear, or what part of my life would be written down before I had the chance to experience it. It was as if I was no longer living my life. Instead, I was reading it one entry at a time, waiting for the next twist in a story I could no longer control. Weeks passed, and the journal stayed locked away. I tried to move on, to live my life without being consumed by the mystery of it all. But the fear lingered. I had learned things from the journal, things I shouldn't have known, things that felt like they were written by someone else who had taken control of my life. I had to wonder, would the journal ever stop writing? Would it eventually tell me everything? Or was I doomed to live in the shadow of its pages forever? Story 13. It was just another typical day at the gym, or so I thought. I had finished my workout earlier than usual, feeling good and ready to call it a day. My muscles were sore but satisfied from the session, and I was eager to change and head home. I grabbed my towel and walked over to my locker. The familiar sound of the gym buzzing around me, the clink of weights, the hum of treadmills, and the low murmur of people chatting. When I arrived at my locker, I entered the combination and swung the door open, expecting to retrieve my shoes and leave. But something was wrong. Instead of seeing my sneakers neatly inside, I noticed that the shoes were slightly out of place, as though someone had been rummaging through my things. They were still where I had left them, but there was something stuffed inside the right shoe, something I hadn't put there. I reached in, a small sense of unease beginning to creep up my spine. As I pulled it out, I saw that it was an ID card, someone else's ID card. I stared at it for a moment, the weight of confusion settling over me. It was an access card for the gym, not a personal ID, but it still didn't make sense. Why would it be inside my shoes? I turned the card over, trying to make sense of the situation. The name on it didn't seem familiar to me. It wasn't anyone I recognized from the gym, and the photo on the card didn't match anyone I had ever seen there. The card had a number of a different locker written on it as well. My first thought was that it was some kind of mistake. Perhaps someone had accidentally left it in my locker, or maybe it had been mixed up with mine during a cleaning or maintenance session. But the more I thought about it, the less likely that seemed. Why would an access card be inside my shoes? Who would have placed it there? I looked around the locker room, but everyone seemed busy with their own things. There was no one looking at me, no one who seemed to notice the strange situation unfolding in front of me. I checked the area around my locker for any signs of tampering or anything unusual, but there was nothing. I felt the weight of the card in my hand, the cool plastic smooth beneath my fingers, but it didn't provide any answers. Who could have put it there? And why? The only other possibility I could think of was that someone had intentionally put it there. But who would do that, and what was their purpose? I felt a small knot of unease tighten in my stomach as I slipped the card back into my pocket. The sense of discomfort grew as I started to question whether someone had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to mess with my things. I glanced around the room again, more cautiously this time, scanning the faces of the gym goers. There was a man near the far end of the locker room, bending down to tie his shoes, but he didn't seem to notice anything unusual. The woman at the sink wasn't paying attention either. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my space, violating my privacy in a way that felt deeply unsettling. But there were no obvious clues, no immediate answers. I decided to leave the locker room and go speak to the staff at the front desk. As I walked through the gym, the usual sounds felt muffled, almost distant. The chatter of the other members, the clatter of weights, it all seemed far away as I processed what had just happened. Who would put an ID card in my shoes? Why didn't anyone else seem to notice anything? I reached the front desk, where the receptionist smiled at me as I approached. I asked her if there had been any reports of someone losing an access card, or if anyone had come in asking about a misplaced item. She seemed to think for a moment before shaking her head. "No, we haven't had any reports like that today," she replied, her voice calm. "Is it yours?" I handed her the card, but she didn't seem to recognize the name on it either. "Sorry, we can check our system to see if anyone's reported a lost card, but I don't know if that'll help much. If you're concerned, we can review the security footage." That was the last thing I wanted to do, watch security footage of someone messing with my things. The idea that I might be on camera, unaware, while someone else snooped through my locker and left behind their ID card was unsettling. But what else could I do? The situation felt too strange to ignore. I left the desk, the card still in my hand, and tried to shake off the feeling of paranoia creeping in. As I stepped out of the gym, I looked over my shoulder, almost expecting to see someone watching me. But there was no one there. The world outside was ordinary, the streets as busy and noisy as ever. But the oddity of what had happened in the locker room stayed with me, gnawing at the back of my mind. What did it mean that someone had placed their ID card inside my shoes? It felt like a strange, silent message, something I couldn't quite decode. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept thinking about the card, about who could have left it there, and what they wanted from me. I couldn't make sense of it. It didn't seem like a prank, it felt too deliberate, too invasive. I tried to tell myself it was just a mistake, a misunderstanding. But the longer I thought about it, the less convinced I became. Who would take the time to slip an ID card into someone else's shoes, and why would they choose to do it with me? The next day, I decided to go back to the gym early, hoping that the situation might make more sense in the light of day. As I entered the locker room, I was hyper-aware of my surroundings, almost expecting to see something out of place again. My locker was exactly where I had left it, nothing unusual. No one else was in the locker room, but I still felt uneasy. I opened my locker again, half expecting to find the same ID card inside my shoes, but there was nothing there this time. No card, no sign that anything had ever been disturbed. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Maybe it had been a weird fluke, or maybe someone had realized their mistake. But the nagging feeling lingered, a quiet voice telling me that I wasn't fully done with this strange mystery yet. I couldn't help but wonder if someone was trying to send me a message, if there was something I was supposed to understand about the card, about the shoes, about the strange act of placing the ID in them. Was I being watched? Was it someone I knew, someone close to me, or was it a complete stranger? The questions remained unanswered, the card's true meaning still hidden beneath a layer of ambiguity. And as I returned to my workout routine, I couldn't help but glance around, wondering if the stranger who had left the card behind would be watching me again, waiting for the next move. Story 14. It was a quiet morning when I noticed the notification on my phone. My fitness tracker, a device I had received as a gift but never used, had synced itself with my account. This alone was strange, as I hadn't even bothered to charge it in months, let alone wear it. The notification informed me about steps I had supposedly taken at 2 in the morning, a time when I was certainly fast asleep. I stared at the screen, confused and slightly unsettled. How could a tracker I never used record activity? At first, I thought it might be a glitch. Technology wasn't infallible, and perhaps the tracker had malfunctioned. But the more I looked at the details, the more unnerving it became. The notification wasn't just a generic message about steps, it provided a detailed log. According to the tracker, I had walked over 1,000 steps in the early hours of the morning, pacing through what seemed to be several rooms of my house. The data was eerily specific, listing distances and even tracking what it referred to as consistent movement patterns. I immediately went to find the tracker, unsure of what I would discover. It was exactly where I had left it, in a drawer in my desk, completely untouched. When I picked it up, it didn't even turn on. The battery had long since died, as I expected. I held it in my hand, staring at the lifeless screen and wondering how it could have possibly recorded anything. My heart began to race as I considered the implications. If I hadn't warned the tracker, who or what had? I checked my phone again, diving deeper into the app's records. The data showed movement within the house, specifically around the living room, kitchen, and hallway. It even recorded a climb in elevation, suggesting someone had gone up the stairs to the second floor. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized this movement was consistent with the layout of my house. It was as though someone or something had been wandering through my home in the middle of the night. The thought made my stomach turn. I was certain I hadn't been the one to take those steps. My first instinct was to look around the house. I searched for any signs of an intruder: an open window, a door left ajar, footprints, anything that could explain the mysterious activity. But everything seemed perfectly normal. The doors were locked, the windows were secure, and there was no evidence of anyone else being inside. Still, the feeling of unease was impossible to shake. The tracker's data didn't lie. Someone or something had been moving around my home at 2 in the morning. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but the explanations I came up with didn't hold up under scrutiny. Could it have been a mistake in the app? Maybe the tracker had somehow recorded data from a nearby device. But even that didn't make sense, as the recorded steps perfectly matched the layout of my home. It was as if the tracker had been worn by someone who knew exactly where they were going, moving with purpose through the house while I slept. The thought made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside felt like a threat. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. What if someone had been in the house? What if they had found the tracker, worn it, and deliberately synced it to my account as some sort of twisted message? The idea seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Still, the sense of unease lingered. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to the customer support team for the tracker's app, explaining the situation and asking if they could verify the data. The representative I spoke with seemed confused at first, but promised to look into it. They said they would check the server logs to see if there was any unusual activity linked to my account. While I waited for a response, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The idea that someone might have been in my home, walking through my rooms while I slept, was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I received an email from the company. They confirmed that the data was accurate and that the steps had indeed been recorded at 2 in the morning. However, they couldn't explain how the tracker had synced itself or why it had recorded movement when it wasn't being worn. The representative suggested it might be a rare technical glitch and apologized for any inconvenience. Their response did little to ease my concerns. If anything, it only made things worse. A glitch couldn't account for the specificity of the data or the eerie timing of the activity. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up cameras around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. For several nights I kept a close watch, reviewing the footage each morning, but nothing happened. The house was quiet, the cameras showed no signs of movement, and the tracker remained untouched in its drawer. It was as though the event had been a one-time anomaly, a strange and inexplicable occurrence that left more questions than answers. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that notification. The memory of it haunts me, a reminder that there are things we can't always explain. The tracker remains in the drawer, untouched and unused. I can't bring myself to wear it, not after what happened. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of those steps, those movements through my house in the dead of night. Whether it was a glitch, a prank, or something far more sinister, I may never know the truth. All I know is that the experience has left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that I'm not quite as alone in my home as I once thought. Story 15. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I noticed something strange about my office keycard. I had always been familiar with the usual routine of swiping it to access the building and the floors I was assigned to. My desk was on the 4th floor, and every day I'd swipe my card at the entrance to the building, walk to the elevators, and pressed the button for the 4th floor. This morning, however, something felt off. As I approached the elevator, I instinctively swiped my keycard to ensure access. But the usual green light didn't appear. Instead, there was a soft, almost imperceptible click, and the elevator doors opened immediately. I stepped inside, wondering if perhaps I had misheard or misunderstood the process. The moment I stepped in, I realized the floor selection buttons looked different than usual. The 4th floor, where I worked, was still marked, but other floors were listed that I didn't recognize. Floors 6, 7, 12, and 15 were displayed on the panel, and I knew I had never been assigned to any of them. My keycard, as far as I knew, had never allowed me access to these floors before. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if this was a mistake, a malfunction in the building's security system, but the curiosity gnawed at me. I had to know what was going on. Without thinking much further, I swiped the card again, and the light flickered, showing a green glow beside the unassigned floor number 12. The elevator began to ascend, and I pressed the button for the floor, even though it was an area I had never been to in all the months I had worked at the company. The ride was smooth, and in just a few seconds, I arrived on the mysterious 12th floor. The doors opened with a soft chime, and I stepped out feeling both curious and apprehensive. The floor was eerily quiet as I walked down the corridor. The walls were painted a sterile white with sleek, modern office doors lining both sides. The air smelled faintly of freshly brewed coffee, and there were no sounds of conversation or typing, as if the floor had been abandoned for some time. I noticed several nameplates on the doors. None of them were familiar to me. None were related to anyone I had ever heard of in the company. It felt strange, almost unsettling, as if I had stumbled into a part of the building that was meant to remain hidden, a forgotten area that no one ever spoke of. I walked further, unsure of what I was even looking for, when I saw a small break room at the end of the hall. It was lit by fluorescent lights, and the tables were immaculate, almost untouched, as if no one had ever used them. I could see a coffee machine on the counter, but there were no cups, no signs of any employees even coming here. The silence felt oppressive, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be there. I turned back toward the elevator, debating whether I should leave or investigate further. Before I could make a decision, I heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching from behind. I quickly glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing. My heart raced, and I quickly swiped my card again, sending the elevator back down to the main floor. The doors closed with an audible whoosh, and I couldn't help but wonder what I had just experienced. Why had my keycard suddenly granted me access to a floor I had never known existed? And why had I never heard of anyone mentioning this part of the building? When I returned to my desk, I tried to brush off the incident as some kind of glitch, a mistake in the building system. But the more I thought about it, the more questions arose. How was it possible that my keycard had granted access to these unassigned floors? Was this an error that others had experienced, or was it something personal, something only I had stumbled upon? I glanced around at my coworkers, wondering if any of them had encountered the same strange occurrence. But no one seemed to have any answers, and the mystery only deepened. That evening, I decided to do some research. I checked the company's internal database, looking for any mention of the floors I had accessed earlier that day. To my surprise, I found nothing. No documents, no floor plans, no mention of any floors above the 10th. It was as if the floors I had visited didn't exist on any official record. This only added to my unease, and I started wondering if I was the only one who could access these strange, secretive parts of the building. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched as I sat at my desk. Every time I glanced up, I felt like someone was observing me, waiting for me to notice something I hadn't yet realized. I couldn't focus on my work as I had before. My thoughts kept drifting back to the 12th floor, to the unmarked rooms and silent hallways. What was going on in that part of the building? And why had no one ever told me about it? Every time I swiped my keycard, I half expected to see the green light flash for one of those other floors. But each time I was greeted only with the familiar glow of the 4th floor. I decided to go back. This time I couldn't ignore the feeling that there was something hidden there, something important that I needed to uncover. I waited until after hours when the building was emptier and fewer people were around to notice. With my heart pounding in my chest, I swiped my card at the elevator again. The doors opened, and I selected the 12th floor. This time I didn't hesitate. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but I had to find out. As I stepped out onto the quiet 12th floor once more, the air felt even heavier than before. The silence seemed more profound, and I felt a strange sense of being drawn to the hallway at the far end of the floor. This time, however, there was a small sign on the door I hadn't noticed before. It was simple, plain, and unassuming, but it sent a shiver down my spine. The sign simply read, "Authorized personnel only." I approached the door slowly, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. Something was telling me that I shouldn't open it, that whatever lay beyond this door was not meant for my eyes. But my curiosity pushed me forward. I turned the handle and opened the door. Inside was a room full of computer monitors, all of which were dark except for a few flickering lights. The space looked like a security room, but it was much more advanced, much more isolated. There were no other people around, and the equipment seemed outdated, yet strangely sophisticated in a way I couldn't explain. I walked closer to one of the desks, where a small stack of papers sat. As I picked one up, I realized it was a series of reports on building access. My name was at the top of one of them. The words blurred together in my mind as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. These reports seemed to track my every movement within the building when I swiped my card, where I went, and what floors I accessed. There was even a note in bold that read, "Elevator access granted for floors 6, 7, and 12. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Somehow someone knew I had been on these unassigned floors, and they were watching me. Before I could take another step, the lights in the room flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness. My heart raced as I heard the distant sound of footsteps approaching. I quickly dropped the papers, swiping my card to head back to the elevator. As the doors closed behind me, I felt a cold, creeping dread wash over me. Someone knew what I had seen, and I wasn't sure if I was meant to leave that room, or if I was now part of something far bigger than I could comprehend. I returned to my desk, my hands shaking as I tried to pretend nothing had happened. But deep down, I knew the truth. My office keycard was no longer just a tool for access. It was a key to a hidden world. A world I wasn't sure I wanted to be a part of. And no matter how hard I tried to forget about the strange rooms and reports, I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't alone in this building. Someone was always watching. Story 16. It was a quiet evening when I first received the notification. My phone buzzed, signaling a new alert, and I picked it up absent-mindedly, thinking it was just another update from a news app or a social media post. However, when I saw the message from my credit card company, my heart skipped a beat. The alert stated that a recent purchase had been flagged as suspicious. A quick glance at the screen confirmed that a transaction had been made on my account for an amount that I knew I hadn't spent. What was more unsettling, however, was that the merchant listed for the purchase was completely unfamiliar to me. It wasn't a store I recognized, nor was it a service I had ever used. The name was a jumble of letters and numbers that didn't even seem like a proper business name. I immediately opened the notification and tried to get more information. The transaction was listed with a date just a few hours prior, and the merchant's name was indeed nonsensical. It was almost as if the company had deliberately chosen something to obscure the true nature of the purchase. There was no website link, no address, and no identifiable business contact. In fact, the more I looked, the more confused I became. I hadn't made any purchases recently that were out of the ordinary. I was always careful with my spending, and any online transaction I made was through reputable sources. So, how could this have happened? I quickly contacted the credit card company's customer service line. The representative was polite, but he didn't have much information either. He confirmed that there was a transaction that matched the details I provided, but he couldn't offer any explanation for the mysterious merchant. I was advised to cancel my card to prevent further unauthorized purchases, which I did immediately. They promised to launch an investigation into the matter and assured me I wouldn't be liable for any fraudulent charges. But despite their reassurances, a sense of unease settled in. Something about the whole situation didn't feel right. How had my card details been compromised? And more importantly, who was behind this mysterious purchase? As the hours passed, I tried to retrace my steps to see if I could figure out how my credit card information had been accessed. I hadn't lost my wallet or phone, and I was certain I hadn't shared my card details with anyone. I had only used it for regular purchases in recent weeks, all of which were legitimate. I hadn't even shopped online in the past few days, so where had this purchase come from? I considered the possibility of a data breach at a company I had purchased from, but I hadn't heard any reports of such incidents involving my credit card company or retailers I frequented. The next morning, I went over my recent transactions again, looking for any other suspicious activity, but everything else seemed in order. I also checked my email and bank statements to ensure nothing else out of the ordinary had happened. But that single, unidentifiable purchase continued to bother me. The merchant's name, while strange, wasn't the only oddity. There was also the fact that the charge had been made so recently, yet I had no recollection of it at all. In fact, I couldn't think of a single reason why I would have made that purchase. I had been home working on my usual routine. There was no reason for me to be in any store or online shop. As I sat at my desk pondering the situation, I received a second notification from my credit card company. This time it was an alert about a pending charge from the same mysterious merchant. The amount wasn't large, but it was enough to make my stomach churn. I quickly called the credit card company again, explaining the new charge. The representative again assured me that they would take care of the issue, but this time I demanded more details. I needed to know who was behind these transactions. The representative said they would escalate the matter, but they still couldn't provide any further information about the merchant. They promised to continue their investigation and advised me to remain cautious, but it didn't make me feel any safer. I had no idea who or what I was dealing with. Over the following days, I found myself growing increasingly paranoid. I checked my credit card statements multiple times a day, and I avoided using my card altogether. Even though I had canceled it, the fear that someone might have access to my financial information was consuming. I considered the possibility of identity theft, but it seemed too strange to be a simple case of stolen data. Who would make purchases under my name from a merchant that didn't exist, or at least didn't have any identifiable information? The more I thought about it, the more I began to feel like I was being targeted in some way, but I couldn't figure out why or by whom. I did a quick search online to see if anyone else had experienced a similar issue. To my surprise, I found a number of reports from people who had received notifications about purchases from the same mysterious merchant. Some had been flagged for strange, untraceable transactions, while others had experienced similar confusion about the details of the charges. It seemed as though a pattern was emerging, though no one had any clear answers. It was as if we were all being targeted, but no one knew who was behind it or what the purpose was. The name of the merchant didn't show up on any search engine results, nor did it appear on any reputable consumer protection websites. I reached out to some of the other people who had posted about their experiences online. It was mostly through a few consumer forums and discussion boards where people shared their concerns about similar fraudulent charges. Some people believed the merchant was part of a scam operation, while others speculated it could be an elaborate form of identity theft. A few mentioned that they had contacted their local authorities, but no one seemed to have concrete answers. It was all just speculation and frustration. A week later, I received a third notification from my credit card company. This time, the charge was smaller, but the same unidentified merchant was involved. The investigation, according to the representative, was still ongoing, but they couldn't provide any updates. I was starting to feel like I was caught in some kind of strange, unending loop where my financial security was being breached, but no one could explain why or how. The more I looked into it, the more I realized how little I actually knew about the situation. The merchant didn't exist, at least not in any form that I could understand. As time passed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, something bigger was at play. My credit card company had assured me they were doing everything they could, but their inability to identify the merchant or offer any real answers left me feeling helpless. I couldn't stop wondering if this was the beginning of something worse. Would more fraudulent transactions show up in the coming days? Would I ever figure out who was behind all of this? It was a question that nagged at me, one that I couldn't ignore. As I sat in my apartment late one night, I stared at the notification again, reading the words over and over. Who was this merchant? And why were they targeting me? Story 17. I froze at his words. Tunnels. I had no idea what he was talking about. My apartment building was old, sure, but I had never heard of any tunnels beneath it. The maintenance worker stood there, holding the clipboard out to me, waiting for me to take it. His expression was calm, but there was a glimmer in his eyes, something unsettling, as though he knew more than he was letting on. I glanced at the clipboard, but it looked like a standard maintenance form, with lines for signatures and dates. I took a step back, my mind racing. Tunnels? What tunnels? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. He didn't seem surprised by my confusion. Instead, he responded in a matter-of-fact tone. The underground access. It's for maintenance purposes. You know, plumbing, wiring, things like that. But his words did nothing to reassure me. I had lived here for years and had never once heard about anything like tunnels being part of the building's infrastructure. I stared at him, still unsure of what to do. Part of me wanted to refuse and shut the door in his face, but something about his calm demeanor made me hesitate. Maybe it was just some new procedure I wasn't aware of. Still, the more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. Why hadn't I ever been told about these tunnels? And why was he asking me to sign something to access them? My gut told me there was something he wasn't telling me, something important I needed to know. The worker, noticing my hesitation, simply nodded toward the clipboard. "I can't start the work until you sign," he said, his tone polite but insistent. But there was no urgency in his voice, no hint that it was a matter of importance. It felt wrong, too easy, too casual, like he was expecting me to comply without question. And that's when I realized I couldn't remember ever having been informed that work was being done in the building at all. I took a step away from the door, shaking my head. "I don't think I'm going to sign anything until I get more information," I said, trying to sound confident, though doubt and fear were creeping in. The worker didn't react with anger or frustration. Instead, he simply smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "It's just a formality," he said softly, his tone almost soothing. "You don't need to worry. It's all in the paperwork." But I didn't trust him. "I'll need to speak with the building management first," I insisted, more firmly this time. The worker's smile faltered, but he didn't argue. Instead, he gave a short nod and turned to leave, but not before pausing for a moment to glance over his shoulder. "The tunnels aren't for everyone," he said cryptically before walking down the hall. I stood there, heart pounding, watching him disappear around the corner. I didn't know what to think. Who was that man, and why had he been so eager to get me to sign something? Tunnels. I couldn't shake the image of a dark, underground passageway running beneath the building, hidden away from everyone except those with the right access. A sense of unease settled over me, and I quickly closed the door and locked it, double-checking the deadbolt. I decided to call the building management office immediately, hoping to get some clarity. But when I called, the receptionist seemed just as confused as I was. She had no knowledge of any maintenance involving tunnels or underground access. No one had mentioned any work being done in the building, especially not anything that required special access or permission. Her voice grew more uncertain as she promised to check with the property manager and get back to me, but my unease only deepened. If there was no scheduled maintenance, then who had the worker been? And why had he come to my apartment with such an unusual request? I waited anxiously for her call back, my mind filled with questions. Why would someone be working in tunnels beneath the building? And why hadn't I been informed? The whole thing felt like a bad dream, like I was being drawn into something I didn't fully understand. I couldn't shake the image of the worker's knowing smile, his cryptic words lingering in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how strange and out of place everything had been. Hours later, the receptionist finally returned my call. She confirmed that the property manager had no idea about any maintenance involving tunnels. In fact, she mentioned that there had been no scheduled work orders at all for the building that week. My heart sank. That meant the worker had lied, or worse, had been sent with some ulterior motive. I could feel my pulse quickening as I replayed the entire interaction in my mind. I called a few neighbors, hoping to gather more information, but none of them had seen the worker or had any idea what I was talking about. I even went to the building's maintenance office to ask if they knew about any work being done in the building, but no one there had heard anything about tunnels or special access requests either. Everyone seemed just as confused as I was, and the longer I spent trying to figure out what had happened, the more I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The incident left me with more questions than answers. Who had sent the maintenance worker to my door? And why did he mention tunnels? What was his true purpose? And what would have happened if I had signed that clipboard? My curiosity gnawed at me, but I couldn't shake the fear that there was something much more sinister at play. That night, I found myself unable to sleep, the thought of hidden underground spaces haunting my thoughts. I couldn't help but wonder what might be lurking beneath the surface, just out of sight. What kind of secrets did this building hold? The worker had acted like it was a normal request, but everything about it felt off, like I had narrowly avoided stumbling into something I was never supposed to know about. And as the days passed, the unsettling feeling didn't go away. Every creak of the floorboards and every flicker of the lights made me wonder if someone or something was still watching. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been on the verge of uncovering something dangerous, something buried beneath the surface of the building that no one was meant to see. The memory of that clipboard haunted me, and I couldn't help but feel that the tunnels the worker had mentioned were real and that, for reasons I still didn't understand, I had been kept in the dark about them all along. Story 18. When the email landed in my inbox, I barely gave it a second glance. It was from a travel agency I had never heard of, with the subject line reading, "Your upcoming business trip." At first I thought it might have been a mistake or a mix-up with someone else's information. It was only when I opened the email that my confusion deepened. The itinerary inside was detailed, with flight details, hotel reservations, and meetings scheduled in cities I had never planned to visit. I sat there staring at the screen for a moment, trying to make sense of it. I had no memory of booking a business trip, nor had anyone mentioned anything to me about upcoming travel. The dates listed were in the next few weeks, which meant the trip was fast approaching. I quickly scanned through the details again, hoping to find some clue that might explain why I had received this email. The itinerary was thorough, far more thorough than something I would have forgotten making. It even included a schedule of meetings with clients I didn't recognize. Everything about it felt off. I picked up the phone and called my boss. She answered on the second ring, her voice warm but distracted as usual. I explained the situation, asking if there had been any mistake, or if perhaps the company had booked this trip for me without telling me. She sounded puzzled, asking me to forward the email to her so she could check with the team. "I don't know anything about this," she said, after reading through the itinerary. "This isn't something we've organized for you." Her response left me even more unsettled. If my boss didn't know anything about it, who had made these arrangements? I tried calling the travel agency listed in the email, but the number led to a voicemail box. I left a message, requesting clarification and hoping they could provide more information. The thought that someone had gone through the trouble of arranging this trip for me was both perplexing and disconcerting. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than a simple mistake. If someone had booked this without my knowledge, why hadn't they contacted me directly to confirm the details? The next day, I received a follow-up email from the travel agency. The tone was polite but strangely formal, as if they had expected me to receive this itinerary with no questions. The email reiterated the same trip details, even confirming my flight number and seat reservation. It also included a note that the trip was fully funded and I had no need to worry about expenses. I was told to simply review the attached documents and prepare for my departure. The email made no mention of confirming my attendance or approval. It felt like a directive, not a request. I spent the next few hours attempting to piece together any possible explanations. I searched through my calendar, hoping I might have overlooked an event or a conversation that would make sense of the trip. But there was nothing. No meetings scheduled, no events I had been invited to. I searched my inbox for any previous communications from the travel agency, but nothing seemed to fit. The more I searched, the more it seemed like this trip had been arranged without my consent, without my knowledge, and without my involvement in any way. I tried to ignore the rising sense of unease in my stomach as I double-checked everything: my calendar, my email, even my flight status. Nothing added up. I had never traveled for business outside of a few routine trips, but this one felt different. Why was it so detailed? Why were the flights already booked? Who would have the authority to make these decisions on my behalf? Days passed, and the trip loomed closer. I still hadn't heard from anyone who could explain it. The travel agency remained silent, not returning my calls or emails. I called the airline to confirm the flight, and sure enough, my name was on the list for the upcoming flight. I tried to change the booking, but I was told I would need the confirmation code or authorization from the travel agency. I was stuck in a bizarre situation, where it seemed like someone else had already made all the decisions for me, and I was left to figure out how and why. On the morning of the trip, I stood at the airport, feeling like I was walking into someone else's life. Everything about the trip, right down to the hotel and the itinerary, felt foreign, like it had been planned by someone else, for someone else. I had no idea what to expect when I arrived at my destination. The meetings on the itinerary were with clients whose names meant nothing to me. There was no context, no explanation, and no way to prepare for something that felt so out of place. As the day went on, the unsettling feeling only deepened. The city I was visiting was unfamiliar, and the meetings, though pleasant, were with people who didn't seem to recognize me. I played along, doing my best to look confident and professional, but the whole experience felt like I was going through the motions of a life that wasn't mine. Every detail had been arranged, but I had no idea who had done it or why. There was no explanation for how I had ended up in this strange, disjointed situation, and the more I tried to understand, the more questions I had. By the end of the trip, I still had no answers. I never heard from the travel agency again, and no one at my company could provide an explanation. It was as if the trip had been erased from everyone's memory, except for me. I returned home feeling as though I had just participated in some elaborate ruse with no purpose or end in sight. The itinerary had led me through a series of appointments, interactions, and events, but none of it had felt real. It was as if I had been an actor playing a part in someone else's story. To this day, I have no idea who arranged that trip or why. I can't find any trace of communication that would explain it, and no one at the company or in my personal life seems to know anything about it. All I have are the memories of a business trip I never booked, to places I never intended to visit, with people I never planned to meet, and the unanswered question that lingers in my mind: who was behind it all? Story 19. It was an ordinary afternoon when my phone buzzed, breaking the silence of the room. I glanced at the screen to see an unknown number flashing. Normally, I would have ignored it, assuming it was just another telemarketer or wrong number. But something about this call felt different. There was a strange urgency to the ring, a sense that I might be missing something important. Curiosity got the best of me, and I pressed the green button to answer. "Hello?" I said, unsure of what to expect. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a strange, almost robotic voice. "This line isn't secure," the voice said, cold and matter-of-fact. I froze, the words echoing in my mind. What did that mean? Who was calling? And why were they telling me the line wasn't secure? Before I could respond, the call abruptly ended. The line went dead, leaving me standing there, staring at my phone in confusion. I felt a rush of unease sweep over me. Who had just called? And what did they mean by the line isn't secure? I had never received a call like this before. I quickly checked the number that had appeared on my screen, but it was unfamiliar, just a string of digits with no obvious connection to anyone I knew. I hesitated for a moment, debating whether or not to call the number back, but something told me that wouldn't be a good idea. Instead, I sat down, trying to make sense of what had just happened. As I pondered the call, my mind raced with questions. Was it some kind of prank? The voice had sounded distant, almost mechanical, which made me wonder if it was a recording rather than a real person. But then again, the warning about the line being insecure sounded far too serious to be a joke. Had I been hacked? Was someone trying to access my personal information? The more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. I decided to look up the number online, hoping to find any trace of who might have called. There were no clear results, just a few forum posts from people who had received similar mysterious calls. Some claimed it was a glitch, while others speculated it was a scam or a government warning. None of the theories made any sense to me, and none of them offered any real answers. It only deepened my feeling of confusion and paranoia. What was the purpose of that strange message? And why me? The next few days were filled with an undercurrent of unease. I kept checking my phone, almost obsessively, expecting another call from the same unknown number. But nothing came. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that I was somehow being pulled into something larger than I understood. Every time my phone rang, my heart would race as I quickly glanced at the number, hoping it wouldn't be the same one. But each time it was a different caller, a different unknown number. The fear of another cryptic message began to consume me. I tried to distract myself from the mounting anxiety by going about my usual routine, but it was difficult to focus. I kept thinking back to the words, "This line isn't secure." What did that mean? Was it a warning about a threat? Was someone monitoring my calls? Was I in danger? I couldn't help but feel that there was something more to it, something I wasn't seeing, something beyond the simple message. My mind kept circling back to the same question, why me? It wasn't long before I started noticing strange things happening around me. It was subtle at first, tiny glitches in the technology I used every day. My computer would freeze at odd times, my internet connection would cut out for no apparent reason, and sometimes I'd hear strange sounds coming from my phone even when no one was on the other end. I told myself it was just coincidence, that I was imagining things, but the more it happened, the more I became convinced something was wrong. Something connected to that call, to the warning about the unsecured line. One evening I decided to visit a friend for some much-needed distraction. As I sat with them, trying to forget about the strange happenings, I found myself scanning the room for any sign of surveillance. I was no longer sure what I was looking for: hidden cameras, microphones, anything. I realized then how paranoid I had become. The call had triggered something in me, something that I couldn't shake. I had never been someone to worry about being watched or listened to, but now I couldn't help but feel like I was under some sort of scrutiny. After that night, I began to keep a record of every strange occurrence, hoping to make sense of it all. The next day, I received another call from an unknown number, but this time I didn't answer. Instead, I let it go to voicemail, hoping to gather more information. When I listened to the voicemail, there was nothing but silence. A long, drawn-out pause before the call ended abruptly. No message, no warning, just silence. That night, I researched encryption and online security, trying to understand what had happened. Could it be that someone was trying to hack into my life, tapping into my phone line? Or was the call part of something larger, a warning of some kind? I read about various methods of digital surveillance, from government monitoring to criminal activity, and the more I learned, the more the situation seemed to spiral out of control. It felt as though I was no longer in control of my own life, as though I had been thrust into a shadowy world that I didn't understand. Days turned into weeks, and the calls stopped coming. I couldn't say I was relieved, though. The silence was almost worse than the calls themselves. It was as if the threat had simply gone underground, waiting for the right moment to resurface. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that the warning from the mysterious caller had been just the beginning. I decided to change my number, hoping that it would give me some peace of mind. But even with a new phone number, The feeling of being watched never truly went away. The strange occurrences continued, small things at first, objects out of place, strange emails, and odd sounds on the phone line. It was as though the world around me had subtly shifted, as though I were no longer alone in my own life. The call from the unknown number, with its chilling message, had opened a door to something I couldn't understand. It had left me with more questions than answers, with no clear explanation for what was happening. And though the calls had stopped, I couldn't help but feel that I was no longer the same person I was before that moment. The line may not have been secure, but the fear and uncertainty that followed were more real than anything I had ever known. Story 20. It was a quiet evening as I walked through the city streets, enjoying the calm after a long day. The sky had just begun to darken, and the streetlights flickered on one by one. I wasn't in a rush, just taking my time and soaking in the peaceful atmosphere. As I passed a row of storefronts, I noticed the reflection of myself in the window of a small cafe. For a split second, I glanced over at my own image, but something about it caught my attention. The reflection lingered, just a fraction longer than I did, as if it was holding on to the moment after I had already moved on. I stopped for a moment, blinking in confusion. My reflection should have moved in sync with me, but it didn't. It hung there, just a few extra seconds after I had already continued walking. I turned back, thinking I had imagined it, but there was no mistaking what I had seen. The reflection of me was still there, staring back at me with the same expression I had when I first glanced at the window. I stood frozen for a moment, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Had I somehow missed something? Was it possible that there was someone else standing behind me, or was it just a trick of the light? I took a deep breath and continued walking, trying to shake off the eerie feeling that had crept up on me. It could have been a glitch in the glass, or some odd reflection from the lights. Maybe my eyes were just tired, and I had seen things differently for a brief moment. But as I walked, I couldn't help but replay the event in my mind. I thought about how my reflection had been perfectly still for those extra seconds, as though it wasn't attached to me at all. It felt unnatural, as if something had been slightly off, like a shadow that lingered too long in the wrong place. I pushed the thought aside, trying to convince myself that it was nothing more than an odd optical illusion. There was no reason to jump to conclusions or let my imagination run wild. But the more I tried to dismiss it, the more unsettling it became. I began to wonder if something was wrong with the window itself, some kind of defect or imperfection in the glass that caused the reflection to behave in an odd way. I turned around again to examine the window, but there was no sign of anything out of the ordinary. The reflection was gone, and it appeared like any other window, reflecting the dimming sky and the distant lights. As I walked on, I couldn't shake the sensation that I wasn't entirely alone in my thoughts. Something had felt strange about the way my reflection had behaved. It was as if it had a life of its own, separate from me, lingering on longer than it should have. I thought about the possibility that I was simply overthinking it, that perhaps the angle of the window or the fading light had caused the effect. Yet, I couldn't completely dismiss the feeling that I had experienced something more than just a fleeting moment of confusion. I tried to distract myself by focusing on other things, hoping the unease would fade. The hum of the city around me, the people walking by, the distant sounds of traffic, all of these things should have brought me back to the present. But instead, I felt a growing sense of discomfort. It wasn't just the reflection itself that bothered me. It was the sense that something had been watching me, that my own reflection had not been as passive as I had once thought. Had I somehow made a mistake in my perception of reality, or was there something more going on? I couldn't tell. The next day I passed by the same cafe again, wondering if the window might give me an answer. I hesitated for a moment before looking into the reflection again. This time I made sure to watch carefully, waiting for any sign that might explain what had happened. As I walked past, my reflection moved with me, just as it should. There was no strange pause, no lingering moment where it stayed behind. Everything appeared normal, and for a brief moment, I felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it had all been in my head, a simple moment of confusion or a trick of the light that I had exaggerated in my mind. Yet, as I walked further down the street, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. The memory of that lingering reflection stayed with me, unshakable and persistent. I tried to push it away, telling myself that it was just a fluke, that nothing unusual had happened. But deep down, I knew that something had been different. I had seen my reflection act in a way that defied logic, something that didn't sit right with me. And as I went about my day, the question lingered in my mind: what had really happened in that moment by the window? Story 21. It had been a quiet afternoon when I decided to visit the library, something I hadn't done in a while. I was looking for something to occupy my time, something to read that would allow me to escape the mundanity of my routine. As I wandered through the aisles, the familiar scent of paper and old books filled the air, comforting me in ways I hadn't anticipated. I didn't have a specific book in mind, but my eyes scanned the shelves until one title caught my attention. The cover was simple, with no flashy graphics or bold text, but something about it intrigued me. I picked it up and, without a second thought, walked over to the checkout counter to borrow it. The book was a novel, a mix of mystery and drama, the kind I could easily get lost in. I didn't know much about it, but the title promised an adventure, so I thought I would give it a try. Once I got home, I sank into my favorite chair, eager to begin reading. The words on the pages were smooth, flowing effortlessly, and soon enough, I was deeply immersed in the world the author had created. It was one of those books that seemed to pull you in, where the hours flew by without you noticing. But then, something strange happened as I turned to a page near the middle. I was halfway through the novel when I noticed a yellow highlight on a passage in the book. At first, I thought it might have been some sort of mistake, that perhaps a previous reader had marked something important. But when I read the passage, my stomach dropped. The words seemed to describe my life at that very moment, as if the author had somehow known exactly what I was going through. The highlighted passage read, "In the quiet of the evening, when the weight of the world feels unbearable, the protagonist wonders if they are truly living their own life, or if someone else is pulling the strings, guiding their every move." I froze. I hadn't told anyone about the inner turmoil I had been experiencing lately. There were moments when I felt as though I was going through the motions, living a life that wasn't really my own, and the weight of that uncertainty had been growing heavier with each passing day. And yet, here it was, written on the page in front of me, exactly what I had been feeling. The coincidence was too much for me to dismiss as simply chance. How could a book, written by someone I had never met, so perfectly mirror my thoughts, my struggles, my fears? I turned the page, still trying to process the unnerving realization that the author seemed to understand something about me, something I hadn't even fully articulated to myself. I tried to tell myself it was just a fluke, that it was merely a vague coincidence. But as I kept reading, it became increasingly apparent that this wasn't just a random passage. The story that followed continued to echo my own life in ways that were hard to ignore. The protagonist, like me, had felt trapped in a cycle they couldn't break, questioning whether they were truly making their own decisions or if someone or something was influencing them. The more I read, the more my unease grew. I began to wonder if it was possible that the author had somehow tapped into something universal, something everyone could relate to. Or perhaps, I thought, there was more to it than just the words on the page. Maybe there was some deeper connection between the book and my life that I couldn't quite understand. Could it be that the book was written for me, or was I just reading too much into it? I tried to shake off the thought, but the feeling lingered like a shadow, following me through the rest of the chapters. The story continued to mirror my own situation in unsettling ways. The protagonist found themselves in a similar emotional state, torn between the desire for change and the fear of what that change might bring. They were questioning their choices, unable to shake the feeling that they were being manipulated by unseen forces. It felt like I was reading a reflection of my own life, one that I couldn't escape. The more I read, the more I became convinced that this was no ordinary book. It was as if the author had somehow known what I was going through and had written it into the story to help me make sense of it all. At one point, the protagonist in the book made a decision that changed the course of their life. They chose to step away from the predictable, safe path they had been following to take control of their own fate. As I read this, I felt a surge of hope, as if the book was telling me that I too could change, that I wasn't stuck in a life I didn't want. The idea of taking control, of breaking free from the feeling of being trapped, was a powerful one. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how difficult that choice would be for me in my own life. The book seemed to offer a solution, a way out, but the reality was far more complex. Could I really make a change? Was I capable of breaking free from the uncertainty that had defined my life for so long? I couldn't stop thinking about the book. The highlighted passage kept replaying in my mind, echoing the feelings I had been grappling with for weeks. It was as though the author had somehow reached into my soul and understood exactly what I was going through. How was this possible? Could it be that I had stumbled upon the perfect book at the perfect time? Or was there something more at play here? I didn't know. But the eerie sensation that I was somehow being guided by this story, that it was offering me answers I didn't even know I was looking for, became impossible to ignore. As the evening wore on, I put the book down and sat in silence, reflecting on the strange connection between the words on the page and my own life. It was as though the book had been written just for me, as if the author had somehow tapped into the very essence of my being. The highlighted passage was no longer just a coincidence, it had become a message, a sign that I needed to pay attention to. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. The next day, I returned to the library, unsure of what I was looking for. Part of me wanted to find another book that might offer more answers, more insight into what I had just experienced. But another part of me felt a strange reluctance, as though the book one had borrowed had already given me all I needed to know. I walked down the aisles, unsure of what to do next. But deep down, I knew one thing for certain. I couldn't look at the world the same way again. The book had shown me something I hadn't been able to see on my own, and now I was left with the task of figuring out what to do with the knowledge it had given me. Story 22. The day started like any other. I woke up early to the sound of my alarm ringing, signaling the start of a busy workday. I quickly showered, grabbed a cup of coffee, and began to prepare for the tasks ahead. As usual, I didn't think much of my phone, keeping it nearby in case I received any important notifications or messages. As I scrolled through emails and social media updates, I noticed a new text message pop up on my screen. It was from an unsaved number. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed it might be a promotional message, or perhaps a reminder from a service I had signed up for recently. However, when I opened the message, my stomach dropped. The text simply read, "Why did you leave me?" There was no context, no explanation, and most unsettling of all, it was from an unknown number, someone I didn't recognize. The message felt oddly personal, as if it were intended specifically for me, and it made me feel uneasy. It was almost like a question I hadn't heard in years, one that was tied to a time in my life that I had long tried to forget. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Who could this be? It couldn't be a coincidence that someone was sending me this kind of message. The words felt too pointed, too familiar. I had to admit that they brought back memories of a relationship I had ended a long time ago, a relationship that had left both of us hurt and confused. I hadn't heard from that person in years, and the idea that they might still be holding on to feelings from the past sent a shiver down my spine. For a moment, I considered texting back, asking who they were and what they meant by the message. But something stopped me. It didn't feel right to engage with someone who was reaching out in such an ambiguous way. My curiosity was at war with my instincts, which told me that responding might only lead to more questions and confusion. I wondered how they had gotten my number in the first place. I had been careful about who I shared my contact information with, and there was no reason why an old acquaintance would be reaching out now, especially in such an emotional way. I decided to ignore the text for the time being. But as the day went on, I found myself thinking about it more and more. What if it really was someone from my past, someone I had hurt? Was this their way of reaching out, trying to reopen old wounds? The message seemed to imply something deeper, as though the person was waiting for an explanation. It felt like they had been stewing over my departure for all these years, carrying that hurt with them. But why now? Why after all this time? I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread creeping over me. The text had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. It was unsettling, not just because of the words, but because of the unknown sender. Who would reach out after so long with such an emotionally charged question? There were so many unanswered questions, and I knew that no matter how much I tried to avoid it, I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about the message. As the hours passed, I found myself more distracted than usual. My mind kept wandering back to that simple, yet haunting, question, "Why did you leave me?" It felt as though the words were following me, repeating themselves in my thoughts. The message seemed to taunt me, reminding me of the reasons I had left behind, reasons that I had long buried in my past. But this text, this mysterious message, had resurfaced those emotions in a way I couldn't escape. That evening, after a long and tiring day, I finally decided to open my phone again. I told myself I would just glance at the text and maybe delete it, to put an end to the unsettling feeling that had been haunting me all day. But when I checked, there was nothing more. No follow-up message, no explanation, just that one cryptic question. It was as though the sender had decided to leave me in suspense, offering nothing more than the question itself. It felt like an unfinished story, one that I would never be able to resolve. I couldn't help but wonder if the message was a mistake, if perhaps the sender had intended to send it to someone else. But the more I thought about it, the less that explanation made sense. The words felt too personal, too specific to my own life. I had no reason to believe anyone else would be receiving a message like this, not unless they had been through something similar in the past. The whole situation felt bizarre, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was somehow meant for me. The more I reflected on it, the more it seemed like a message from my past trying to resurface, a ghost from a time long gone. It made me wonder if the person who had sent it had been unable to move on, still clinging to the unresolved feelings from years ago. And if that was the case, why had they chosen to reach out now, after all this time? I didn't have any answers, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me. I debated whether I should try to trace the number, find out who it was, and try to get some closure. But deep down, I knew that doing so would only open a door I wasn't ready to walk through. Some parts of my past were better left undisturbed, and I feared that responding to the message would only drag me back into a situation I had already moved on from. I didn't want to revisit old hurts, especially if they were things I couldn't change. In the end, I chose to ignore the text entirely, but the question lingered in my mind. Why did I leave them? It wasn't a question I had ever expected to be asked again, and yet it was one I couldn't easily answer. I had my reasons for ending the chapter of my life, reasons that were deeply personal and complicated. But seeing that message made me question whether I had really dealt with everything, or if I had simply pushed it aside in order to move on. Days turned into weeks, and I heard nothing more from the unsaved number. The message seemed to fade from my thoughts, but I could never fully forget about it. It was as if that one cryptic text had reopened a part of me that I wasn't ready to confront. I never did respond, and part of me wondered if I ever would. But the question, "Why did you leave me?" remained a silent echo in my mind, a reminder that some unanswered questions never fully go away. Story 23. I had just entered the restroom, expecting a brief moment of privacy before returning to my work. The day had been hectic, full of meetings and small tasks that seemed to pile up one after the other. I quickly made my way to the nearest stall, eager to take care of business and get back to the grind. When I finished and washed my hands, I turned to use the hand dryer like I always did. But as soon as I pressed the button, something strange happened. The hand dryer started up immediately, but instead of the usual brief blast of air, it continued running with an intensity that caught me off guard. I thought at first that it was just a malfunction, that it would turn off in a few seconds like it normally did. But it didn't. I stood there slightly confused, watching as the dryer hummed loudly, blowing air in a steady stream. I tried pressing the button again, hoping that maybe it just needed to be reset, but nothing happened. The dryer was stuck, running as if it had a mind of its own. I glanced around the restroom, wondering if anyone else had noticed. There were no other people in sight, and the hum of the dryer was beginning to feel almost oppressive, as if it was deliberately trying to make itself known. My first instinct was to leave, but I hesitated. It seemed odd. Why wouldn't it turn off? Surely it was just a malfunction, right? I decided to wait a moment longer, giving the machine a chance to stop. But still, it kept blowing air at full force, louder now, almost to the point where it was uncomfortable. I walked over to the wall, looking for any way to stop the dryer. There were no visible switches or buttons that I could press to turn it off, and the noise was starting to make my head throb. It felt like the hand dryer was actively ignoring my attempts to make it stop. I stepped back and tried to reason with myself, thinking that maybe it was just a glitch. But something about the whole situation felt wrong. It wasn't like any malfunction I had ever experienced before. There was a strange persistence to it, like it was designed to keep going until I was forced to leave. The dryer's noise seemed to fill the room completely, drowning out all other sounds. I checked the time on my phone. Only a few minutes had passed since I'd first turned on the dryer, but it felt much longer. I started to feel a sense of urgency, as though the dryer was pushing me to leave. It was an odd feeling, but it was growing stronger the longer I stood there. I took a deep breath and tried to steady myself, telling myself it was just a faulty machine. But there was a nagging thought in the back of my mind that this was no ordinary malfunction. It was as though something was intentionally keeping me there. I looked back at the dryer, and for a split second, it felt like the machine was staring back at me. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's exactly how it felt. The light above the dryer flickered once, casting strange shadows across the room, and then the air pressure seemed to increase. It was harder to stand near it, as if the dryer was creating some sort of invisible barrier, forcing me away from it. My heart started to race, and a chill ran down my spine. I had to get out of there. Without thinking further, I grabbed a paper towel, wiped my hands, and hurried to the door. As soon as I stepped out of the restroom, the dryer stopped. The noise cut off immediately, leaving behind an eerie silence. I glanced back at the restroom, half expecting the dryer to turn on again, but nothing happened. It was as if the moment I left, the machine had no further use for me. I stood there for a moment, taking a few deep breaths to calm myself, trying to shake off the lingering feeling that I had just experienced something out of the ordinary. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Why wouldn't the dryer turn off until I left? And why had it felt so intentional? It didn't make sense. I kept replaying the events in my mind, trying to rationalize it. It could have been a technical issue, I told myself, a malfunction that triggered the machine to keep running. But the longer I thought about it, the more convinced I became that there was something strange about the whole situation. The way the machine had persisted, the way it had made me feel like I had to leave, none of it felt random. I told a few of my coworkers about it later in the day, hoping for some explanation. But they all just laughed, assuming I had just encountered a broken machine. One of them even suggested that I was probably just tired and overthinking things. Maybe they were right. Maybe I had read too much into it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to it. The way the machine had ignored my attempts to turn it off, the way it had made me feel so unnerved it felt deliberate, like I was being forced to leave for some reason. As the day wore on, I tried to push the experience out of my mind, but it lingered, always in the back of my thoughts. Every time I walked past the restroom, I couldn't help but glance over at the door, half expecting the dryer to start up again. I even found myself hesitating before entering the restroom, wondering if something would happen if I did. Rationally, I knew it was just a machine malfunction, but part of me couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was at play. The next time I went to the gym, I couldn't help but check the restroom again. I stood in front of the hand dryer for a moment, almost waiting for it to turn on by itself, but it remained still. It was just a regular dryer, and nothing unusual happened that time. But I couldn't stop myself from feeling a little uneasy every time I walked past it. I didn't know what had happened the first time I used it, but something about the experience had shifted my perception. The gym had always felt like a place where I could focus on my workout and clear my mind. Now, every time I walked in, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, or worse, that I was being made to stay somewhere I didn't want to be. I couldn't help but wonder if there was more to the incident than I realized. Maybe the hand dryer had malfunctioned in a completely ordinary way. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something that had a deeper meaning. All I knew was that I would never look at that dryer the same way again. It had become a symbol of something strange, something that I couldn't fully understand. And every time I walked past it, I couldn't help but wonder if it would start up again, just for me. Story 24. It was a quiet morning when I noticed the notification on my phone. My fitness tracker, a device I had received as a gift but never used, had synced itself with my account. This alone was strange, as I hadn't even bothered to charge it in months, let alone wear it. The notification informed me about steps I had supposedly taken at 2 a.m, a time when I was certainly fast asleep. I stared at the screen, confused and slightly unsettled. How could a tracker I never used record activity? At first, I thought it might be a glitch. Technology wasn't infallible, and perhaps the tracker had malfunctioned. But the more I looked at the details, the more unnerving it became. The notification wasn't just a generic message about steps. It provided a detailed log. According to the tracker, I had walked over 1,000 steps in the early hours of the morning, pacing through what seemed to be several rooms of my house. The data was eerily specific, listing distances and even tracking what it referred to as consistent movement patterns. I immediately went to find the tracker, unsure of what I would discover. It was exactly where I had left it, in a drawer in my desk, completely untouched. When I picked it up, it didn't even turn on. The battery had long since died, as I expected. I held it in my hand, staring at the lifeless screen and wondering how it could have possibly recorded anything. My heart began to race as I considered the implications. If I hadn't warned the tracker, who or what had? I checked my phone again, diving deeper into the app's records. The data showed movement within the house, specifically around the living room, kitchen, and hallway. It even recorded a climb in elevation, suggesting someone had gone up the stairs to the second floor. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized this movement was consistent with the layout of my house. It was as though someone or something had been wandering through my home in the middle of the night. The thought made my stomach turn. I was certain I hadn't been the one to take those steps. My first instinct was to look around the house. I searched for any signs of an intruder, an open window, a door left ajar, footprints, anything that could explain the mysterious activity. But everything seemed perfectly normal. The doors were locked, the windows were secure, and there was no evidence of anyone else being inside. Still, the feeling of unease was impossible to shake. The tracker's data didn't lie. Someone or something had been moving around my home at 2 in the morning. I tried to rationalize what had happened, but the explanations I came up with didn't hold up under scrutiny. Could it have been a mistake in the app? Maybe the tracker had somehow recorded data from a nearby device, but even that didn't make sense, as the recorded steps perfectly matched the layout of my home. It was as if the tracker had been worn by someone who knew exactly where they were going, moving with purpose through the house while I slept. The thought made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't before. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind outside felt like a threat. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with possibilities. What if someone had been in the house? What if they had found the tracker, worn it, and deliberately synced it to my account as some sort of twisted message? The idea seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Still, the sense of unease lingered. The next day, I decided to investigate further. I reached out to the customer support team for the tracker's app, explaining the situation and asking if they could verify the data. The representative I spoke with seemed confused at first, but promised to look into it. They said they would check the server logs to see if there was any unusual activity linked to my account. While I waited for a response, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The idea that someone might have been in my home, walking through my rooms while I slept, was almost too much to bear. A few days later, I received an email from the company. They confirmed that the data was accurate, and that the steps had indeed been recorded at 2 in the morning. However, they couldn't explain how the tracker had synced itself, or why it had recorded movement when it wasn't being worn. The representative suggested it might be a rare technical glitch and apologized for any inconvenience. Their response did little to ease my concerns. If anything, it only made things worse. A glitch couldn't account for the specificity of the data or the eerie timing of the activity. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I set up cameras around the house, hoping to catch anything unusual. For several nights, I kept a close watch, reviewing the footage each morning. But nothing happened. The house was quiet, the camera showed no signs of movement, and the tracker remained untouched in its drawer. It was as though the event had been a one-time anomaly, a strange and inexplicable occurrence that left more questions than answers. Even now, I can't stop thinking about that notification. The memory of it haunts me, a reminder that there are things we can't always explain. The tracker remains in the drawer, untouched and unused. I can't bring myself to wear it, not after what happened. Every time I see it, I'm reminded of those steps, those movements through my house in the dead of night. Whether it was a glitch, a prank, or something far more sinister, I may never know the truth. All I know is that the experience has left me with a lingering sense of unease, a feeling that I'm not quite as alone in my home as I once thought. Story 25. It started subtly at first, almost unnoticeable. I was in the middle of drafting an email to a colleague, a simple request for an update on a project, when I saw something that made my stomach drop. As I typed, I noticed the sent folder of my email was filling up. At first, I thought I had accidentally sent the email prematurely, but when I opened the sent messages, I was stunned. My draft was already there, sent, except it wasn't by me. The email I had been composing, with its incomplete sentences and raw thoughts, was sitting neatly in the folder, as if it had been sent at the very moment I started typing. I sat frozen in front of my screen, my fingers hovering above the keyboard, trying to comprehend what had just happened. I immediately checked the recipient list, hoping to find an explanation, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The email had been sent to the same colleague I was trying to contact. However, I had not hit send. I had barely even finished typing my message. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to figure out what was going on. Was there a technical glitch? Perhaps my email account had been hacked. I quickly checked my inbox for any suspicious signs, but there was nothing out of place. Everything seemed normal, except for this one baffling detail. The email had already been sent without my consent or action. After a few moments, I brushed it off as a strange error. Maybe it was some kind of software malfunction that made it appear as if the email was sent prematurely. I decided to move on with my day, though I couldn't shake the odd feeling gnawing at me. However, the situation escalated quickly. The next time I opened my email, I found more messages that had been sent from my account, but not by me. In fact, it was worse than that. These were replies to emails I had not yet read, let alone responded to. How could someone be replying to emails before I had even opened them? At first, I thought it might have been a mistake, some kind of automated response system I had inadvertently set up. But the replies were too specific, too personal to have been generated by any automated system. They referenced the exact details of my previous conversations, using my exact tone and vocabulary. These were replies that sounded like they came straight from my own thoughts, words I would have typed. Yet, I had never typed them. My heart raced as I clicked through the messages, reading each one carefully. Some of the replies were to emails that I hadn't even had a chance to read, let alone respond to. How could someone have known what I was thinking, what I was planning to write? I checked the sent folder again, and sure enough, there were dozens of emails, all replies, all sent before I could have even opened the original messages. The replies were polite, professional, even enthusiastic in some cases, but they were not for me. They were my words, but they were sent at times I could not account for, replying to messages I had not yet read. My mind raced, trying to come up with a rational explanation. Perhaps someone had gained access to my email account. Maybe my device had been compromised somehow. The thought that someone could be inside my personal correspondence, manipulating it in real time, made me feel vulnerable and exposed. I immediately changed my email password, hoping that it would stop the strange activity. But it didn't. The next morning I woke up to find even more emails this time, not only replies but also new emails in my inbox, sent to people I had never communicated with. These were messages that were not in my sent folder, but they appeared in my inbox as new threads, often with subject lines that I didn't recognize. The content of these emails ranged from professional updates to casual, personal inquiries, things I had never thought to write, and certainly never sent. Yet there they were, clear as day, in my inbox. I tried to contact my email provider's customer support, but the response was less than helpful. They ran through basic troubleshooting steps, reset my account settings, and advised me to run an antivirus scan, but none of that solved the issue. Meanwhile, the emails continued to pile up, each one more disturbing than the last. They weren't just automated replies or simple responses, they were targeted, personalized messages that seemed to predict the questions I would ask, the responses I would give. It was as if someone had gained the ability to see into my future actions, anticipating them with unnerving precision. One of the replies stood out among the rest. It was a response to a professional email I had sent to a client a few days ago. I had expected a simple acknowledgement in reply, but the message I found was a full conversation, one that I had never had. It included detailed insights into the project, proposed changes, and even a suggestion for a meeting time. The tone was confident and assured, something I would have said, but I hadn't. I stared at the message in disbelief. How could it be that someone was not only replying to my messages, but also predicting the conversations I was going to have? As the days went on, the frequency of the emails grew. I would receive notifications on my phone of new replies, only to find that they had already been sent by the time I opened my inbox. It was as though time was moving ahead of me, the responses arriving before I could even craft the questions. My life, it seemed, was being written out before I could even live it. The emails began to take a darker turn as well. They included increasingly personal details, references to things I had only thought about, never discussed with anyone. It was as if someone was following me, reading my mind, and writing responses based on my deepest thoughts. Desperate for answers, I decided to take more drastic measures. I set up a new email account, hoping that a fresh start would stop the invasion of my privacy. But within hours of sending my first email from the new address, I noticed something terrifying. The same thing was happening. Replies were sent before I had even finished composing my messages. The responses seemed to come from the same person or entity who had been replying to my original email account. It was as though they had found me again, infiltrating my new inbox as easily as they had my old one. By now I was completely shaken. How was this happening? Who could have the ability to reply to my emails before I even sent them? Was someone monitoring me from afar, using some kind of sophisticated technology to predict my every move? Or was there something even more sinister at play, something that went beyond simple hacking or surveillance? In the end, I couldn't take it anymore. I shut down all my accounts and disconnected my devices from the internet, hoping to find some peace, some semblance of control. But even now, as I sit here writing, I can't escape the feeling that the emails are still coming. They may not appear in my inbox anymore, but I know they're out there, somewhere waiting to respond to the next message I'll send, the next thought I'll have. The lines between reality and prediction have blurred, and I wonder if I'll ever truly be able to send an email again without knowing that someone else has already replied. Story 26. It was just another typical drive, or so I thought. I had gotten into my car, started the engine, and was preparing to leave for a meeting across town. The familiar hum of the engine and the soft click of the seatbelt as it clicked into place were comforting. I always made sure my seatbelt was on before starting the car. But as I settled into my seat, I noticed something odd. The seatbelt felt unusually tight across my chest, much tighter than usual. I thought perhaps I had pulled it too hard when fastening it, so I tried to gently pull on the release mechanism to loosen it. To my surprise, it didn't budge. I shifted in my seat, trying different methods to loosen the belt. I wiggled my shoulder, trying to shift the strap, but it remained firmly tight. It was as if the belt had tightened further with each movement. I pressed the button again, hoping that the release would engage, but it was stuck. A strange sense of unease washed over me as I realized that no matter what I did, I couldn't free myself from the belt. It wasn't just an inconvenience, it felt as though something was deliberately preventing it from loosening, something beyond my control. I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself. Maybe the mechanism was simply faulty, I thought. I've had issues with seatbelts before, but they usually loosened after a little bit of effort. I tried again, tugging on the strap harder this time, but the belt stayed as tight as ever. It felt uncomfortable now, pressing against my ribs and making it harder to breathe. The sensation was unnatural, as if something or someone was controlling the belt. I could feel the tension building with each attempt to pull it free, and the more I struggled, the more it seemed like the seatbelt was resisting me. In a moment of panic, I pressed the button harder, trying to release the catch. Nothing happened. My fingers were trembling now as I gripped the seatbelt, trying to maneuver it as if it were a stubborn piece of machinery. The heat of the car made the air feel thick and stifling, and the tightness of the belt only made everything worse. I started to wonder if I had somehow activated some sort of malfunction, but nothing seemed amiss when I had put it on. The seatbelt was just fine until now. It was as though the belt had a life of its own, and it was not going to let go. I looked around, half expecting to see someone watching me. The parking lot was empty, and there was no one nearby. It was just me, my car, and this strange, inexplicable problem. There was no reason for this seatbelt to be acting like this. I began to feel a growing sense of dread, as though something was quietly watching me struggle. The more I tugged, the more I felt like I was being held in place by something outside my control. The tightness around my chest was becoming unbearable, and the thought of being stuck in the car for longer than necessary made my heart race. I had to get out. I had to break free. After several more attempts, I realized I was not going to be able to release the seatbelt myself. The frustration grew into something darker, and my mind began to race with possible explanations. Was the seatbelt simply broken, or was something more sinister at play? I thought about the times I had heard strange stories about people being trapped in their cars due to malfunctioning seatbelts, but this felt different. It wasn't just mechanical failure. It felt deliberate, like someone had rigged it, or worse, was controlling it from somewhere else. In a panic, I grabbed my phone from the passenger seat and called for help. My hands were slick with sweat, and I was struggling to focus. The tightness of the belt was now affecting my breathing, making it feel harder to think clearly. My voice trembled when I spoke to the operator. I can't get my seatbelt off. It's stuck, and I can't get it to loosen, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The operator assured me they would send help, but as I sat there waiting, I couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was more than just a mechanical malfunction. As I sat there in the car, I became acutely aware of the passage of time. Every second felt like it was dragging on, and the oppressive heat inside the car made everything feel more intense. My thoughts were racing, and I couldn't stop imagining worst-case scenarios. What if I was locked in the car for good? What if the seatbelt wasn't just stuck, but was intentionally keeping me trapped here for some unknown reason? The thought made my heart pound faster. The longer I sat, the more it felt like the seatbelt was not just tight from a malfunction, but as though it was deliberately constricting, almost as if it was being tightened by an invisible force. Suddenly, a sharp knock on my window startled me. I jumped in my seat, and for a moment, I thought I had imagined the sound. But then it came again. I looked to my left, and there was a man standing by the door, looking concerned. His face was a little too calm, too knowing, as if he had been waiting for me to struggle. Without thinking, I rolled down the window, my mind still too foggy from the tension to process what was happening. "Are you all right?" the man asked, his voice eerily calm. I opened my mouth to speak but found that I couldn't. I could only gesture helplessly at the seatbelt, my fingers shaking. The man nodded as though he had expected this. Without another word, he opened the door, slid into the driver's seat, and reached for the seatbelt. I could hardly believe what was happening. The seatbelt was still tight, but the man didn't struggle with it. He pressed a button on the side of the seatbelt, and to my surprise, it released with ease. It fell away from me like it had never been stuck at all. I stared at him in shock, trying to catch my breath. He simply smiled, as if nothing was unusual, and stood up, leaving the car without saying another word. For a long moment I sat in silence, the car door hanging open. My mind was racing, trying to comprehend what had just occurred. How had he known how to release the seatbelt so easily? Why had he come to help, and how had he known I was in trouble? My thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion and dread. I looked down at the seatbelt, which now lay harmlessly beside me, but the feeling of being trapped didn't go away. I couldn't shake the suspicion that something far stranger was at play. The feeling that the seatbelt had been trying to keep me in place, that someone or something had been controlling it, lingered in my mind long after I drove away from that spot. The encounter had left me more unsettled than I cared to admit, and as I pulled away, I couldn't help but wonder, was this the beginning of something far more dangerous than a simple mechanical failure? Story 27. I was walking home from work one evening, the weight of the day's stress slowly lifting as I made my way through the familiar streets. It was just another routine evening, or so I thought. As I passed a small coffee shop, a stranger suddenly approached me. He was an older man, wearing a plain jacket and a fedora, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his hat. He didn't say a word as he handed me a business card, simply offering it to me with an outstretched hand. My first instinct was to ignore him, but something about the way he looked at me made me take the card. The card was simple, almost too simple. There was no company name, no logo, no address or title, just my full name and phone number printed in neat black ink. I stared at it in disbelief for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was holding. Why would this stranger have my phone number? And why would he give it to me like this? My stomach twisted in confusion and unease. The man was already walking away before I could ask any questions, disappearing into the crowd as if he had never been there at all. I stood frozen on the sidewalk for a few seconds, my heart beating faster than usual. The card in my hand felt heavy, as though it was carrying a weight I couldn't yet understand. It was possible that it was just some random prank, or maybe the man had given it to me by mistake. But the more I thought about it, the less likely that seemed. I didn't recognize him, and no one I knew had ever given me a card like this. Why would someone have my personal information and give it to me in such an odd, cryptic way? It didn't make any sense. My mind raced as I thought about all the possible explanations. Had I somehow left my number somewhere it shouldn't have been? Maybe someone had overheard it or accessed it online. But the fact that there was no other information on the card, just my name and number, felt intentional. like the stranger wanted to say something without actually saying it. I glanced around the street, hoping to catch sight of the man again, but he was gone. The city felt strangely empty around me, the usual bustle of traffic and people muted, as I tried to wrap my head around what had just happened. I decided to call the number on the card, hoping to hear something that would explain the situation. As I dialed the number, a knot of anxiety tightened in my chest. The phone rang twice before the line went dead, and then a message clicked in. "This number is no longer in service." I hung up, confused and unsettled. If the number was no longer in service, how had the stranger known it in the first place? It was clear now that this wasn't some casual mistake or miscommunication, it was deliberate, and that made it all the more unsettling. I walked the rest of the way home in a daze, my thoughts swirling around a business card. Who would do this, and why? What was the stranger's purpose in handing me such a cryptic message? I arrived at my apartment, but the sense of unease didn't leave me. I couldn't stop thinking about the card, and I felt a growing sense of paranoia creeping in. What if someone was watching me? What if there was something I was supposed to do with the card that I just couldn't figure out? For the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept my phone close, checking it constantly for any missed calls or messages, but there was nothing. No strange numbers, no unknown texts, just the silence. But the strange occurrence kept gnawing at the back of my mind, like an unanswered question. I tried to convince myself it was just a random event, but I couldn't. Something told me this was no coincidence. I went through all my recent interactions, trying to think of any possible connection to the strange man on the street. Had I met someone who might have known my number? Had I been at any event where my details could have been shared? But I couldn't think of anything that would explain it. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like this man had known exactly who I was, and yet I had no memory of him. It was impossible to forget a stranger handing you a business card with only your own information on it. A week passed, and life went on, but I couldn't let it go. The thought of the card lingered in my mind. One night, unable to sleep, I pulled out my phone and Googled my name and number, just to see if anything came up. To my surprise, my phone number appeared on a website I didn't recognize. It was listed alongside an address I didn't recognize either, though the name was familiar to me, someone I had worked with years ago, someone I hadn't spoken to in ages. The discovery sent a shiver down my spine. How could my number end up on a site like this, tied to someone I hadn't had contact with in years? I tried to make sense of it, but the more I searched, the more questions piled up. Was this all connected to the strange man? Was he just a messenger, or had he been involved in something larger? I couldn't stop thinking about the fact that he had given me the card without explanation, leaving me with more questions than answers. A few weeks later, I received a strange call while I was at work. The number on my phone was unfamiliar, and for a moment, I hesitated to answer. But I did. The voice on the other end was calm, almost mechanical, as if it was reading from a script. "You were given a message," the voice said. "You need to act quickly." Then the call ended abruptly, leaving me in stunned silence. My hands were shaking as I tried to process what had just happened. Was this connected to the stranger on the street? Was someone watching me, waiting for me to make the next move? I kept the business card on my desk for a while, hoping that by keeping it in plain sight, I might be able to figure out its significance. But as the days passed, I started to feel like I was spiraling into something I couldn't control. The more I thought about the card, the more it felt like a key, like it was leading me to something, or perhaps even warning me of something I wasn't prepared to understand. I never did find out who the stranger was, or what the message on the card was meant to convey. The phone call was the last I ever heard about it, and the business card was eventually lost among the clutter on my desk. But the unsettling feeling remained, a shadow that followed me wherever I went. I couldn't help but wonder if, somewhere out there, someone was still watching, waiting for me to make the next move, or if I had already missed my chance to understand the true meaning of that strange encounter. Story 28. It was a typical Monday morning at the office when I first noticed something strange. I had just walked into the break room to grab my coffee when my coworker, Claire, looked up from her phone and smiled. "Congratulations on the promotion," she said, her voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. I froze, unsure of how to respond. I hadn't heard anything about a promotion, no emails, no meetings, and certainly no formal announcement. For a moment, I wondered if she was joking or perhaps confusing me with someone else. But Claire's expression was sincere, and the way she spoke made it seem like she knew something I didn't. Thanks, Claire, but I don't think I've been promoted," I said, feeling a strange mix of confusion and curiosity. She blinked in surprise, almost as if she couldn't believe what I was saying. "Are you sure?" "I just heard from Mr. Lewis that you're getting the new position in management," she replied. My mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Mr. Lewis, our manager, hadn't said a word to me about anything like that. As I sipped my coffee, I replayed the conversation in my head. Could it have been some kind of mix-up? Perhaps she had overheard a conversation or made an assumption based on something else. But that didn't explain why she seemed so sure. I had no idea about any new role or responsibilities, and the thought of a promotion came as a complete surprise. Why hadn't anyone mentioned it to me? Mr. Lewis was usually very clear when it came to promotions or any major changes in the team. So why did Claire seem to know before I did? I decided to take the direct approach and ask Mr. Lewis about it. I walked to his office, knocked on the door, and he gestured for me to come in. As soon as I sat down, I couldn't help but ask. I was just congratulated by Claire on a promotion, but I haven't heard anything about it from you. Is there something I should know? Mr. Lewis looked at me with a raised eyebrow, clearly taken aback. A promotion? I'm not sure what you're talking about, he said, his tone neutral but puzzled. There's no promotion happening right now for you or anyone else. His response sent a wave of confusion through me. If there wasn't a promotion, why would Claire think there was? I found myself questioning everything. Had I somehow missed a conversation or announcement? Had I misunderstood something that had been said in passing? Mr. Lewis's tone and body language made it clear that he wasn't hiding anything from me, but the idea of a promotion still hung in the air, like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. After that conversation, I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling, but it lingered. The next few days at work were filled with awkward interactions. I caught Claire glancing at me a few times, as if she were waiting for me to acknowledge the promotion. I couldn't bring myself to ask her directly what she had heard, but the whole situation made me feel out of the loop. I wondered if she had somehow misinterpreted something or had been given false information. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that it was possible she had simply heard rumors or jumped to conclusions, but the certainty in her voice still bothered me. The issue reached a boiling point when, later that week, I was called into a meeting with Mr. Lewis and the rest of the management team. As I walked into the conference room, I was greeted with smiles and handshakes, but there was an unusual tension in the air. Mr. Lewis started the meeting by thanking everyone for their hard work and commitment. Then he surprised me by announcing, "I'd like to take a moment to congratulate one of our team members on a well-deserved promotion." He paused, looking at me, and added, "Congratulations, My name, you're officially stepping into the management role we discussed earlier this year. My heart skipped a beat as I processed the words. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. A promotion. But this was the first time anyone had mentioned it to me. The room seemed to blur around me as Mr. Lewis continued speaking, and I struggled to keep up with the conversation. The fact that my coworker had known about it before me felt both bizarre and unsettling. I had been congratulated days earlier by Claire, but now I was being told about the promotion in front of everyone. How was it possible that I was only hearing about it now? I must have looked completely shocked because Mr. Lewis noticed my reaction. "Didn't you know?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "We sent out an email a few days ago. Didn't you get it?" I shook my head, feeling a lump form in my throat. No, I hadn't received any email. In fact, I hadn't received any communication about a promotion at all. Mr. Lewis seemed surprised, but he quickly checked his phone and confirmed that the email had indeed been sent. He apologized for the mix-up, explaining that there had been a glitch in the system and that some employees hadn't received the update. The rest of the meeting proceeded in a blur. I tried to focus on the congratulations and the discussions about my new responsibilities, but my mind was racing. How could I have missed the email? And why had Claire been so certain about the promotion before I even knew? I couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was happening behind the scenes. It didn't make sense that an email about something as important as a promotion would go unnoticed or go to the wrong people. After the meeting, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of gratitude and confusion. I had received a promotion, but the strange way in which I found out about it left me uneasy. Had Claire known more than she let on, or was she just guessing based on her own assumptions? And why had the email not made its way to me when it was supposed to? It was hard to shake the feeling that something more was going on, something that I wasn't fully aware of. The more I thought about it, the more questions I had, and the more I realized that this promotion wasn't just about moving up in the company, it was about the bizarre circumstances surrounding it that left me feeling like I was in the middle of a mystery I couldn't quite solve. As the days passed, I tried to focus on my new role, taking on the responsibilities and trying to prove myself. But the strange way in which I had found out about the promotion kept nagging at me. It wasn't just about the position. It was about the feeling that I had somehow missed an important piece of information, something that everyone else seemed to know but I didn't. Even as I settled into my new role, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this story than I was being told. And no matter how much time passed, I couldn't stop wondering, why had Claire known before I did, and what did that mean for me moving forward? Story 29. It started innocently enough. I was cleaning out an old drawer in my living room, one I hadn't touched in years. Among the random assortment of receipts, old concert tickets, and long-forgotten notes, I found something unusual in an envelope. It was plain, nothing special about it at first glance. The edges were worn, as if it had been handled many times before. Curiously, I opened it, half expecting to find another forgotten letter or an old keepsake. But when I pulled out the contents, my heart skipped a beat. Inside were photographs, old, faded photographs of me. I scanned the first photo. It was of me standing in front of a large, grand building. I didn't recognize it at all. I didn't remember ever visiting any place like it. The architecture was old, the style unfamiliar, yet the image was unmistakably me. I wore the same expression as I always did in photos, a smile that came naturally to my face. But the backdrop, the entire setting, was a mystery. I set the photo aside, trying to shake the unease creeping up my spine. Maybe it was just an old picture I had forgotten about, but the feeling lingered. As I flipped through the rest of the photos, I was confronted with more and more images of myself in places I didn't remember being. There was one of me sitting at a cafe table, smiling at the camera, a cup of coffee in front of me. The scene seemed normal, except I couldn't place the location. The cafe looked vaguely European, the kind of place I'd always dreamed of visiting, but never had. Another photo showed me standing on a bridge, looking out over a river. The cityscape behind me was unfamiliar, the skyline completely different from any city I had ever been to. My mind raced. Where were these places? When had I been to them? I tried to remember the circumstances of each photo, but nothing came to mind. I didn't remember ever traveling to any of these places, and I certainly didn't remember taking any of these photos. My first instinct was to think that someone must have played a prank on me, but as I carefully examined each photo, I realized the level of detail was too high for this to be a simple joke. These photos were real, and they were of me. A sense of unease started to settle in as I began to question my own memory. Could I have forgotten? I had always prided myself on having a good memory, on remembering even the smallest details of my life. But these photos, these places were beyond me. I had no recollection of them, and yet there I was, captured in each image, looking completely at ease. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. Was there something wrong with me? Was I misremembering my own life? I looked at the envelope again, searching for any clues that could explain where these photos had come from. But there was nothing written on it. No name, no address, no indication of who might have sent it. The mystery deepened. I tried to recall if anyone I knew had ever mentioned these places, but nothing came to mind. Not a single person in my life had ever spoken of them. I had no family members who lived in these places, no friends who had visited them recently. How could I have ended up in these locations, and why was I completely unaware of it? The photos weren't the only odd thing. As I looked at the back of each one, I noticed a faint, almost invisible marking in the corner. It was a series of numbers, written in fine, precise handwriting. I couldn't make out what they meant, but the more I stared at them, the more I felt a sense of urgency, as if the numbers held the key to something important. I wondered if I should look up the locations, maybe try to trace the places from the photos, but something told me that doing so would only lead to more confusion. The more I stared at the photos, the more I felt disconnected from the person in them. The smile I wore in each picture felt like a mask, as if I were someone else entirely. I began to feel like I was looking at the life of a stranger, not my own. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else had lived this life, visited these places, and captured these moments, while I had no recollection of any of it. I decided to take the photographs to a close friend, hoping they might be able to offer some insight. When I showed them the pictures, they stared at them in confusion, much like I had. "You look familiar," they said, pointing to one of the photos. "But I don't know where this place is. Have you been there before?" I shook my head, the unease in my chest growing. "I don't remember any of this," I said quietly. "I don't remember any of these places." My friend glanced at the photographs again, frowning. "Maybe you just need to think harder. You could have visited these places years ago and forgotten about them. But that didn't seem right. I would have remembered something as significant as traveling to foreign countries, taking photos, and living moments I had no recollection of. It didn't add up." The mystery only deepened over the next few days. I couldn't shake the feeling that these photographs held some kind of secret, something important I was missing. I began researching the locations in the photos, hoping to find some sort of connection. But the more I looked, the less I understood. The places in the pictures were real, they existed, but I had no memory of ever being there. I began to question if these places were somehow connected to my past, or if something else was at play, something I couldn't yet comprehend. I went through my life trying to make sense of it all, but the confusion gnawed at me. Who had taken these photographs, and why were they sent to me now? What was I supposed to do with this information? Was it a message, a warning, or simply the work of someone who knew more about my life than I did? Every time I looked at those photographs, I felt like I was losing my grip on reality. I couldn't decide whether the photos were a reminder of something I had forgotten, or whether they were proof that I had been somewhere or someone else entirely. The envelope with the photos was a puzzle, one that I couldn't piece together no matter how hard I tried. And as the days went by, the more I wondered if I would ever find the answers, or if the questions themselves were the only thing that would remain. The photographs of places I didn't recognize were now part of my life, their mystery and inescapable presence that haunted me, leaving me to wonder, who was I really, and where had I truly been? Story 30. It was an ordinary Tuesday morning when I arrived at work, expecting another uneventful day. The office was quiet, with the usual hum of the air conditioning and the faint clicking of keyboards filling the air. I walked to the back of the building, where the emergency exit was located. This was my usual route when I needed to step outside for a break or get some fresh air during the workday. But as I approached the door, I noticed something strange. The emergency exit, usually open and accessible, was padlocked shut. A thick, heavy-duty lock hung from the door's metal frame, and there was no sign of anyone around to explain it. I stood there for a moment, staring at the padlock, trying to process what I was seeing. It wasn't just unusual, it was unsettling. The emergency exit was supposed to be available to everyone, especially in case of an emergency. It was a fire escape route, a safety measure that everyone relied on in the event of an evacuation. To see it locked, and without any prior notice, felt wrong. I couldn't understand why it had been locked, especially since there had been no announcement or explanation from management. It wasn't a holiday, and there were no special events taking place that would require the exit to be blocked off. So why was it padlocked? I walked back toward the main office and found a few of my coworkers gathered by the water cooler. I mentioned the padlocked emergency exit to them, hoping for some clarification. But when I brought it up, no one seemed to know anything about it. Everyone looked as confused as I felt. Some of them had walked past the exit earlier and hadn't even noticed it was locked, while others had assumed it was just an oversight. But as I continued to ask around, it became clear that no one had any answers. It was as if the emergency exit had simply appeared that way without anyone taking responsibility for the lock. Some of my coworkers speculated that it might have been an oversight by the maintenance team, or that there was a simple logistical reason for it, but no one had concrete information. I decided to bring the issue to the attention of our office manager, hoping they could provide an explanation. I found her in her office, going through some paperwork. When I asked her about the locked emergency exit, she looked just as surprised as everyone else. She hadn't been informed of any changes or maintenance work that would have caused the door to be locked. In fact, she seemed a bit concerned that no one had mentioned it to her sooner. The last thing anyone wanted was for something to go wrong in an emergency, and the idea that the exit was inaccessible made her uneasy. She promised to look into it right away, but her response did little to ease the growing discomfort I was feeling. As the day went on, the padlocked exit became an ongoing topic of conversation among the staff. Some people joked about it, suggesting that it was a safety measure to keep us all inside and prevent us from leaving during the workday. But no one was really laughing. It wasn't something that could easily be shrugged off. The locked door was a stark reminder that something wasn't quite right, and the more I thought about it, the more it troubled me. How had the padlock been placed without anyone noticing? And why hadn't anyone mentioned it earlier? I spent the rest of the day feeling uneasy, glancing over at the locked emergency exit every time I passed by. It sat there, silent and still, as though daring us to ignore it. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to this than just a simple mistake. It was as though the lock was a warning or an omen, a sign that something was off, even if I couldn't figure out what it was. I kept expecting to hear someone explain it, to find out there was some reasonable, logical reason for it, but the answers never came. The following day, the office manager gathered everyone in a brief meeting to address the issue. She had finally gotten in touch with the building's maintenance team, but they too had no idea why the emergency exit had been locked. It wasn't part of any planned repairs or upgrades. No one had authorized it, and there were no notes or records indicating that anyone had made a request to lock the door. After checking the building's security cameras, they discovered that the lock had been placed sometime overnight, and no one had seen who did it. The entire situation became more baffling with each new piece of information or lack thereof. There was no explanation for why the emergency exit had been locked, and the building's security footage showed nothing out of the ordinary. No one had been seen near the exit, and yet the lock had appeared without warning. As the days went by, the emergency exit remained locked, and the sense of unease only grew. We were all left with more questions than answers. The office manager assured us that she was working on getting the lock removed, but there was no clear timeline for when that would happen. The situation made everyone uncomfortable, especially when we realized that, in an actual emergency, the exit would have been completely useless. The whole point of an emergency exit was to have a safe, clear route out of the building in case of a fire or other emergency. Now we had no way of knowing if the lock was there for a reason, or if someone had simply made a careless mistake. Either way, it felt like a violation of our safety. After a week had passed, and the exit was still padlocked, I decided to speak to a few of my coworkers again, trying to get a sense of how they were feeling about the situation. Some of them had grown frustrated, feeling that the lack of answers was unacceptable, especially in a workplace where safety was supposed to be a priority. Others had become anxious, wondering if there was something more going on that we weren't being told. The longer the exit stayed locked, the more it felt like a symbol of something larger, an issue that no one was addressing, but that everyone could feel. I continued to ask around, but no one had any new information. The emergency exit remained padlocked, and the mystery behind it deepened. It wasn't just about a locked door anymore. It was about the lack of answers, the sense that something was being hidden, or that no one was in control of the situation. With each passing day, the feeling of uncertainty grew stronger. What was going on? Why had the door been locked in the first place? And why was no one able to explain it? The padlocked emergency exit became a constant reminder that there were things happening behind the scenes that no one was willing or able to explain. Story 31. The door clicked open, and I stepped into my apartment, the familiar scent of wood and leather greeting me as I removed my shoes. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to relax. My eyes scanned the room, mentally preparing for the evening ahead. The soft light from the kitchen illuminated the space, making everything feel calm and peaceful. But as I turned toward the dining area, something immediately caught my attention. There at the table was an extra chair, one I was certain hadn't been there when I left this morning. I paused, confusion bubbling up inside me. The dining set had been perfect just the way it was, 4 chairs, one for each of the spots around the table. I had never thought of adding another. The extra chair looked identical to the others, matching the sleek, modern design of the set, with a dark wood frame and cushioned seat. It was positioned as if it had always been there, placed neatly against the table as though it belonged. But I knew it hadn't. I would have noticed if I had bought it or if someone had dropped it off. Yet here it was, completely out of place. My mind raced, trying to think of any logical explanation. Maybe a friend had dropped it by, intending to surprise me. But I was sure no one had mentioned visiting or dropping anything off. I ran through the events of the day in my head, but nothing stood out as unusual. I had been to work, run some errands, and returned home nothing more. No one had entered my apartment in my absence. I didn't have a roommate, and I hadn't hired any cleaning services recently. There was no reason for this extra chair to appear, yet it was there, as real as the rest of my furniture. I walked over to the chair, my hand hovering over the backrest. The feeling of unease grew, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up as I reached for it. It felt just like the other chairs, the same solid wood, the same soft cushion, but the simple fact that it was here, uninvited, made it feel like an intrusion. I ran my fingers along the edge of the seat, looking around the apartment to see if anything else was out of place. But everything else seemed unchanged. The couch was still where it had been, the coffee table sat in the middle of the room, and the light from the kitchen flickered gently, creating a sense of normalcy. I had no answers, no explanation for the chair's presence. I sat down on the nearest chair, my eyes still fixed on the unfamiliar one across from me. My apartment was supposed to be a place of solitude, my safe space, and yet now it felt invaded, as though something or someone had crossed a boundary I wasn't aware of. My heart began to beat faster, and I had to force myself to breathe steadily. I tried to shake off the strange feeling, telling myself it was just an odd coincidence, maybe a mix-up from delivery or a prank from someone. But deep down, I felt the weight of something far stranger. The night passed slowly, and I couldn't get the image of the extra chair out of my mind. I tried to go about my usual routine, but I found myself glancing over at the dining table every few minutes, checking to see if the chair was still there. It remained steadfast and unmoving, its presence growing more unsettling with each passing hour. I even went so far as to check the locks on the door, ensuring everything was secure. Yet, I knew the chair wasn't a mistake or a simple oversight. I was sure of it. The next day, I called a few close friends, hoping to find a rational explanation. Maybe one of them had stopped by without telling me. But they all assured me they hadn't visited or even thought about my apartment. They were just as confused as I was. No one had dropped anything off, and no one had seen anything unusual. I even checked my security camera footage, but nothing stood out. There was no sign of anyone entering or leaving the apartment. The camera showed nothing that could explain the addition of the chair. Days went by, and I tried to ignore the growing sense of discomfort the extra chair brought. But it was hard. It was impossible to forget. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. Perhaps I had forgotten buying the chair, or maybe I had brought it home without remembering. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I would have remembered such a purchase, or at least noticed the chair earlier. There was no way I had accidentally added it to my set. Weeks passed, and the chair remained in place, a constant reminder of something I couldn't quite explain. I found myself avoiding the dining area whenever I could, taking my meals on the couch or at the kitchen counter. Every time I did look at the chair, it seemed to stare back at me, as though it was waiting for something. I even tried moving it around, placing it at different spots in the room to see if it would change my feelings about it. But no matter where it went, the sense of unease followed it. It felt like the chair was alive, observing me from the corner of my eye, always present, always there. I tried to talk to a therapist about the strange experience, hoping to get some clarity. I wondered if it was just a psychological issue, perhaps brought on by stress or anxiety. But when I explained the situation, my therapist didn't dismiss it outright. Instead, they listened carefully and asked questions about my life, my feelings, and any other unusual occurrences I might have noticed. They suggested that sometimes our minds can play tricks on us, creating patterns or attachments to objects that aren't truly there. But something about that explanation didn't sit right with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that this chair, this seemingly innocent object, had a deeper meaning, something I wasn't seeing. It wasn't until one evening, several months after the chair's mysterious arrival, that things began to take a turn. I was sitting at the table, staring blankly at my plate when I heard a soft scraping sound. I looked up, and to my absolute shock, the extra chair had moved just a little. It wasn't a dramatic shift, but it was enough for me to notice. The chair was now slightly tilted, as if someone had sat down in it, then gotten up without leaving any trace. My heart skipped a beat as I stood up and rushed over to it. I reached out to touch the chair, but this time, it felt different. The texture of the wood seemed warmer, and there was an odd, almost magnetic pull toward it. I didn't know what to think anymore. Had I missed something earlier? Was someone playing a cruel prank on me? Or was there something more at work here, something I couldn't see or understand? I stepped back slowly, my mind racing with questions and theories, none of which seemed to offer any answers. But one thing was clear. The chair was not just a random addition to my apartment. It was something more, something I had yet to comprehend fully. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape the feeling that it was waiting for me to figure it out, to understand its purpose, or perhaps even its origin. Story 32. The subway was always a place of rush and routine, a space where I could zone out for a few minutes before heading to work. It was easy to get lost in the crowd, surrounded by commuters all heading in the same direction, all preoccupied with their own thoughts. As usual, I found a seat, settled in, and opened my book, trying to drown out the noise of the train. The familiar hum of the subway, the occasional stop and start, and the chatter of other passengers were all part of my daily commute. But today, something was different. I hadn't even noticed him at first, the man who suddenly spoke to me from the seat across. His voice was calm, but there was an odd familiarity to it, one that made me pause. I looked up from my book, meeting his gaze. He was middle-aged, with salt and pepper hair and a tired expression on his face. He wore a brown jacket that looked a little too worn, and his eyes had a distant, almost wistful quality to them. He seemed harmless enough, just another stranger on the train, but there was something about him that made my heart race. The man smiled softly, and before I could even say anything, he asked, "Do you remember me from your last trip?" The question was so unexpected, so out of place that for a moment I couldn't process it. I blinked, confused, trying to figure out what he was talking about. What trip? I had never left the city. I hadn't taken any vacations or business trips in years, and I certainly hadn't been anywhere recently that would have involved a last trip. I stared at him for a moment, my mind racing, trying to make sense of his words. He seemed to notice my confusion and added, "We met last time, remember? You were wearing the same thing too." My eyes widened, and I felt a chill run through me. How could he know what I was wearing? How could he possibly know about a trip I had never taken? I felt an unsettling sense of déjà vu wash over me. A feeling like I had stepped into a conversation that was already in progress, one I had never agreed to. I searched my memory, trying to place his face, but nothing clicked. I had never seen him before, and the mention of a last trip only made things more confusing. I shook my head slowly, unsure of what to say. "I think you're mistaken," I said, my voice sounding uncertain even to my own ears. "I haven't been anywhere. I've never left the city." The man didn't seem fazed by my response. Instead, he gave a small nod, as if he had expected it. "Oh," he said, his voice tinged with what seemed like disappointment. "I suppose I must have gotten the wrong person." But his eyes didn't leave me, and his gaze lingered a little too long for my comfort. The conversation had left me unsettled, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why would a stranger approach me like that? What was his intention? As the train rattled along the tracks, I tried to push the incident out of my mind, telling myself it was just a case of mistaken identity. Maybe he had confused me with someone else, someone who looked like me or dressed similarly. But as the train carried me closer to my stop, I couldn't help but glance back at him. He was still watching me, his expression unreadable. I quickly turned away, feeling a strange unease settle in my chest. When I got off the subway and stepped onto the platform, I felt the weight of the encounter follow me. It wasn't just the words he had said, or the confusion they caused, it was the way he looked at me. The way his eyes had seemed to know something I didn't. I tried to dismiss it as a random occurrence, a moment of oddness in an otherwise normal day. But the question lingered in my mind. How could he have known about a last trip I'd never taken? It didn't make any sense, and the more I thought about it, the more it bothered me. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept replaying the moment in my mind, the way the man had looked at me with such certainty, as if he had been waiting for me to remember something. I began to question everything about the encounter. Had I ever met him before, in some other time or place? Why could it have been a coincidence that he had said something so specific? I even started to doubt my own memory, wondering if I had somehow forgotten the trip I had taken long ago, one that I didn't even remember. I told a few friends about the strange encounter, but they all laughed it off, saying it was probably just a case of someone striking up a random conversation. They told me not to worry about it, that I was probably overthinking things. But the more I tried to dismiss it, the more it bothered me. There was a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that told me something was off, that the encounter wasn't as innocent as it seemed. And then, a few days later, something happened that made me question everything. I was walking down the street when I passed a small cafe I frequented on my lunch breaks. As I glanced inside, I saw the man from the subway sitting at one of the tables, his eyes fixed on me. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly looked away, hoping he hadn't noticed me. I continued walking, my pace quickening, my mind racing. What was he doing here? How did he find me? I didn't recognize anyone else in the cafe, and the thought that he might have been following me sent a cold shiver down my spine. I didn't stop to see if he followed me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow connected to this strange encounter. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned, replaying the events over and over in my mind. Was this just a coincidence, or was something more sinister at play? Why had he approached me on the subway? What did he mean by last trip? I couldn't find any answers, and the uncertainty was driving me mad. My mind kept returning to the question of how he knew me, how he seemed so certain that we had met before. Was I missing something? Had I forgotten something important? The more I thought about it, the more I became convinced that this wasn't just a random encounter. It was as if the man knew something about me that I didn't. He had said it so casually, almost as if he expected me to remember. The idea that I had somehow forgotten a last trip made my skin crawl. What if I had been somewhere I couldn't recall, and he was the key to unlocking the mystery? Days passed, and I tried to go about my routine as usual, but the memory of that man on the subway haunted me. I found myself looking over my shoulder whenever I went out, wondering if he was following me, waiting to see if I would remember something. I kept telling myself it was all in my head, that I was overthinking things. But the question lingered: who was this man, and how did he know me? Eventually, I decided to confront it head on. I went back to the subway at the same time, hoping to catch another glimpse of him, to see if there was any chance of getting answers. I waited, watching the crowd, hoping to see the familiar figure of the man from that day, but he never showed up. I rode the subway up and down the tracks, checking every car, looking for him, but he was nowhere to be found. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Was I just imagining things? Was I reading too much into a random interaction? Or was something deeper at play? The questions remained unanswered, and I was left with a nagging sense of unease, wondering if I would ever figure out the truth. Story 33. It was late in the evening when I finally got home after a long day of work. The house was quiet, as it often was, and the only sound was the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I threw my coat over the chair and sat down, feeling the weight of the day lifting off my shoulders. Before I did anything else, I decided to check my answering machine. It was a habit I had gotten into over the years, even though most of the messages were usually just telemarketers or reminders about appointments I had long forgotten. But that night, something felt different as I pressed the play button. The first few seconds were as normal as any other message. A few clicks and a pause, followed by the mechanical voice saying, "You have one new message." But as I listened, I felt my heart begin to race. The message that followed was unmistakable. It was a recording of my voice, and not just any conversation. It was a snippet of a private conversation I had only moments earlier, a conversation I had shared with my friend over the phone. The message on my answering machine repeated a phrase one had just said to them, word for word, as if I had somehow recorded it myself. I froze in place, staring at the machine as the words I had spoken to my friend echoed back to me. It wasn't a general phrase or something I could easily explain away. No, it was an intimate comment I had made in confidence, a casual observation that had no bearing on anything else. It was something that only my friend and I knew about. So how was it possible that it was now on my answering machine, repeated back to me, as though it had been recorded moments after I had said it? My first thought was that it was some sort of prank, but that didn't make sense. Who would have known exactly what I had said, let alone had access to my answering machine? The phone line was secure. I made sure of that when I first set everything up. I had checked the voicemail settings countless times. The idea that someone could have hacked into my phone line seemed far-fetched, and yet I couldn't dismiss the feeling that something strange was happening. I listened to the message again, and the repetition of my own words sent a shiver down my spine. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that there was no logical explanation for it. I picked up the phone and called my friend immediately. I needed to ask if they had heard anything strange, if they had received any odd calls, or if they had noticed anything unusual. It was important to make sure that this wasn't some elaborate trick or coincidence. When they picked up, I didn't waste any time. "Hey, this might sound weird, but did you hear anything odd while we were talking earlier? Did you hear anything that sounded like someone was listening in?" I asked, my voice shaky as I spoke. They seemed confused at first, asking what I meant. "No, nothing unusual on my end," they said. "Why, what happened?" I hesitated before replying, trying to make sense of it. I just listened to a message on my answering machine. It repeated something I said to you, something I only said to you just now. How could that happen? My friend was silent for a moment, clearly processing what I had said. That's strange, they replied, but I didn't hear anything like that. Are you sure you're not just imagining it? I felt a chill run down my spine as their words echoed in my head. How could I be imagining it? I knew exactly what I had heard. There was no mistaking the sound of my own voice, repeating a phrase one had just uttered moments before. I'm not imagining it, I insisted. I heard it on my machine, and it wasn't just a coincidence. We talked for a little while longer, but there were no answers. They hadn't experienced anything out of the ordinary, and I couldn't explain what had just happened. I hung up the phone and stood in the middle of my living room, the silence of the house pressing in on me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that someone or something was listening to me, even when I thought I was alone. I looked at the answering machine again, wondering if I had just misheard it, if it was somehow a fluke. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. The night passed slowly, and I tried to put the experience out of my mind. I went about my usual routine, but the words on that message kept echoing in my thoughts. I couldn't stop replaying the moment over and over in my head. What had happened? How had the message ended up on my machine? Was I just overreacting, or was there something more to this? I didn't know, but I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled in my chest. The next morning, I decided to take a closer look at the answering machine. I needed to understand how the message had appeared, how it was possible for a conversation I had only minutes earlier to be recorded and stored on a device that should have had no way of knowing what I had said. I opened the machine and checked the settings. Everything appeared to be normal. There was nothing out of the ordinary, no signs of tampering or interference. It didn't make any sense. I pressed play again, listening to the message once more, hoping that maybe I had missed something the first time around. But no, it was still the same, a recording of my own voice, repeating a private moment between me and my friend. I started to question if I was losing my mind. Was I imagining things? Could I have somehow recorded myself without realizing it? I even considered the possibility that it was some kind of glitch or technical error. But deep down, I knew that didn't explain everything. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how impossible it seemed that my own words had been captured in such a precise, deliberate way. It wasn't just a random snippet. It was something that had been carefully chosen, as though the person or thing that had intercepted our conversation had known exactly what to record. The feeling of being watched, of being listened to, continued to grow stronger. I began to wonder if there was something I had missed, some clue I had overlooked. I started to notice little things, small details that didn't add up. I found myself double-checking locks and windows, certain that someone was quietly observing me. I couldn't help but feel that there was something more to the message, something hidden beneath the surface that I couldn't yet understand. It was as though the machine was trying to communicate something I was just on the edge of realizing. In the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I checked my answering machine daily, half expecting another strange message to appear, but none came. Still, the memory of the recording haunted me, a constant reminder that whatever had happened that night was far from ordinary. Every time I picked up the phone, every time I walked into my home, I felt as though I was being observed, as though someone was waiting for me to notice something hidden just out of sight. The message on my answering machine had been a turning point, a moment when I realized that there were things happening around me that I couldn't explain. And though I never received another message like that, I was left with a deep, lingering sense of unease, as though my private moments were no longer my own. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that I might never know the truth behind the message. But the question lingered: who had been listening? And why had they chosen to repeat my words back to me? Story 34. It started innocently enough, as most strange occurrences do, when I sat down to retrieve a personal document from my filing cabinet. I had been organizing my home office for weeks, going through papers and getting everything in order. As I opened the drawer where I kept important personal documents, everything from legal papers to medical records, I immediately noticed something odd. The documents weren't where I had left them. They had been reorganized in a way that was completely foreign to me, and it struck me as deeply unsettling. I stood there for a moment, staring at the neat piles and folders that had been rearranged, my mind racing. I couldn't quite place what was wrong at first. At first glance, everything looked tidy and in order, but then I noticed the subtle differences. Some folders that had once been placed in the back of the drawer were now at the front. Others that had been grouped together by category were now scattered randomly. It wasn't a haphazard mess, though whoever had done it had clearly spent time making sure everything was neatly placed. But this wasn't how I organized my documents. I had always kept them in a specific order, with clear labels, to ensure I could quickly find what I needed. Whoever had done this didn't just shift things around, they had reorganized them entirely. The more I looked at the drawer, the more I felt a sense of unease. I couldn't figure out when it had happened. I was the only one with a key to the filing cabinet, and I hadn't touched it in days. The only other person who had access to the office recently was a cleaning service that I had hired to do a deep cleaning of the house. I had never left any instructions for them to touch the cabinet, and there was no reason for them to have done so. Still, the idea that someone else had been in my personal space without my knowledge left a bitter taste in my mouth. I pulled out a few of the documents, hoping to find some indication that they had been moved for a reason. Maybe a misplaced folder or something out of place that could help me understand why this had happened. But everything seemed to be in order, aside from the fact that it was all disorganized in a way that I couldn't understand. I checked for any signs that someone had gone through the documents, maybe looking for something specific. There was no indication of any tampering, no documents missing, nothing out of the ordinary except for the way things were arranged. A growing sense of anxiety began to creep in. My first instinct was to chalk it up to forgetfulness, to assume that I had moved things around myself without realizing it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. I had a system, and I was meticulous about it. I couldn't have possibly reorganized everything and not remembered it. That left the only possible explanation that someone else had been in my office and arranged my documents. The thought of someone rifling through my personal papers, touching things I had carefully organized, made my skin crawl. I decided to double-check the rest of my office, hoping to find some clue or explanation for this strange incident. I scanned my desk, my shelves, and my drawers, but there was no sign of anything else being disturbed. Everything else appeared to be as I had left it, which only added to the mystery. Why would someone only touch my filing cabinet? Why not tamper with anything else in the room? The fact that my personal documents were the only things affected made it all the more personal. My mind wandered to the cleaning service again. Could they have been the ones to rearrange everything? I quickly dismissed that idea. I had been home when they came, and I had specifically asked them not to go near certain areas, including my filing cabinet. I couldn't imagine any of them would have ignored my request. Plus, they had always been professional in the past, and I didn't have any reason to believe they would go through my personal papers. But then again, I couldn't explain the way everything had been moved. I spent the next few hours replaying the events of the past week in my mind. Was there anything I had missed? Any unusual behavior or odd encounters that might explain why this had happened? I couldn't think of anything. The whole situation seemed so out of place, so disconnected from anything I could logically explain. I began to feel like I was losing control over my own space. How could something so personal be so easily violated, and yet have no clear explanation? The feeling of being watched, of having my privacy invaded, became overwhelming. The next day, I decided to take action. I installed a small security camera in the corner of my office, aimed directly at the filing cabinet. I wasn't sure what I hoped to capture, but I needed to know if anyone was entering my office when I wasn't around. It felt like a drastic measure, but I wasn't willing to ignore the feeling that something was off. I also changed the lock on my filing cabinet, just in case someone had somehow gotten access to a key without my knowledge. It felt like the right thing to do, even if I couldn't explain exactly why I was so paranoid. Over the next few days, I kept an eye on the footage from the security camera. I went over it with a fine-toothed comb, hoping to catch anything that might explain the strange reorganization of my documents. But the camera footage showed nothing. It was as if no one had entered the room at all. The security footage didn't capture anyone coming or going, and yet my filing cabinet had been thoroughly reorganized. The more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. How could I be so sure that someone had been in my office, only to have no evidence to support it? I began to question my own perception of reality. Was I misremembering things? Was I so obsessed with the idea that someone had been in my space that I had convinced myself of it? It seemed impossible, but the evidence in front of me, a perfectly reorganized filing cabinet, didn't lie. I had no explanation for what had happened, and the more I tried to make sense of it, the more lost I felt. It was as if the answer was just out of reach, taunting me. Eventually, I reached out to a friend who was a psychologist, hoping to gain some perspective on the situation. I told them everything: the strange reorganization, the feeling of being watched, the security footage that showed nothing. They listened carefully and then suggested that I might be experiencing a form of heightened anxiety. They proposed that I might be projecting my fear of privacy being violated onto a situation that, while odd, might not be as sinister as I thought. While I appreciated their insight, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was truly wrong. A few weeks later, I decided to go through the documents again, this time with a clear mind, hoping to make some sense of it all. As I flipped through the folders, I realized something that had eluded me before. The way the papers were reorganized was not random. It wasn't just a case of misplaced documents. The reorganization followed a pattern, a methodical system that seemed almost intentional. It was as if whoever had done it was trying to create a new order out of chaos, but in a way that didn't fit with my own system at all. It was then that the truth hit me. This wasn't just a mistake or a random act of interference. Someone had deliberately moved my personal documents, but for what purpose? I couldn't answer that question, but the feeling of invasion lingered, and it was clear that my privacy had been violated in ways I couldn't fully understand. It wasn't just about the documents, it was about the unsettling knowledge that someone had been in my space without my permission, touching things that were never meant to be touched. And as I looked at the newly reorganized papers, I couldn't help but feel that the mystery was far from over. Story 35. It was a strange, unexplainable moment that started with an ordinary task. I had just returned from running some errands and was parked in my driveway, preparing to go inside and relax for the evening. As I opened the door to my car, I noticed something unusual. There, on the passenger seat, lay a receipt. I hadn't been to a gas station, and certainly not 1 mile away. Curiously, I picked it up. The paper was crumpled slightly at the edges, but the print was still legible, It was a receipt from a gas station I had never visited, located hours away from my current location. What was even more unsettling was the date on the receipt. It was today's date. I froze, the confusion settling in my chest. How could this be? I had not left my city that day, let alone driven to a gas station that was miles away. I quickly looked over the receipt again. The time was clearly printed, but it didn't match any part of my day. There was no way I could have driven all that way without realizing it, without noticing the passing miles or the unfamiliar roads. I tried to recall the events of the day, but everything was in order. I had been to the grocery store, then to the bank, and finally home. I hadn't driven anywhere that would take me anywhere near that gas station, let alone fill up my tank there. I immediately checked my fuel gauge. The tank was nearly full, so the receipt didn't make sense in any way. I hadn't filled up my car that day. The thought that someone else might have used my car crossed my mind, but I quickly dismissed it. The car was parked in my driveway the whole time, and no one had access to it but me. I had been in my house all day, aside from the few short trips I had made. The receipt seemed to contradict everything I knew about my own day, and the more I stared at it, the more questions flooded my mind. But could someone have placed it there as a joke? A strange prank, perhaps? But who would go through such lengths to create a receipt for a gas station so far away? And how would they have known my car was parked in my driveway at that exact moment, just when I opened the door to find it? The thought seemed ridiculous, but the reality of the situation didn't seem to fit any conventional explanation. I tried to think of all the possibilities, maybe a mix-up, maybe a coincidence, but it was hard to dismiss how real it seemed, how vivid the details on the receipt were. I called the gas station number on the receipt, hoping for some clarity. Maybe it was a case of mistaken identity. Maybe someone had accidentally filled up with my card number. The line rang several times before someone finally picked up. I explained my situation, but the person on the other end of the phone was just as baffled as I was. They had no record of me or my car being there that day. In fact, they hadn't seen my name on any of their recent transactions, nor had they had any issues with their system. I thanked them, still unsure of what was going on. I hung up, still holding the receipt in my hand. It felt like I was being pulled into some sort of bizarre mystery that didn't make any sense. The more I thought about it, the more things seemed out of place. The receipt was real, no question about that. The printing, the date, the details, everything matched the format of a genuine receipt from that specific gas station. But if I had never been there, how could it be real? Was I losing my mind, or was something else at play here? I decided to take action. The next day, I drove to the gas station. It wasn't that I had any real reason to, but I needed to see for myself. When I arrived, I noticed the location immediately. It was one of those older gas stations that didn't attract much attention, hidden off to the side of a small highway. I walked in, hoping to get a better understanding of why this receipt was in my car. I approached the cashier, who looked up from her register as I stood there, holding the crumpled paper in my hand. "Excuse me, I need to ask about a receipt," I said hesitantly. "It's for a gas purchase made earlier today. It was issued in my name, but I was nowhere near here." I handed her the receipt, and she took a moment to glance at it. She muttered, looking confused. "This doesn't look right. I don't have any record of a purchase from you today. I've been here all day, and no one by your name or car has filled up." Her face scrunched up in thought, and she scanned the receipt. "It looks like it was printed from our system, though, but I can't find any sign of it in our transactions." This only deepened the mystery. I left the station feeling no closer to answers than before. Is there something about the receipt that was meant to lead me somewhere? Or was I merely caught up in some random occurrence I couldn't understand? The more I drove back home, the more questions swirled in my mind. Could someone be playing a trick on me? Was I being watched? Or was there something more to this receipt, something hidden beneath the surface? Over the next few days, I kept the receipt in my glove compartment, trying to avoid thinking too much about it. But no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, the question lingered. The receipt had to be real. It had the same feel and print quality of any standard gas station receipt. But at the same time, it had come from a place I had never been, for a purchase I had never made. My mind couldn't let go of the thought that something was off, that there was a layer to the situation that I just wasn't seeing. One afternoon, I went through my car again, searching for any clue that might explain the situation. As I rummaged through the glove compartment, I found something I had missed earlier. Behind some paperwork was another receipt. This one was from a different gas station, but it had a similar date and time stamp. I hadn't visited this station either. I didn't remember getting gas at either of these places, and yet there were two receipts, both bearing my name, both from different locations, both with today's date. A sense of dread washed over me. What was going on? How were these receipts showing up in my car? Was someone using my car without my knowledge, or was I somehow being led into a scenario that I couldn't understand? The more I pondered it, the more the idea of a hidden observer, someone tracking my movements without my consent, seemed more plausible. I felt like I was being drawn into a game, a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. I spent the following week trying to avoid thinking about it, trying to go on with my daily life. But there was always this nagging feeling that something wasn't right. One night after I had returned home from work, I noticed something even stranger. The receipt from the first gas station, the one from hours away, was gone. It had disappeared, as though it had never been in my car to begin with. The second receipt from the other station was still there, but it too was starting to fade, the ink blurring ever so slightly as if time was erasing it from existence. The disappearance of the receipts only deepened the mystery. Was it some sort of glitch, a trick of my mind, or was I being pulled into something I couldn't understand? All I knew was that every day, every new detail seemed to take me deeper into the unknown. Someone had placed the receipt in my car, and now it was gone. What was happening to me? And who was behind this strange game? Story 36. It was a quiet evening when I decided to test the baby monitor I had just purchased. I had been hearing good things about this particular model, and since I had recently become a parent, I thought it would be a useful addition to our home. My baby had been sleeping soundly in her crib, and I thought it would be the perfect time to make sure everything was set up correctly. I placed the monitor on the dresser across the room from the crib and turned it on. The soft static hum filled the air as the monitor came to life. It was supposed to be simple, just a way for me to hear my baby if she woke up in the middle of the night. But as I tested it, something unexpected happened. At first, I didn't notice anything strange. The monitor worked as expected, picking up the usual sounds of the room, the faint hum of the air conditioning, the occasional creak of the house settling. But then, as I adjusted the volume to make sure I could hear clearly, I thought I caught something else. A faint sound, almost like a whisper, seemed to come through the static. I turned the volume up a little more, thinking it was just interference, but the voice grew clearer. It wasn't the noise I had expected to hear. It sounded like a soft, barely audible whisper, and it was coming from the speaker of the monitor. My heart skipped a beat as I realized the voice wasn't just background noise, it was calling my name. "Jennifer," the voice whispered, the sound so faint that I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. My blood ran cold as I paused, staring at the monitor in disbelief. It sounded like someone was calling me, someone who was just outside my hearing range. But no one else was supposed to be in the room. I was alone, except for my baby, who was peacefully sleeping. The whispering continued, barely audible over the static, but I could clearly hear my name being called again. "Jennifer," the voice repeated, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I quickly glanced over at my baby, her tiny chest rising and falling with each peaceful breath. She was still sound asleep, completely unaware of this strange occurrence taking place. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the voice on the monitor sounded too real to ignore. It was impossible for anyone to be in the room with me. The door was locked, and I was certain I had heard no one else come inside. I slowly reached out to turn off the monitor, my fingers trembling. But before I could, the voice came through again, louder this time, almost insistent. "Jennifer," it whispered once more, as if it were trying to get my attention. I felt a cold sweat break out across my forehead as I quickly turned the volume all the way down, hoping to silence the voice. But the whispering didn't stop. Even with the volume lowered, I could still hear it in my mind, as if the sound was embedded deep in my thoughts. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, and for a moment, I couldn't breathe. My mind raced, searching for a logical explanation. Maybe there was some kind of glitch in the baby monitor, or perhaps it was picking up a signal from another device. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Something about this didn't feel right. I slowly got up from the chair, keeping my eyes fixed on the baby monitor. I approached the crib to check on my daughter once more, feeling the need to be close to her. As I looked down at her, I tried to reassure myself that everything was fine, that it was just a technical issue. But the hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I stood there, watching her sleep. The whispering had stopped, but the uneasy feeling lingered, like I was being watched by something I couldn't see. I slowly turned back toward the monitor and unplugged it, just to be sure that whatever was happening had ended. I sat back down in the chair, still feeling a lingering sense of unease. The silence in the room felt unnerving, as though the quiet itself was hiding something. I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice I had heard wasn't random static, and it wasn't just a glitch. It felt intentional, as if someone or something had been trying to get my attention. But who or what could it have been? I was the only one in the house, and my daughter was far too young to be able to speak. I checked the monitor, making sure it was turned off completely, but I couldn't shake the image of the faint whispering voice from my mind. I wondered if I was imagining things, if maybe the stress of being a new parent was playing tricks on me. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I knew that the voice had been real. It had been too clear, too deliberate. I couldn't deny that something strange had happened, and the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it became. Later that evening, after my daughter had gone down for another nap, I decided to call the company that manufactured the baby monitor. I hoped they could offer some explanation for what had happened. The customer service representative who answered was polite, but when I described the issue, she was as confused as I was. "That's strange," she said. "Our monitors are designed to filter out any interference, and it's rare for them to pick up outside signals. I can't say I've heard of this happening before." She asked me to send in the monitor for inspection, but she couldn't offer any other solutions over the phone. I felt a little reassured by her words, but the unease didn't go away. The experience had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. I had always trusted technology, assuming it would work as intended. But now I wasn't so sure. I didn't know what had happened, and I didn't know what the voice had meant. The feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I was, lingered in the back of my mind. Over the next few days, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread whenever I was alone with the baby monitor. I hadn't heard the voice again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it could happen at any moment. Every time I glanced at the monitor, I half expected to hear that faint whisper again. My nights were restless, filled with uneasy dreams about a voice that called my name from somewhere deep in the static. I found myself checking the monitor multiple times a day, almost as if I were waiting for something to happen, though I wasn't sure what. Then, one afternoon a few weeks later, I received a package in the mail from the company that had made the baby monitor. It contained a new unit, one that they assured me was a replacement for the faulty one I had returned. I felt a brief sense of relief as I unpacked the monitor, hoping that the new one would be free of any strange issues. But as I plugged it in and tested it once again, I hesitated. I didn't want to hear that voice again. I didn't want to be reminded of that feeling of being watched, of being called when no one was there. I turned the volume down, just to be safe. I wanted to make sure everything worked properly, but I couldn't bring myself to test it with the volume up. As I stood there in the quiet of the room, watching my daughter in her crib, I felt a strange sense of closure. The voice hadn't returned, and the room was silent once more. But something inside me had shifted. I no longer saw the baby monitor as a simple tool for keeping an eye on my daughter. Now it felt like a connection to something else, something I couldn't explain. And even though the room was silent, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was still listening. Story 37. It was a typical Tuesday when I received the message. My phone buzzed with a notification from an unknown number. The message had no text, just a single photo. My heart skipped a beat when I opened it. The photo was of me, unmistakably me, but taken from behind, standing in a crowd. I couldn't recall where or when it had been taken. I immediately scanned the image for any clues. I was wearing a dark jacket, my hair slightly messy, and I could make out the back of my head clearly, but there was nothing else distinctive about the surroundings. It seemed like a regular crowd scene, people milling about, some walking, others looking down at their phones. I felt a cold chill creep down my spine. The photo was unsettling, not because it was particularly strange or out of place, but because it was so ordinary. Who had taken it? And why was it being sent to me? I didn't recognize the sender's number, and the message itself didn't offer any context. It wasn't just a random image, it was a photo of me, in the middle of some crowd I couldn't identify, sent to me by someone I didn't know. The only thing I could gather was that the photo had been taken recently. The clothes I was wearing matched what I had worn the previous day, but that didn't explain how it ended up in my inbox. I sat there for a moment, staring at the photo in disbelief. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. Had someone been following me? Was this some kind of prank? I felt a mixture of anxiety and confusion. I started to go through my day in my mind, trying to recall every place I had been, every person I had interacted with. Could I have been photographed without realizing it? I didn't remember being in any large crowd the day before, and yet the photo made it clear that I had been. I had no memory of the moment, which only made the situation more unnerving. How could I have been in a crowd and not have known it? I decided to reply to the number, hoping for some explanation. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I typed, "Who is this? Why are you sending me this photo?" I hit send and waited, but no response came. I stared at the screen for a few more minutes, hoping for some clarification, but the phone remained silent. My curiosity was quickly turning into dread. It felt like someone was playing a game with me, sending me a photo of my own back like a twisted message that only they understood. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, but I had no idea who was doing it or why. The next few days passed in a blur. I checked my phone obsessively, hoping that the sender would reach out again with some sort of explanation, but nothing came. It wasn't just the photo that bothered me, it was the fact that I had no recollection of the event itself. I had no memory of being in that crowd, and the more I thought about it, the more surreal it seemed. Could someone have taken the photo while I was unaware, or was I simply missing something? I had tried to retrace my steps, but there was nothing unusual about my routine. I went to work, grabbed lunch from the same cafe I always visited, and returned home the same way I always did. One night, unable to sleep, I decided to zoom in on the photo. There had to be something more to it. I studied the faces in the crowd, searching for anything that might indicate where the picture had been taken or who might have been with me. But everyone in the image was a stranger. No one's face was familiar, and the background gave no clues either. It looked like just any other busy street or plaza. I tried to find anything that could tell me when or where the photo was taken, but there was nothing. The more I zoomed in, the more I realized that the only thing I was sure of was that I was in it. I couldn't let go of the photo. Each time I thought I was putting it out of my mind, the image would creep back into my thoughts. I began to second guess every moment from the day the photo was taken. Had I been somewhere I hadn't realized? Was I really being followed? I found myself paying more attention to the people around me, to the faces of strangers on the street, wondering if any of them looked familiar. But every time I saw someone who looked vaguely like the person in the photo, it turned out to be a coincidence. A week after receiving the first photo, I got another one. This time it was different. It was a clearer shot of me, this time facing forward. I wasn't smiling or doing anything particularly unusual, but it was undeniably me. And what was even more alarming was the location. It was a place I had never been. The photo had been taken in a park I'd never visited, on a day when I had been at work, or so I thought. My heart sank as I studied the details. The park was not just unfamiliar, it was in a completely different part of the city, one that I never traveled to. How could this be? I felt like I was losing control, like I was slowly being drawn into something I couldn't understand. How was this happening? Why was this happening? Was someone following me? And if so, how did they know these things about me? The fact that the second photo was taken in a place I didn't recognize made me question everything. Could it be that I had been to this park without realizing it? But no, I would have remembered. I would have recognized it. There was no way I could have been there, and yet the proof was right in front of me. I didn't know what to do anymore. I didn't want to go to the police. They would probably think I was overreacting or just paranoid. But the more I thought about the photos, the more I realized something was definitely wrong. I wasn't imagining this. These photos weren't coincidences. Whoever was sending them knew things about me that I didn't remember, and they were sending me images that felt too personal, too invasive. I stopped going to certain places, stopped walking down streets I used to frequent. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, as if someone might be lurking around every corner, waiting to snap another photo. The feeling of being watched grew stronger with each passing day. I began to feel like a character in a story, unable to escape from the narrative that someone else was writing. I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but all I had were these images, proof that someone knew where I had been, even when I didn't. And the worst part was I had no idea who was behind it or what they wanted from me. The photos stopped coming after a few weeks, but the fear didn't go away. I still think about them sometimes, wondering if they were ever really about me. Maybe the stranger in the photo was just a coincidence, or maybe it wasn't. Story 38. It was an ordinary morning, the kind where everything seemed to fall into a familiar rhythm. I pressed the button for my floor as I entered the elevator, glanced at my watch, and prepared to make my way to work. The doors closed with a soft chime, and I felt the familiar jolt as the elevator began its ascent. I was already thinking about the day ahead when something strange happened. The elevator moved smoothly at first, but when it reached the expected stop, the doors didn't open. Instead, the elevator continued to rise without slowing. For a moment, I assumed there had been a mistake. Perhaps the button hadn't registered properly, or the elevator was malfunctioning. I pressed the button for my floor again, watching the light next to it blink as if it were responding to my command. Yet, instead of stopping on my floor, the elevator skipped it entirely, moving on to the next one. My heart began to race, and I pressed the emergency stop button instinctively. The elevator came to a sudden halt, and I stood there, staring at the panel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I was certain I had pressed the correct button. After all, I had ridden this elevator countless times before. The floors were clearly labeled, and I had no reason to believe I had made any mistake. Still, I felt an uneasy chill run down my spine as I stared at the lights above the buttons. My floor was supposed to be next, yet the elevator had passed it as if it didn't exist. I felt a sense of dread wash over me, as though I were trapped in some strange, inexplicable moment. I pressed the button for my floor again, but this time it didn't light up at all. It was as if the entire system had shut it out. After a few moments, the elevator began to descend back down, as though it was returning to where it had started. The sudden motion caused me to stumble slightly, and I grabbed the railing to steady myself. When the elevator stopped at the next floor, the doors opened, and a few people stepped inside, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. I couldn't help but wonder if they had noticed anything unusual. To them, it was just another ride, another floor, another day. I, however, felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. Something was wrong, but I couldn't explain it. I remained silent as the doors closed again, and the elevator resumed its journey. When it finally reached my floor after what seemed like an eternity, I stepped out, still shaken by the experience. I glanced around, half expecting to see someone watching me, but the hallway was empty. The building seemed as quiet and ordinary as always, yet my mind was racing with questions. Why had the elevator skipped my floor? Was it a technical malfunction, or was something else at play? I decided to let it go and continue with my day. After all, it could have been a glitch, a simple mechanical failure that I would never fully understand. But as I sat down at my desk, the memory of the elevator ride lingered in my mind. I kept replaying it over and over, wondering if I had somehow imagined it, but I hadn't. I had been awake and alert, fully aware of every moment. I had pressed the button, watched the light flicker, and felt the strange, unsettling sensation as the elevator moved past my floor without stopping. Later in the day, I mentioned the incident to a coworker, casually bringing it up in conversation. She looked at me with a puzzled expression and then shrugged. "That's weird," she said. "But elevators do act strange sometimes, don't they? Maybe it was just a glitch." I nodded, trying to dismiss it, but the feeling remained. It wasn't just the strange behavior of the elevator that bothered me. It was the sense that something wasn't right, something that couldn't be easily explained away. As the week went on, I found myself thinking about that elevator ride more often than I'd like to admit. I even started noticing things that I hadn't before, little oddities that seemed to align with the strange experience. There were times when I would press a button for a floor, only to have the elevator move in a direction I hadn't expected. It wasn't always the same floor being skipped. but it was enough to make me wonder if something was malfunctioning with the building's elevator system. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself that it was just coincidence or that I had somehow misinterpreted the situation. But deep down, I knew it wasn't normal. Elevators didn't just skip floors for no reason. They were designed to stop at the floors that were requested, and every other time I had ridden this elevator, that's exactly what had happened. Why had this time been different? Days passed, and the feeling of unease started to fade into the background, buried beneath the demands of daily life. But every time I entered the building and approached the elevator, I couldn't shake the memory of that strange, inexplicable ride. I couldn't help but wonder if it would happen again. Would the elevator skip my floor next time? Or had I simply experienced something that was entirely out of the ordinary? It was a question that I couldn't answer, but the sense of unease still lingered. The elevator, that cold, metallic box, had taken on a strange significance in my mind. It wasn't just a means of transportation anymore, it had become a symbol of something I couldn't quite grasp. And though I tried to move on and forget about it, a part of me couldn't stop wondering what had really happened that day. And would I ever truly understand why the elevator skipped my floor? Story 39. It had been a long week, and I was eager to get away for a short break. I decided to rent a car to make the trip a little easier, choosing a vehicle that seemed comfortable and practical. The car rental process was smooth, and I soon found myself on the road, heading out of town to a destination I had been looking forward to visiting. The car's GPS system had a built-in navigation feature, which I figured would help me avoid any detours or delays along the way. I entered my destination into the system and sat back, letting the GPS guide me as I drove. As the journey unfolded, I couldn't help but notice something strange. Every time I entered a new destination or checked the map, the GPS seemed to offer a suggestion: my home address. At first, I thought it might have been a fluke, some sort of default setting, but it kept happening. No matter how many times I re-entered the route to my destination, the system kept asking me if I wanted to head home. It didn't make sense. Why would my home address be saved in the navigation system of a car that wasn't mine? Curious, I decided to investigate further. I navigated through the settings of the GPS, hoping to find an explanation. Sure enough, when I opened the address book, there was my home address, listed right at the top. I had never saved it there. In fact, I hadn't even entered my address into the system at any point during the rental process. I had simply picked up the car and started driving, not giving much thought to the technology inside. Now, seeing my home address appear in the system felt more than a little unsettling. How had it gotten there? I checked the rental contract, thinking maybe there was some mention of a default address being entered for navigation purposes. But no, there was nothing. I also tried contacting the rental agency, but the response was vague. The agent on the other end of the line assured me that the GPS system was standard in all their cars, but they didn't have access to the addresses stored in it. The answer didn't sit right with me. I began to wonder if someone had somehow programmed the system to include my home address. But why? Who would do that, and how? The more I thought about it, the more the whole situation seemed odd. What were the odds that the one rental car I picked would have my exact address saved in its system? It felt like some kind of strange coincidence, but it didn't feel random. It felt deliberate. The thought sent a chill down my spine. Had someone been tracking me? Was I unknowingly being monitored? The fact that the system kept trying to route me home only added to the sense of unease that was building inside me. I tried to distract myself from the feeling of discomfort as I drove. I kept telling myself that it was probably just a glitch, a technological oddity. But as the day went on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The car's navigation system seemed to know far too much about me for a vehicle I had only just picked up. I tried to push it out of my mind and focused on the road ahead, but the sensation of being watched lingered, like a shadow trailing behind me. Later that evening, I pulled into a small hotel for the night. As I parked the car, I quickly glanced back at the GPS screen, half expecting to see my home address once again suggesting that I head back. Sure enough, it was there loud and clear. The system kept flashing up my home address, despite the fact that I was hundreds of miles away. I quickly turned off the GPS, feeling a sense of urgency, as if the car itself was trying to pull me back to a place I didn't want to go. The next morning, I was determined to get to the bottom of it. I went back to the rental agency, hoping they could provide an explanation. When I spoke with the agent, I mentioned the strange appearance of my home address in the car's system, but she seemed just as confused as I was. "It's probably just a malfunction," she said, brushing it off. But the more she spoke, the more I realized that her reassurances weren't helping. The look in her eyes told me she didn't know more than I did. The mystery deepened, and I felt as though I had no choice but to continue with my trip, unsettled and unsure of what to make of the entire experience. As I left the rental office and got back into the car, I tried to calm myself. It could have been nothing more than a technological glitch, I told myself, but something about it felt wrong. It wasn't just that my home address was saved in the system, it was the fact that it had been there without my input, the fact that the system seemed to know exactly where I lived, and the fact that it kept trying to direct me home. I began to wonder if someone had planted it there intentionally, or if something even stranger was going on. The drive continued, and I forced myself to focus on the road. But the thought of the GPS kept creeping back into my mind. I couldn't help but wonder what else the system might know about me. Was my personal information being tracked? Was the car's navigation system just a harmless tool, or was it part of something more sinister? As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being pulled into something larger than I understood. The sense of dread had settled deep inside me, and it was hard to shake. Eventually, I decided to stop using the car's navigation system altogether. I pulled out my phone and used a mapping app, hoping to put my mind at ease. But the discomfort lingered. Even with my own navigation, the feeling of being followed, of being led somewhere, wouldn't go away. The memory of that strange address in the system stayed with me, gnawing at the edges of my thoughts. No matter how far I traveled, or how many miles I put between myself and the rental car, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me the entire time. As I finally returned the car and left the rental agency, I was left with more questions than answers. I had no idea how my home address ended up in the GPS system, and I didn't know why it had been there in the first place. The agency could offer no real explanation, and the unsettling feeling that had accompanied me throughout my trip stayed with me long after I had turned in the keys. I couldn't help but wonder if the strange coincidence was simply that just a glitch in the system, or if there was something more to it, something I wasn't seeing. But one thing was certain: I would never look at a rental car the same way again. Story 40. I had been waiting for a delivery, but nothing could have prepared me for what arrived at my doorstep that afternoon. It was a small, nondescript package wrapped in plain brown paper with no return address. At first, I thought it might be something I had ordered online, though I couldn't recall anything that should have come in such an anonymous, unmarked package. There were no shipping labels or identifying marks, just a simple address, mine scrawled on the front in neat handwriting. However, it was the note attached to the package that caught my attention. The handwriting on it read, "Your exact measurements." I stood there, staring at the package, feeling a strange unease creep up my spine. My mind raced, trying to recall if I had shared my personal measurements with anyone recently. Maybe it was a gift from a friend or an odd coincidence, but the more I thought about it, the more confused I became. I hadn't told anyone about my measurements in years, and certainly not recently. It wasn't something I openly shared, nor had I ever received a gift or package that referenced such personal details. Who could have sent this, and why would they need to know such specific information about me? I carefully examined the package, but there were no clues to indicate who might have sent it. There were no signs of any packaging company, no stamp, no barcode, and no return address. It felt like something was missing, something crucial that would explain why I had received this strange parcel. As I carefully peeled away the paper to open it, my thoughts grew more frantic. I wondered if the package could be some sort of mistake. But why would anyone go to the trouble of sending something so specific without revealing who they were? The mystery only deepened with each passing moment. Inside, there was a neatly folded piece of clothing, a jacket, perhaps along with a small card. The jacket was unlike anything I would typically buy, and it seemed tailored specifically for me. The fit was perfect, as though the person who had made it knew my exact size and shape. As I ran my hands over the fabric, I realized the measurements written on the card were indeed mine. The card simply read, "I hope it fits." No name, no explanation, just those words. The jacket itself was beautifully made, and the quality of the material was luxurious. Yet the entire situation felt wrong. How could someone have such detailed knowledge of my measurements? And why would they send me something without any context? I stood there frozen, holding the card and the jacket, trying to make sense of it all. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. I had no idea who could have sent this, or why they would have gone to such lengths to create something for me. It wasn't just the jacket, it was the fact that someone knew something so personal about me without my consent or knowledge. The level of detail was both impressive and deeply disturbing. I had no way of knowing whether this was some kind of harmless gesture, or if it was something far more sinister. I thought about the possibility that this might be a mistake, maybe someone had mixed up the address or had ordered something for someone else. But the more I examined the situation, the more unlikely that seemed. The measurements were too specific, the fit too perfect, and the lack of any identifying information too eerie. It was as though the person who had sent this had been watching me, studying me in some way. The idea that my personal details had been so easily obtained was unsettling in ways I couldn't fully articulate. In an attempt to find answers, I called the shipping company, but they had no record of any packages sent to me from an unknown source. They could only confirm that the package had been delivered, but there was no tracking information or history attached to it. It was as if the package had appeared out of nowhere, with no trace of its origin. I was left to wonder whether this was some kind of elaborate prank, or if I had unknowingly become the target of something far more troubling. Days passed, and the mystery of the package continued to weigh on my mind. I couldn't stop thinking about it, and every time I walked past the jacket, I felt a strange sense of unease. It was too perfect, too tailored, as if it had been made specifically for me, but by whom and for what purpose? I considered throwing it away or returning it to the address on the package, but there was no return address to send it to. There was no way to contact anyone about it, no way to trace where it had come from. It felt like I had been left with nothing but questions and an eerie, unanswered mystery. I talked to a few friends about the package, hoping to get some perspective. Some of them thought it could be a thoughtful gift from someone who knew me well, while others felt it was too strange to ignore. No one could give me a clear answer, and I found myself growing increasingly paranoid. Was someone watching me? Had they been observing my every move, collecting personal details about me without my knowledge? Or had I somehow unwittingly shared this information with someone, leaving the door open for such an intrusion? The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that this wasn't just a coincidence. I eventually decided to reach out to a professional, a private investigator. I needed to understand what was going on, to uncover the truth behind this bizarre package. After explaining everything to the investigator, they agreed to look into it. They started by trying to trace the package's origin, but it proved difficult, as the delivery company had no useful information to provide. They checked the tracking records and conducted a thorough search, but the trail was cold. No one seemed to know anything about the package, and it seemed as though it had been sent from nowhere. In the end, the investigation yielded no results. There was no clue as to who had sent the package or why they had sent it. The investigator assured me that there was no immediate threat, but the feeling of unease never fully went away. The jacket sat in my closet, a constant reminder of the strange and unsettling event. I never wore it. I couldn't bring myself to use something that had come to me so mysteriously, a gift from an unknown sender with no explanation. I tried to move on, but the memory of the package and the questions it raised stayed with me, unresolved. A reminder that sometimes there are no answers to the mysteries that life throws our way. Story 41. The phone rang early in the morning, its shrill tone cutting through the quiet of my apartment. I groggily reached for the receiver, still half in a dreamlike state, expecting to hear the usual automated messages or wrong number calls. But instead, the voice on the other end was clear and familiar, a local florist I often passed on my way to work. "Good morning. We're calling to confirm an order for flowers addressed to your name and workplace," the florist said. I blinked, taken aback by the unexpected call. Flowers? I hadn't ordered any flowers. In fact, I couldn't think of anyone who would send me flowers, especially not to my workplace. I had no occasion or reason to receive such a gift. It was an odd request, one that caught me off guard, but I tried to maintain my composure. "I'm sorry," I said, my voice betraying a hint of confusion. "I didn't place any order for flowers." The florist seemed unbothered by my response, as though they were used to this kind of confusion. "Are you sure? We have your name and your workplace listed here, and it's scheduled for delivery later today. The arrangement is a mixed bouquet of roses, lilies, and daisies with a handwritten card." I felt my heart skip a beat. The details sounded too specific to be a mistake, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I had never given my workplace's address to any flower delivery service, and I certainly hadn't ordered a bouquet of flowers. Who would have done this? Why? "I assure you, I haven't placed any order for flowers," I said again, trying to stay calm, though my mind was racing. "Could you check the order again? Maybe there's been some sort of mix-up." The florist was silent for a moment before responding. "I've double-checked the details. It's under your name, and the payment has already been processed. Would you like to cancel the order or accept the delivery?" I hesitated. There was no point in accepting flowers that I didn't want or order, but at the same time there was something nagging at me. What if it was a surprise from someone, a friend or colleague? It could have been a thoughtful gesture, albeit an anonymous one, but the lack of any explanation made me uneasy. "Please cancel the order," I said finally, feeling a sense of relief wash over me as I spoke. It didn't feel right, and I wasn't willing to let some unknown person send me a gift without any context. It felt invasive and strange. The florist seemed to take this decision in stride, offering a polite farewell before hanging up. But as I set the phone back in its cradle, the feeling of unease lingered. I found myself wondering who had placed the order, and why. Had it been a simple mistake, a mix-up in the florist's system, or was there something more to it? Throughout the day, I couldn't shake the thought of the flowers. It kept repeating in my mind like an echo, the image of a bouquet arriving at my workplace, and the mystery of who had sent it. No one at work mentioned anything about flowers, which only deepened the mystery. If someone had placed the order, wouldn't they have let me know? Or at least given me a clue about the surprise? That night, when I returned home from work, I found myself checking my voicemail, my emails, and even my social media accounts, looking for some sort of message or explanation. But there was nothing. No new messages, no alerts, no sign that anyone had been trying to get in touch with me. It was as though the entire thing had been some sort of ghostly, isolated event. I kept telling myself that it had just been a mistake, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day, the florist called again, and I felt my stomach tighten in anticipation. I picked up the phone quickly, my nerves on edge. "Hello, we just wanted to follow up on the flowers," the florist said. "We had another order come through with your name and workplace. Would you like to accept the flowers this time, or should we cancel it again?" I was stunned into silence. The second order. This was becoming too strange to be coincidental. Had someone sent them again, or was the florist making a mistake? I had no idea what to make of it, but I couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread inside me. I didn't place an order for flowers, and I didn't ask for any deliveries, I replied firmly, trying to hold on to my composure. "Please cancel it, and please don't call me again about this." The florist hesitated, sounding puzzled. "Are you sure? The order is addressed to you. Same bouquet, same workplace. Everything is identical." I felt a shiver run down my spine. How could this happen twice? How could someone know my details so well? I had no answers, only more questions, and they seemed to be multiplying by the minute. I ended the call, my mind racing as I tried to process what was happening. Whoever was sending these flowers had my personal information, perhaps even more than I was comfortable with. And the thought that the florist had confirmed the details twice made it seem even more real, like I wasn't imagining things. It was as though someone was trying to get my attention, but for what purpose? I couldn't guess. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but I couldn't focus on anything. I kept thinking about the flowers and the unsettling mystery surrounding them. Who could it be? A secret admirer? A prank? Or something far more sinister? The more I thought about it, the more the idea of receiving flowers anonymous, uninvited flowers felt like an intrusion into my life, as though someone was watching me. I thought about contacting the police, but what would I even say? Someone keeps sending me flowers I didn't order, and I'm starting to get worried. It sounded ridiculous, even to my own ears. And yet, the more I tried to rationalize it, the more I realized that there was no simple explanation. A week went by, and the calls from the florist stopped. No more orders, no more strange deliveries, no more unsettling confirmations of things I didn't order. But the mystery of the flowers stayed with me, a lingering question that haunted my thoughts. I had canceled the orders, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching, still orchestrating this bizarre series of events. Whoever it was, they knew where I worked, they knew my name, and they had been able to send something personal without my knowledge. It was a reminder that there were forces at play in my life that I couldn't control or understand. In the end, I couldn't stop thinking about the flowers. They had disappeared, but the mystery of them never truly left me. Story 42. It was a regular morning when the call came in. I had just finished my breakfast and was preparing to leave for work when my phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, but I answered it anyway, thinking it could be something important. To my surprise, the voice on the other end was calm but insistent. The person identified themselves as being from the house alarm company, and they immediately asked, "Can you explain why you disabled the system?" I froze for a moment, my mind racing. I hadn't touched the alarm system at all. In fact, I had not even been near the control panel in days. I tried to keep my voice steady as I replied, "I didn't disable anything. I haven't even touched the alarm system." The woman on the other end didn't sound convinced. She repeated the question, asking why I had deactivated the system. I could hear the tapping of keys as she checked something on her end, perhaps pulling up the logs. "According to our records, the system was disabled this morning," she said, her tone still neutral, but there was an undercurrent of concern in her voice. I couldn't understand how that was possible. The alarm was an important part of my home security, and I never took it lightly. There was no way I would have disabled it, especially without realizing it. I felt a sense of unease wash over me as the conversation continued. The woman on the other end of the line kept pressing for more information, asking if I had possibly made a mistake, or if someone else in the household had been responsible. But that was the thing, there was no one else. I lived alone, and no one had access to the alarm system except for me. I had always made sure to lock up before leaving and to ensure everything was secure. There was no logical explanation for what she was saying, and I began to feel more and more uncomfortable. It felt as if I was being accused of something I didn't do. I reassured the woman that I hadn't touched the alarm, and I asked her to check the logs again to make sure there hadn't been some kind of mistake. She put me on hold for a few minutes, and when she came back, her tone was different. "I've reviewed the logs again," she said slowly. "The system was definitely disabled remotely. That only deepened the mystery. Who could have accessed my alarm remotely without my permission? I had always thought the system was secure, and I was careful about who had access to the codes. The fact that someone could disable it without my knowledge sent a shiver down my spine. I immediately started to question how this could have happened. Had I been hacked? Was someone who had access to my information using it against me? I had never had any issues with the alarm system before, and I took pride in the fact that I was always vigilant about security. But now someone had bypassed my control over it. I asked the woman if there was any way to trace the source of the remote access, to find out who had disabled the system. She told me that they would need to conduct an investigation, but they would keep me updated. However, there was nothing more they could do at that moment. I was left with more questions than answers. I hung up the phone and stood there for a moment, processing the conversation. My heart was still racing, and a cold sense of dread had settled in my chest. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The alarm had been disabled while I was still at home. It was as though someone had been watching me, waiting for the right moment to make their move. The more I thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. I couldn't figure out who would have wanted to disable the alarm, or why. I decided to check the alarm system myself, hoping to see if there was anything unusual on my end, but everything appeared to be in order. The control panel was where it should be, and nothing looked out of place. I made sure to double-check the security cameras, but they too showed no signs of tampering. Everything seemed normal on the surface. but my gut told me otherwise. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had gained access to my home, even if I hadn't physically seen any evidence of it. Over the next few days, I kept a closer eye on everything. I locked the doors more carefully, checked the windows, and made sure the alarm system was fully operational. But the strange feeling of being watched never left. I started to wonder if someone was testing me, watching for an opportunity to break into my house. Maybe they had disabled the alarm to see how long it would take for me to notice. Or perhaps they were just toying with me, letting me feel like I had no control over my own security. The house alarm company kept in touch, but their investigation didn't seem to make any headway. They weren't able to pinpoint the source of the remote access, and they told me they were working with their technical team to improve security. They reassured me that my system was safe now, and that the issue had been resolved. But their words did little to ease my anxiety. I wasn't convinced that everything was truly back to normal. As the days passed, I began to feel like I was losing control. The idea that someone had tampered with my alarm system, even remotely, left me feeling vulnerable. It was as if my privacy had been invaded in a way that I couldn't explain. No matter what I did to secure my home, there was always the nagging feeling that someone could get in without my knowledge. I had no idea who could have done it or why they would want to. But I knew one thing for sure. This wasn't just a random glitch or mistake. The whole situation left me on edge. Every time I left the house, I double-checked the alarm, triple-checked the doors and windows, and made sure everything was locked up tight. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there, watching and waiting. What was their goal? Why disable the alarm system if they weren't planning something more? The thought haunted me, and I couldn't let it go. It was as if the safety I had always relied on had been shattered in an instant, and I was left wondering if I would ever feel truly secure in my own home again. Story 43. The morning was just like any other, or so I thought. I walked into the train station a bit tired from the early start, but already preparing myself for the long day ahead. The platform was crowded, as usual, with commuters hustling to get to their designated cars. As I made my way towards the train, I mentally scanned for an empty seat, knowing exactly where I preferred to sit towards the back of the car by the window. That spot had become my sanctuary over the past few months. A small corner where I could enjoy the quiet ride and gather my thoughts before arriving at work. But that day, as I approached my usual seat, I stopped in my tracks. There, on the seat I always took, was a small sticky note, attached to the backrest with its bright yellow color stark against the dark fabric. The message was simple, almost too simple, but it stopped me cold. Reserved for you. The words were written in neat, careful handwriting, but it was the strange familiarity of it that made my heart race. No one else ever sat in that seat, so how did someone know that it was the one I always chose? I glanced around, feeling a wave of unease wash over me. Was this some kind of joke? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I hesitated for a moment, considering whether or not to take my usual spot. I wondered if someone was playing a prank on me, but the longer I stared at the note, the more it seemed like it was meant for me. There was no mistaking the words. It was as if someone had anticipated my arrival, prepared for my exact needs. My usual routine was so ingrained that it seemed almost impossible for anyone to know it without being intimately familiar with my schedule. I couldn't explain why, but the more I looked at the note, the more unsettling it became. It was as if I had been expected, as if my presence on this train at this exact moment had been planned. Still unsure of what to do, I slowly sat down in the seat, unsure whether I was doing something right or not. I scanned the rest of the car again, but no one appeared to be watching me. The train began to move, and I tried to shake off the strange feeling that had taken hold of me. Maybe it was nothing. After all, it could have been some mistake or a coincidence. But I couldn't get rid of the nagging sensation that something was off. I glanced at the sticky note once more, the words reserved for you sitting there, as though they were meant to provide some kind of comfort. But they didn't. Instead, they only deepened the feeling of dread. The ride felt longer than usual that day. Each stop seemed to drag the train car filled with the typical hum of commuting noise, but in my mind, all I could hear was that simple phrase echoing over and over. Reserved for you. Why did I feel like I wasn't alone, even though I was surrounded by people? I couldn't stop looking at the note, almost as if I was waiting for it to change, to give me more information or reason for its existence. But it remained the same, stuck to the fabric of the seat in front of me, like a permanent reminder of something I couldn't quite grasp. I tried to convince myself that I was overthinking it. People left notes all the time. Maybe someone had written it as a joke, or maybe it was a coincidence that it ended up on my seat. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that it was highly unlikely. Why had the note been placed exactly where I always sat? What were the chances that someone else had figured out my daily routine so precisely? It felt like there was a hidden message in it, something beneath the surface that I couldn't quite understand. The unease I felt only grew as the train approached my stop. I gathered my belongings slowly, my eyes never leaving the sticky note. I tried to brush off the feelings of paranoia that were creeping up on me. It was probably nothing, I thought. But the more I tried to convince myself of that, the less I believed it. Something about this whole situation felt too deliberate, too calculated. Who had left this note, and why? The next day, I boarded the same train at the same time, hoping that I had simply imagined the whole thing. I walked to my usual seat, almost expecting to find another sticky note waiting for me. But there was nothing. The seat was empty as it should have been. I took a deep breath and sat down, trying to let go of the strange feeling that had lingered since the day before. It was just a note, after all. It was just a note. I repeated the words in my head, trying to convince myself that it didn't matter, that it was nothing out of the ordinary. But as the train started moving, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I kept glancing around the car, half expecting to see someone staring at me, waiting for me to notice them. But no one was paying attention. Everyone else seemed lost in their own world, absorbed in their phones or reading books. Yet I couldn't get rid of the feeling that someone knew exactly where I was, what I was doing. The word reserve seemed to hang in the air, an invisible weight that pressed down on my chest. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like I was a part of something that I hadn't been told about, something that I wasn't supposed to understand. The next few days passed in a blur. Each morning I boarded the train and sat down in my usual seat, but the note never appeared again. I tried to let it go, telling myself that it was just a weird coincidence, a random event that meant nothing. But the feeling that something was off never completely faded. I started noticing things that I hadn't paid attention to before, the way people on the train looked at me, the way they would glance away the moment I made eye contact. It was as if they knew something I didn't, as if they were all a part of something bigger, something that I wasn't meant to be a part of. One day I sat down in my seat as usual, but as I glanced out the window, I saw a man standing on the platform at the next station. He was staring at me, his eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made me shiver. I quickly turned away, hoping that he hadn't seen me notice him. But when I looked again, he was still there, still watching. My heart began to race as I felt the familiar sense of unease creeping back into my chest. What was going on? Why did it feel like I was being followed, watched, expected? I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I was imagining things or if there was something truly strange happening around me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the sticky note had been a sign of something that was now unfolding. Something that I had no control over. The next few weeks passed, and nothing else unusual happened, but the memory of that note stayed with me. The words "reserved for you" seemed to follow me wherever I went, echoing in the back of my mind, a reminder of the strange, unsettling moment on the train. I eventually stopped sitting in that seat altogether, moving to different cars and trying to avoid my usual spot. It was a small change, but it gave me a sense of control, a feeling that I could take charge of the situation, even if I didn't fully understand it. But I couldn't escape the feeling that whatever had happened that day was still lingering, waiting for me to figure it out. Why had I been singled out? Why had that note appeared in the first place? And most of all, who had been waiting for me to sit there? Story 44. It was a typical Tuesday afternoon when I went to my neighborhood pharmacy to pick up a few items. I had planned to grab some over-the-counter medication for a mild headache and maybe a bottle of shampoo. As I walked into the store, the bell above the door rang and I was immediately greeted by the pharmacist behind the counter. He was a friendly man, one I had seen many times before but never had a deep conversation with. He smiled as I approached the counter and said, "Hello. How's your day going? And I've got your prescription ready for you." I was taken aback for a moment, not because of the greeting, but because of what he said next. "Your prescription for the allergy medication," he continued. "It's all set." I blinked in confusion. I had never, to my knowledge, filled a prescription for allergy medication, let alone requested it. I had no allergies that I could remember, and had certainly never spoken to him about any such thing. The words seemed to hang in the air as I tried to process what he had said. "I'm sorry," I stammered. "I think there's been some mistake. I didn't request any prescription." The pharmacist looked at me with a slightly puzzled expression. "Oh," he said, his voice still warm and friendly. "It must be under your name. Let me check again." He walked over to the computer behind the counter and began typing away. As I stood there, I couldn't help but feel a sense of growing unease. How could he be so certain about a prescription I never ordered? What was going on here? A few moments later, he returned, still smiling, but now with a more apologetic tone. "It seems there was a mix-up," he said. "We have a prescription under your name for the medication. It was sent over from your doctor last week. Maybe you forgot about it." I shook my head, feeling more and more bewildered. "I really don't know what you're talking about," I said, trying to stay calm. "I haven't spoken to my doctor about any allergies or prescriptions recently. I didn't even know I had a prescription waiting." The pharmacist seemed taken aback by my confusion. He apologized once again, telling me that if I wasn't interested in the prescription, he would cancel it. He also mentioned that he could check with my doctor's office to verify the situation if I wanted, but I declined. There was no way I was going to get into a situation where I was tied to a prescription I never asked for, especially if I didn't even know what it was for. I left the pharmacy with a feeling of unease that lingered long after I walked out the door. How could this happen? Who would send in a prescription for me without my knowledge? The whole encounter seemed strange, almost too strange to be just an error. I started questioning if perhaps I had visited my doctor recently and forgotten about it. But no, that didn't seem right. I hadn't been to the doctor in months for anything other than a routine checkup, and even then, no mention was made of any allergies or the need for medication. I spent the rest of the day trying to make sense of what had happened, replaying the conversation in my mind over and over. Maybe the pharmacist had simply confused me with someone else who had a similar name. But then again, that didn't explain the prescription. How could a prescription be sent in for someone without their consent, without their knowledge? I didn't even have allergies, so why would there be a prescription for an allergy medication in the first place? The next morning, I called my doctor's office to inquire about the prescription. I needed answers, and I needed to know if there was some sort of mix-up. The receptionist on the other end was polite, but her response didn't ease my concerns. "We don't have any record of a prescription for allergy medication under your name," she said after checking their files. I explained the situation to her, telling her that the pharmacist had mentioned a prescription sent from their office. She seemed just as confused as I was, and after a brief pause, she assured me that they would look into it. I hung up the phone, still feeling uneasy, but also a little relieved that my doctor's office hadn't sent anything without my knowledge. But then why had the pharmacist been so certain? And why had he greeted me as if everything was normal, as if he knew about the prescription before I did? It was as though he had been expecting me, like he had been informed ahead of time about something I knew nothing about. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. A few days passed without any further contact from the pharmacy or my doctor's office, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I drove by the pharmacy again, hoping to see if anything had changed. I considered going in to ask the pharmacist again about the prescription, but I wasn't sure what I would say or how I would explain my suspicions. If there was a mix-up, I didn't want to make things more complicated. But at the same time, I couldn't just let it go. It didn't feel like a simple mistake. It felt like something deliberate, something designed to throw me off. Over the following week, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I started keeping a closer eye on my medical records, making sure there were no other prescriptions I hadn't requested. I also checked my pharmacy app regularly, just in case something else popped up. But everything seemed to be in order. There was no sign of any mysterious prescriptions, and nothing unusual showed up in my medical history. Still, the question lingered. Why had the pharmacist greeted me so warmly about a prescription I had never requested? Was it possible that someone had used my name to request it? But if so, why? I tried to dismiss the feeling, telling myself that it was probably just a mistake. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized how odd the whole situation had been. The warmth in the pharmacist's greeting, the certainty in his voice, it was also familiar, as if he knew me. I had never had such a personal exchange with him before, and yet it felt as though he was expecting me to show up, as though he had known exactly what I would be there for. It didn't make sense. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something important. After a few more weeks of dwelling on it, I began to notice other strange things happening. I started getting unexpected calls from telemarketers about medications I had never ordered. Some of them even mentioned the allergy medication, as if they had been informed about it before I even knew about it. It was as if someone was trying to link me to this prescription, trying to make me believe it was mine. Finally, I decided to confront the pharmacist directly. I went back into the pharmacy one afternoon, trying to act as normal as possible. I casually asked him about the prescription once again, explaining that I had called my doctor's office and they didn't have any record of it. The pharmacist's smile faltered for just a second, but then he quickly recovered and assured me that everything had been a simple mistake. He apologized again, saying that sometimes the system could get confused and that I should disregard the prescription. But something in his eyes told me he wasn't being entirely truthful. It was a fleeting moment, almost imperceptible, but it was enough to make me suspicious. He hadn't explained how the prescription had gotten to him in the first place, or why he had been so confident that it was meant for me. I left the pharmacy that day with more questions than answers, my mind still racing with uncertainty. I've never been able to shake the feeling that someone or something was behind that strange encounter. Whether it was a mix-up, a mistake, or something more deliberate, I don't know. But I can't help but wonder if I'll ever get the full story, or if it was just the beginning of something far more complicated. All I know is that my neighborhood pharmacist greeted me warmly and mentioned a prescription I never requested. And no matter how many times I try to explain it, the mystery still lingers. Story 45. It was an ordinary evening, and I had just finished my shower. The bathroom was steamy, the mirror fogged up from the warm water, so I reached for the towel to wipe it clean. As I did, I noticed something strange. There, in the misty reflection, was the faint outline of a handprint on the inside of the mirror. At first, I thought it might be my own handprint from when I had touched the glass earlier, but then I realized it couldn't be. The outline was too clear, too deliberate, and it wasn't on the surface where I had wiped, but inside the glass like someone had pressed their hand against it from behind. I stepped closer, heart pounding in my chest. The handprint was faint, almost ghostly, like it had been left there in a hurry. The shape was distinct, the fingers spread wide, with the palm pressing firmly against the glass. It was as if someone had placed their hand on the mirror while I wasn't looking. But the thing that unsettled me the most was how perfectly it was positioned right at eye level, as if whoever had left it knew exactly where I would stand to see it. I took a step back and tried to rationalize the situation. Maybe it was some sort of trick of the light or condensation. But the more I stared at the outline, the less convinced I became. I turned on the bathroom fan, hoping that the added airflow might clear the mirror. The fog began to dissipate, and as it did, the handprint didn't fade away with it. It remained there, stark and visible. I reached up to touch the mirror, pressing my palm against the glass, but there was nothing on the surface. No moisture or marks where my hand had been. It was as though the handprint was embedded within the mirror itself, as if something had left an imprint that couldn't be wiped away. The feeling that something was wrong crept over me, and I couldn't shake the sense that I wasn't alone in the room. I stepped out of the bathroom, leaving the door slightly ajar, trying to process what I had seen. My mind raced with possibilities. Could it have been a mistake? Maybe someone had accidentally touched the mirror before I used the bathroom, and the condensation just made it more noticeable. But then I remembered something else. The mirror wasn't just foggy from my shower. It had been completely clear when I walked in, and the fog had only started forming after I had already stepped out of the shower. No one else had been in the bathroom. I was alone. So how could the handprint have appeared if no one had touched it? I walked around the house, trying to distract myself, but the image of that handprint wouldn't leave my mind. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that it was just a trick of the mind, that it could be explained away. But there was something about it, the way it was placed, how it didn't disappear with the steam, that kept me on edge. I couldn't help but feel like someone was watching me. I felt as though the handprint was a message, something left behind for me to find. But who would do that, and why? As the evening wore on, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I eventually went back into the bathroom, hoping the mirror would be clear this time, that maybe the handprint would be gone. But when I walked in, the outline was still there, as vivid as before. My heart raced again. I leaned in closer, examining it, trying to find some clue that might explain it away. But the longer I stared, the more unsettling it became. The handprint seemed almost intentional, as if someone had deliberately pressed their hand against the glass while I wasn't looking, leaving behind a trace of their presence. The next morning I woke up, hoping it had all been some strange dream or a product of my overactive imagination. I walked into the bathroom, half expecting the mirror to be clear. But there it was again, the faint handprint, just as I had seen it the night before. My stomach churned. I was starting to feel like I was being drawn into something I couldn't understand. The idea that someone could have left this handprint without me seeing them or hearing them was terrifying. It felt like I was being watched, like someone was silently observing my every move from within the very walls of my own home. I considered calling someone, maybe a friend or a family member, to come over and look at it, to tell me I was just imagining things, but I stopped myself. What if it wasn't my imagination? What if there was something I was missing? Something hidden behind the handprint that I couldn't see? The thought that my home, a place that had always felt safe, might not be as secure as I thought was deeply unsettling. I had always felt like I knew every inch of the house, like nothing could surprise me. But now I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was lurking just beyond my awareness. I spent the rest of the day avoiding the bathroom. Every time I passed the door, I could feel my gaze being drawn to it, as if the handprint was calling to me. I resisted the urge to go in and look again, telling myself it would be better to leave it alone. But by evening, the curiosity had become too much. I had to know if it was still there, if it was real, if I wasn't just losing my mind. I entered the bathroom with a deep breath, steeling myself for what I might find. And sure enough, the handprint was still there, staring back at me from the mirror. I knew then that something was wrong, something I couldn't explain. I felt a growing sense of dread settle over me. I couldn't just pretend it was nothing anymore. The handprint had to mean something, and it was becoming more than just an unsettling image on a bathroom mirror. It was a sign, a message, something trying to get my attention. But the question was, what was it trying to tell me, and who had left it there? That night, I decided to sleep in the living room, away from the bathroom and the mirror that haunted my thoughts. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand the strange occurrence. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that handprint, the faint outline of the fingers pressed against the glass. It felt like the image was burned into my mind, unable to be erased. The thought of it lingered, disturbing my every moment. The next day, I called a friend over. I didn't know what I expected them to say, but I needed someone else to see it, someone else to confirm that I wasn't imagining things. They arrived and I showed them the mirror, hoping they would brush it off as something insignificant. But when they saw the handprint, their face went pale. They stood there for a moment, silent, before saying, That's strange. It's like something or someone is trying to get your attention." I didn't know what to say to that. Their words only added to the unease that had settled over me. Could it be a sign? A warning? Something that couldn't be explained away? I began to wonder if I had missed something, some clue that would make sense of it all. But no matter how hard I thought, the handprint remained a mystery, an enigma I couldn't solve. And every time I looked at it, I felt a sense of dread that I couldn't shake. As the days passed, the handprint didn't disappear. It stayed there, faint but visible, as if someone or something had left its mark on the mirror and on my life. The longer I tried to ignore it, the more it consumed me, pulling me into a mystery I didn't understand and couldn't escape. Story 46. For years, the safe in my closet had been a source of comfort and security. It was a small, nondescript safe, tucked away behind a stack of old books, hidden from casual view. I had never needed to access it often, but whenever I did, it held my most important documents, passports, insurance papers, and a few personal mementos I didn't want to risk losing. I trusted that nothing would ever happen to the contents of the safe, so I made sure to lock it carefully after every use. It was a small act of control in an otherwise chaotic world, and I was meticulous about locking it. I hadn't thought much about the safe for months. Life had been busy with work and personal matters, and I hadn't had the need to open it. But one evening, as I was sorting through my things in the closet, I noticed something strange. The safe, which I was sure I had locked, was slightly ajar. It wasn't wide open, but the door was cracked, just enough to let me know that it wasn't fully secured. A rush of confusion swept over me. I had locked it, I was certain of it. I always did. I knelt down in front of the safe, my heart racing. The first thought that crossed my mind was that someone had broken into my home. Perhaps a thief had found a way to access the safe, and while they hadn't stolen anything, they had left it open as a sign that they had been there. I felt a mixture of disbelief and fear as I stared at the open door. But then, I remembered that I lived alone, and I couldn't think of anyone who would have had access to the safe in the first place. I had always kept the combination to myself, never telling anyone the code, not even close friends or family. I opened the safe door fully, expecting to find that something had been taken, but to my astonishment, everything inside was exactly where it should be. The stacks of documents, the old family photos, and the small keepsakes were all in their proper places. Nothing was missing, not a single item out of place. My confusion deepened. If someone had opened the safe, why would they leave everything untouched? Why would they go to the trouble of opening it only to leave it as it was? It didn't make sense. I double-checked the lock mechanism, wondering if perhaps the lock had malfunctioned in some way. I pressed on the door, feeling the familiar resistance that came with the heavy lock. It was working fine. No sign of tampering or damage. I closed the safe door again, locking it with the same careful attention I always had. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The unease settled into my bones, and I found myself staring at the safe for a long time, trying to make sense of what had happened. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about the incident. It was as if the safe had become a symbol of some strange mystery I couldn't unravel. I went over the events in my mind, replaying them over and over. I couldn't recall any moment when I had left the safe unlocked, nor could I think of anyone who would have had the opportunity to open it without my knowledge. I considered all the possibilities, a malfunction, a mistake, or perhaps something more sinister. But each explanation felt more improbable than the last. The more I thought about it, the more I began to wonder if I had truly locked the safe in the first place. It seemed impossible, but the idea that I might have accidentally left it open haunted me. But then, why had I found it slightly ajar in the first place? It was such a small detail, and yet it felt significant, like a message, though I couldn't figure out from whom. I tried to dismiss the thought, telling myself that I was just overreacting. But no matter how hard I tried to move on, I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something was off. A few weeks later, I decided to take another look at the safe. I opened it carefully, checking the contents once again, though I knew nothing had been taken. Still, I felt an urge to make sure everything was just as it should be. I ran my fingers over the papers inside, feeling the familiar textures and weight of them. Nothing had changed. Everything was exactly the same, yet the sense of unease remained. In the following days, strange things began to happen around the house. Nothing overtly alarming, but enough to make me feel uncomfortable. Doors that I knew I had locked were found slightly ajar. The bathroom light, which I always turned off before bed, would sometimes be on in the morning, and on more than one occasion, I heard faint sounds that I couldn't quite place, like someone walking softly through the hallway when I was the only one in the house. I told myself that I was just being paranoid, that it was all in my head. But the series of small oddities added up, and the feeling of being watched, of being intruded upon, started to weigh on me. Eventually, I decided to install a security camera in my living room. I figured that if there was someone entering my home, the camera would catch them in the act. I set it up in the corner of the room, making sure it had a clear view of the front door and the hallway. I felt a little better knowing that I would have some sort of evidence if anything unusual happened again. I was hoping that the camera would provide some clarity, but as the days passed, I found nothing out of the ordinary. No one entered, no strange movements. Everything seemed quiet. Yet, despite the lack of visible evidence, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. One night, after weeks of restless sleep, I finally decided to sit down and review the footage from the camera. I had forgotten about it for a few days, but I wanted to see if anything had been captured. As I watched the footage, I saw nothing unusual. The camera showed an empty hallway, the stillness of the night broken only by the occasional flicker of a passing car's headlights outside. But then, as I was about to turn off the footage, I saw something that made my blood run cold. In the corner of the frame, just out of view of the door, there was a faint movement, a shadow that seemed to shift, as if someone had passed by. It was so subtle that I might have missed it if I hadn't been looking so closely. I rewound the footage and played it again, but the shadow was unmistakable. It wasn't a trick of the light. Someone or something had been there, but the oddest part was that there was no sign of a person. The hallway remained empty, but that shadow, that fleeting figure, was there for just a moment. The thought made my heart race. Could someone have been inside my house without me knowing? It didn't make sense. The doors had been locked, and the security camera had not captured anyone entering. But that shadow, that strange, unexplained shadow, was something I couldn't ignore. It was as if whatever was happening in my house wasn't something I could understand. The safe, too, had become a symbol of the mystery I couldn't solve. It was as if it were tied to something, some presence lurking just out of view. The fact that it had been left slightly ajar with nothing missing seemed almost deliberate, like a message that was meant to unsettle me. And now, with the footage from the camera showing that strange shadow, I was more certain than ever that something was wrong. But what or who was trying to communicate with me? And why? These questions hung over me like a dark cloud, and the safe, once a symbol of security, now felt like a warning, an omen of something I didn't yet understand. Story 47. It was an ordinary Thursday afternoon when I received the email. At first, I thought it was just another promotional message or spam from a job board I had signed up for a while ago. But as I opened it, I froze. The subject line read, "Exciting opportunity awaits, offer inside." My heart skipped a beat as I clicked open the message. It was from a company I had never heard of, a name I couldn't recall ever encountering. The email was brief, offering me a position that matched my skill set and experience. But what made it even more unsettling was that the salary they proposed was exactly the amount I had been asking for in my most recent job applications. The very same figure I had written down in my last negotiation emails. I sat there, staring at the screen, feeling the blood drain from my face. How could this be? I hadn't sent my salary requirements to any companies recently. I had been discreet about my expectations, not wanting to lock myself into a specific figure before negotiating. But here it was. In black and white, the amount I had requested was staring back at me, from a company I had never contacted. The email went on to describe the job's responsibilities, and as I read through the details, I felt an increasing sense of unease. The role sounded like it was made for me, as if they had taken a snapshot of my resume and created a job specifically tailored to my qualifications. I immediately checked the company's website. The domain seemed legitimate, and the design looked professional. But there was something off about it, something didn't sit right. I tried to Google the company name, but the search results were sparse. There were a few results about the company, but nothing substantial. No reviews, no social media presence, and no mention from any trusted sources. It felt too new, too perfect. I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of phishing scam or an elaborate hoax. The more I looked into it, the more I realized that I had never heard of the company, and yet they seemed to know everything about me. There was no possible way they could have guessed my salary requirements. Sure, there were platforms where recruiters could find salary averages, but no one outside my immediate network should have had access to such specific details. My anxiety grew with each passing minute. What if this was some sort of targeted attack? What if this was part of a larger scheme? I had read about scams that involved fake job offers, where the goal wasn't to hire you but to gain access to your personal information or to set up an elaborate scheme to steal from you. I tried to calm myself down and think rationally. Maybe this was a legitimate offer from a company that had done its research. Perhaps they had found my resume online, or maybe even my professional profile on social media. I'd heard of headhunters reaching out based on available public information, but never in such an uncanny way. The more I tried to make sense of it, the more confused I became. I had nothing to go on except the email, which could have been forged or fabricated. And still, the salary figure haunted me. How had they known? After several minutes of internal debate, I decided to reply to the email asking for more information. I composed a careful response, asking for clarification on how they had found me and whether they could provide more details about their company. I made sure to avoid giving away too much personal information, not even confirming that I had received the message. I hit send and waited. The response came back quickly. The email was short, but it confirmed the basics. The company was legitimate, the job offer was real, and they would be happy to schedule an interview. But there was one strange thing in the email that caught my eye. They asked for a brief introductory call to discuss the role further. It wasn't a standard part of the process, and it seemed odd that they were asking for a phone call before any formal interview or discussion. I was already on edge from the strange nature of the offer, and this added another layer of doubt to the situation. I decided to dig deeper into this introductory call. I Googled the phone number they provided, but once again there was nothing substantial. The number didn't show up on any reliable databases, and the area code didn't match any known corporate locations. I was beginning to feel like I was in over my head. This could very well be a scam. The email itself didn't contain any glaring red flags, but the lack of any substantial company history, the strange phone number, and the uncanny accuracy of the salary number were all too much to ignore. Despite my growing suspicion, I felt a strange compulsion to proceed. The offer was tempting, too tempting to dismiss outright. Was this a chance that I could be overlooking? Or was I being set up? I sat there, staring at the screen for what felt like an eternity, contemplating my next move. In the end, I decided to do nothing. I didn't respond to the phone call request, and I didn't reply to the email with more questions. Something inside me told me that this wasn't right, that if it were legitimate, it would be better to wait until I had more information. Days passed, and I went back to my usual routine. I tried to put the email out of my mind, but it kept coming back, gnawing at me. What if I had made the wrong decision? What if I had missed out on a golden opportunity? But then again, the more I thought about it, the more it felt like I had avoided a trap. It felt too perfect, too tailored, too specific. There was no way this was an accidental coincidence. Eventually I moved on, but the email still haunted me. I couldn't forget about the salary figure. It had been the same number I had been aiming for in my job search, the same amount I had written down in my last salary negotiations. It was almost as though someone had been watching my every move, keeping track of my job hunt, and then sending me a perfectly timed offer. A few weeks later, I received another email, this time from a different, more reputable company. The job was similar to the previous one, but the offer didn't feel as eerie. It didn't have that strange, personalized touch that made my skin crawl. I responded to the second email and ended up interviewing for the position. But the first one, the one that had seemed so perfect, still lingered in my mind. In the end, I accepted the new offer and moved forward with my career. But I never forgot about the job offer from the mysterious company. The one that knew my exact salary requirements before I had even spoken them aloud. I never discovered who had sent it or what their true intentions were. But I knew one thing for sure: it was something I'd never forget. Story 48. It was a bright Saturday morning when I decided to do a load of laundry. The weather was perfect for drying clothes outside, and I had a nice pile of shirts, pants, and towels that I wanted to air dry on my balcony. I laid everything out carefully on the railing, making sure each item had enough space to catch the breeze. As I looked out at the city skyline, I felt a sense of calm, enjoying the simple task of hanging clothes on a sunny day. Later, after spending a few hours inside working on some personal projects, I stepped out onto the balcony to check on my laundry. However, as soon as I looked up, I noticed something strange. The clothes that I had carefully hung were no longer there. Instead, they had been replaced with a completely new set of clothes, identical in appearance to the ones I had just put out, but in a different size. The shirts were larger, the pants longer, and even the towels seemed bigger than what I had originally hung. I stood there frozen, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. I quickly scanned the surrounding area, wondering if someone had mistakenly hung their laundry on my balcony, but there was no one in sight, and the clothes didn't look like they had been placed there in a haphazard way. They were neatly arranged, as if someone had intentionally replaced my laundry with a perfectly matched set. My mind raced, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Perhaps it was some sort of prank, but it didn't seem like a joke that anyone I knew would play on me. I went back inside to check the laundry basket, certain that I had seen everything I had originally put out to dry. When I opened the door to my laundry room, the basket was still full of clothes that matched what I had hung outside earlier. My own laundry had never been removed, yet the clothes on the balcony were now completely different. I began to feel a rising sense of unease. How could this happen? Had someone snuck onto my balcony and replaced my clothes with theirs? But how would they have known the exact items I had put out, down to the size? I walked back outside and examined the clothes more closely, hoping to find some clue that would explain this strange occurrence. The labels on the shirts and pants were all different from what I remembered, but the fabrics, colors, and styles were eerily similar to my own. Even the towels were a perfect match, though they were much larger than the ones I had washed. It was as if they had come from some parallel version of my laundry, one where the clothes were just slightly bigger. I could feel my heart racing in my chest as I tried to make sense of it all. At this point, I considered asking my neighbors if they had seen anyone near my balcony, or if they knew anything about this strange replacement of my clothes. But when I looked over the edge of the balcony, I realized something else unsettling. My neighbors' balconies were all too far away for anyone to have made such a quick switch. I would have heard footsteps or seen someone climbing over the railing. There was no way that anyone could have replaced my clothes without being noticed. I thought about calling the police, but I wasn't sure what I would say. How could I explain something so bizarre? Someone replaced my clothes with identical ones in a different size. It didn't seem like something that could be taken seriously. Still, the fact that my clothes were gone and replaced with others that seemed so specific in size and appearance was starting to feel too coincidental to ignore. There had to be some explanation, even if it was one I couldn't quite figure out. I decided to take the clothes inside and carefully fold them, hoping that doing something familiar would calm my nerves. As I folded the shirts and pants, I couldn't stop thinking about the oddity of it all. Everything about the situation felt off, as though I had stumbled into some surreal version of reality where the ordinary things, like laundry, didn't follow the normal rules. But the more I thought about it, the more questions I had. Who had replaced my clothes? And why? The rest of the day passed in a haze. I kept glancing out at the balcony, half expecting the clothes to be gone again or replaced with something else entirely. But nothing happened. The clothes stayed where they were, neatly arranged in the same spot where I had first seen them. It was as if the strange event had never happened at all, but the feeling of unease lingered, gnawing at the back of my mind. The next few days were filled with similar occurrences that I couldn't explain. I would find small things out of place around my apartment, items that I was certain I had left in one spot, now mysteriously moved or altered. I began to wonder if I was losing my grip on reality, or if something more sinister was at play. Was someone entering my apartment without my knowledge? Or was there some sort of force, invisible and unexplainable, that was shifting the world around me? Eventually, I chalked the strange incident up to a mix of paranoia and coincidence. I told myself that I must have misremembered the size of my clothes, or that maybe I had accidentally mixed up my laundry with someone else's. But deep down, I knew that explanation didn't satisfy me. Something about the replacement of my clothes felt intentional, calculated. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched, that someone had been paying attention to what I was doing and had somehow swapped my clothes with theirs. It was a feeling I couldn't shake, no matter how hard I tried. As the weeks went by, I continued to hang my clothes on the balcony, but I did so with an increased sense of caution. I kept my eyes on the laundry as it dried, half expecting it to be replaced again. But nothing strange happened after that day. The clothes I hung out to dry remained untouched, and life seemed to return to normal. Yet the memory of the clothes that had been swapped out still haunted me. I couldn't forget the feeling of seeing identical clothes just in a different size hanging in place of my own. It was a mystery that I couldn't quite solve, and one that would continue to linger in my mind for a long time. Story 49. It started one evening as I sat alone in my living room, scrolling through my phone. I had just received a message from an old friend, someone I hadn't spoken to in years. The conversation was casual at first, just a brief exchange of pleasantries, but as I mentioned their name out loud while texting, something strange happened. The lights in my living room flickered, as if responding to the mention. I paused, confused, wondering if it was just a coincidence. I brushed it off, attributing it to some electrical issue, but the strange occurrence lingered in the back of my mind. Over the next few days, I began to notice a pattern. Every time I spoke their name, whether out loud or in conversation with others, the lights would flicker. It wasn't a subtle flicker either. It was as if the power was being disrupted for a brief moment, like a stutter in the flow of electricity. It was always the same person, always the same reaction. At first I thought I was imagining things, but after several instances I couldn't ignore the strange connection between the name and the flickering lights. It seemed impossible, and yet the evidence was right in front of me. I started experimenting, testing the theory. One evening I sat in the kitchen with a notepad, jotting down the name repeatedly on the paper. I said the name out loud each time, half expecting the lights to respond. At first, nothing happened. I felt a strange sense of relief, as though I was finally putting my mind at ease. But then, as soon as I said it for the 5th time, the lights above me began to flicker again. My heart raced. There was no logical explanation for this, no reason that the lights would behave this way every time that particular name was spoken. It was as if the name itself was triggering some kind of reaction. I tried to ignore it, dismissing it as nothing more than a bizarre coincidence. But the incidents kept happening. The flickering lights weren't just confined to the living room anymore. They started happening in every room of the house. It became almost like a ritual. Whenever the name was mentioned, the lights would flicker. I grew more and more frustrated, trying to convince myself that it was just a strange electrical issue, but nothing I did seemed to fix it. I even hired an electrician to check the wiring, but they couldn't find anything wrong. The lights were fine, the circuits were fine, yet every time I said that name, the flickering would start. One night, I decided to confront it head-on. I invited a close friend over, someone who had witnessed the lights flickering in the past. I told them about the odd pattern I had observed. They were skeptical at first, dismissing it as coincidence or possibly a problem with the local power grid. But when I casually mentioned the person's name in conversation, the lights flickered again. My friend was silent for a long moment, staring at the ceiling. "That's strange," they said finally. "It's like they're reacting to the name." Their words only deepened my unease. At that point, I couldn't shake the feeling that something much stranger was going on. Why would the lights react to a name? What was it about this particular person that seemed to trigger this response? I had no answers. The more I thought about it, the more questions arose. Who or what was controlling this strange phenomenon? Was it tied to some sort of energy that was linked to the person's name? Or was there something more supernatural at play? Something beyond my understanding? I began to research the idea, looking for any possible explanation. I searched for patterns of phenomena like this, events where electrical systems reacted to specific triggers or names. But all I found were vague accounts of strange occurrences with no clear explanation. Some people spoke of energy ties, others referred to spiritual connections, but nothing seemed to fit my situation. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just an electrical issue. There had to be some deeper connection. The next time the lights flickered, I tried something different. I stood in the middle of the room and spoke the name aloud, demanding answers. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "What's going on?" To my surprise, the lights flickered more intensely, as if in response to my question. The bulbs overhead seemed to brighten and dim in a pattern that felt deliberate. My heart raced as I watched, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be happening. Was it a coincidence, or was something or someone trying to communicate with me through these strange electrical disruptions? The feeling of unease grew stronger with each passing day. I began to avoid saying the name altogether, but even then, the strange flickering persisted. It was as if the very act of thinking about the person brought the lights to life. I couldn't escape it. No matter where I was, whether at home or out, the moment I mentioned their name, the lights seemed to react. It was as if this person, or their presence, had somehow become entwined with the energy in my home. One evening, after a particularly unsettling experience, I decided to take action. I couldn't just ignore what was happening anymore. I needed to understand it. I reached out to the person whose name had been causing the disturbances, hoping that they could shed some light on the situation. I hadn't spoken to them in years, but something inside me told me that they might hold the key to what was going on. When I finally got in touch, I cautiously explained the strange occurrences. The person was quiet for a long time, clearly surprised by what I was saying. "I don't know what to tell you," they said, their voice filled with a mix of confusion and concern. "I don't remember anything strange happening when we were in contact before." But then, after a pause, they added something that sent a chill down my spine. "But there was one time, when we were together, that I had this weird feeling like the lights were flickering around us. It happened once, but I thought I was just imagining it." I was stunned. The realization hit me like a wave. Could it be that something had happened during our time together that was now manifesting in such a strange way? I didn't know what to make of it, but the fact that they had experienced something similar, even if just once, only added to the mystery. In the weeks that followed, I tried to get to the bottom of the strange phenomenon. I made more attempts to speak to the person whose name caused the flickering, but nothing seemed to resolve it. The lights would continue to flicker, and each time I felt the same unsettling presence. It was as if the name itself was a trigger, a key to unlocking something I didn't fully understand. Every time I said it, the lights would react, as if in response to some unseen force. I couldn't help but feel that this wasn't just a coincidence, there was something else at play. Something that connected me to that person in ways I couldn't yet explain. Over time, the flickering lights became a part of my life, a constant reminder that some mysteries remain unsolved. Despite all my efforts to find an explanation, I couldn't break the connection between the person's name and the strange electrical phenomenon. I had no answers, only more questions, and with each flicker of the lights, I was left wondering, what had I uncovered, and what had I unknowingly unleashed by speaking that name? Story 50. It was an ordinary Tuesday when I walked out of the grocery store, bags in hand, ready to head home after a long day. As I reached the curb to hail a cab, a car pulled up beside me, and the driver rolled down the window. The man behind the wheel was a stranger, someone I had never seen before, but he smiled and greeted me as if we were old acquaintances. "You left your wallet in my car last week," he said, his voice calm and friendly. "I thought I'd return it to you. Need a ride home?" At first, I was taken aback. I didn't recognize him, nor did I recall leaving my wallet in anyone's car. I double-checked my own purse, confirming that my wallet was safely in place. There had been no incident in the past week where I could have misplaced it, and I certainly didn't remember anyone offering me a ride, let alone a stranger. Despite my confusion, I felt an odd sense of trust in his demeanor. Maybe he was just a good Samaritan trying to do the right thing. Reluctantly, I got into the car, still unsure of what to think. As I buckled my seatbelt, the man continued to explain that he had found my wallet after I had been in his cab last week. He said it had fallen out of my purse, and that he had kept it safely in his glove compartment until he could return it. His story seemed plausible enough, but there was a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that something wasn't adding up. I had taken a cab that week, but I couldn't remember leaving anything behind. During the ride, I tried to think of any details that might make the situation clearer. Was this someone I had encountered before? Had I really forgotten about something as important as leaving my wallet in a stranger's car? But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recall any such incident. The man spoke kindly, but his words started to feel rehearsed, and I grew more suspicious by the second. The further we drove, the more uneasy I became. His car smelled faintly of air freshener, and the interior was spotless, almost too spotless, as though it had been cleaned for the purpose of presenting an image of care. As we approached my neighborhood, the sense of discomfort intensified. Something about this man and the situation felt off. He had no way of knowing where I lived, and I hadn't given him any indication of my address. Yet he had taken the exact route to my house without hesitation, as though he had been there before. My mind raced, trying to piece together the details, but nothing seemed to make sense. I couldn't figure out why I was still in the car, especially when I hadn't asked for a ride home from anyone, let alone a stranger. When we pulled up to my house, I hesitated for a moment before stepping out of the car. The man handed me a wallet, and I briefly glanced inside to see that it was indeed mine. Everything appeared to be in order. My identification, credit cards, and cash were all there. But as I looked back at the man, I realized I still couldn't place him. He smiled and waved as he drove away, but I felt no relief, only a growing sense of unease. What if his story wasn't true? What if something had happened during that week that I had completely forgotten about? I entered my house and locked the door behind me, still holding the wallet in my hand. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of everything. How had this man found me? And why had he claimed I had left my wallet in his car? I couldn't figure it out. It was as if a piece of the puzzle was missing, something I couldn't quite recall or didn't want to remember. The fact that he knew exactly where to find me without my having told him made me question whether he had been watching me. Could it have been some sort of setup, a deliberate attempt to gain my trust? I thought back to the past week and tried to recall all the places I had been, any interactions I had had, and whether I had left anything behind in someone's car. There was nothing significant that came to mind. I had taken the cab, yes, but there had been no moment when I felt my wallet slip from my purse. It made no sense. The whole situation felt too orchestrated, too convenient. I had to wonder if this man had been planning something, or if I was simply the target of a strange, unsettling prank. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I double-checked my wallet again and made sure all the contents were intact. There were no signs of tampering, no missing cards, no unexpected items inside. But the more I thought about the ride and the man's behavior, the more I began to question everything. The details of his story seemed too clean, too perfect. If he had truly found my wallet, why hadn't he simply mailed it back to me or dropped it off at a lost and found? Why had he gone through the trouble of seeking me out and offering a ride home? The next day, I reached out to the cab company, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. I explained what had happened and asked if they could verify the details. The customer service representative was kind but sounded confused when I mentioned the man's claim that I had left my wallet in his car. There was no record of my ride from the previous week. The representative checked the logs, but nothing matched up. I had taken a ride, but the records showed no such incident of a wallet being found or returned. It was as though the man had made up the entire story. As I sat there, the unsettling realization hit me. I had been duped. The stranger had been lying from the start, using a fabricated story to gain my trust and make me feel indebted to him. But why had he gone through all this trouble? Why approach me with such a convincing tale and then hand me back my wallet? The more I thought about it, the more I wondered if the entire encounter had been planned. Maybe the man had seen me at some point, knew I frequented the grocery store, and had figured out my address. Or perhaps it was all a coincidence, and I was simply reading too much into it. Whatever the truth was, I couldn't shake the sense of unease. I had allowed a stranger into my car, trusted him with a part of my life, and yet I still didn't know who he was or why he had sought me out. Even after reaching out to the cab company, the mystery remained unresolved. I never saw the man again, but his presence lingered in my mind. The fact that he knew where I lived, the perfect story he had told, and the strange way he had handed me back my wallet, none of it added up. I realized then that I had been more vulnerable than I had ever wanted to admit. There was something deeply unsettling about having a stranger invade your life in such an unexpected way. The ride home, the wallet, the calm, almost rehearsed demeanor of the man, all of it played over and over in my mind, and I was left to wonder, had I really left my wallet in his car, or had I been part of something far more sinister? I would never know for sure, but I couldn't help but feel that I had just barely escaped being caught up in something that was far beyond my control.